to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment, now is your time. So prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave the one, false step lead the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment, take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. It is you fight among the dead, beneath the dirt. Or do you know yet? Or do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, do you know yet? We don't die. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it.
Yo, good morning, everyone. Morning. Here it is. 4 a.m. again. And I am here. Because it is a big day for us. It is a very big day.
Team is relying on. All right, we're gonna get Tomio, Young, and Meech. This narrow set of champions.
Today is the upper finals. Well, these sorts. They have a YouTube stream for challengers. Guess not. Today we take on Team Cincinnati Fear in League of Legends in the upper finals of the NACL Summer 2023 playoffs.
It's really been good to see these guys kind of come into their own. I feel like Disguise, pieces around Young and Meech play these fights very well too. And this was a great best of 3 between Flyquist and Disguise. I wouldn't be surprised if this was a rematch in the grand finals, quite frankly, or if we see a best of 5 of this. I would love to see there were a lot of outplays that our individual challengers players did find in this series. It was back and forth. They were throwing haymakers. The difference in the end for me was that Meech was able to actually match Masu. And I think that the pool for Tomio, we'll talk about it more, but giving him this Sejuani Maokai, it really opens things up for
It's
Young.
very
And his pull in
exciting
the mid
because if
lane,
we
the
win,
Disguise
we
made the
go
most of that in this
to
best of
an
3.
in-person
I mean, you're
finals.
talking about the fact that you're expecting to see a DSG. You're like not quite expecting, but like you could see a DSG and FlyQuest rematch here in the grand finals. So we're thinking that Disguise has what it takes to take down Fear today. We think this is where it's more skewed, or
Ooh, we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here. I think
Yeah.
so a little bit. I would favor Disguise. I would say 3-1. I'll talk about it more, but I feel like, something that Fear has really started to throw at teams, at least what we saw Fear do to throw TLC off, was those mages bot from Manui. And I have faith that if anyone's going to be able to deal with curveballs in the bot lane well, it's got to be Zazel.
all right. And I'm not trying to get too far ahead, but you sounded just so confident with that. Yeah,
Might be a
we could see
long
this
day.
rematch. I mean,
wanna see a
This
rematch.
is a best of 5. Because they're
Right?
playing for all the
This
marbles
Could be
here.
lower bracket grand finals. Could be grand finals.
Let's hope we don't repeat what happened yesterday. We had an upper finals yesterday, and we lost. And we have an upper finals today.
Dig into my specialty as a marketing major, which actually was PowerPoints. So Dark Wings here. All right, these two champions, I mentioned them. They were big in that last best of 3. So the reason that these are big, do you guys want to guess what Tomio's win-loss is on these two champions, his two most played this split? 21 games. I'll give you guys that hint. How many wins does he have on these two champions? 22 games, I should say.
I'm gonna guess 76%.
76%. That's pretty high. All right, Mazel.
You know what? I'm going all the way, commit to the bit, 92.7%, because I had to add the 7.
19-3.
Oh!
Tomio has been freaking on these two champions. Now, if we move forward, quick transition. Boom. All right, look at that. See,
Wow.
it was
Oh,
easy,
wow.
seamless.
Not that bad.
No
Not that bad.
pain.
I couldn't use a PowerPoint for Youngs, but check this, guys.
I'm checking.
We have melees. Hizakali, 6-1. Silas,
Wow.
5-0. Aurelia, 4-0. We'll throw the Kasance in there for a 0. Jace, 0.
Wait,
But
but
That hurts the average there. I'm just saying.
all I'm gonna say is that these melee champions, the Akali, Silas, and Aurelia, have been so big for Disguised, especially in the back half of the season. Where, if you go to Young, I don't feel that bad doing this live stats segment. This is what Mark in the LCS has done recently as well. Look at how they've narrowed up his champion pool and how melee focused it is in the back half of the split. We've really seen this emerge as melee, super OP, melee, super OP, Azir, melee, assassin, melee. I really feel like this is where Disguise has been leaning with Young and his pool. And for me, I think that if you deny the Sejuani and the Maokai from Disguise, they're going to have to find different answers. So that's why I put a big priority on those two champions. I do not want to see Tomio get his hands on either of them for the entirety of the series. Not only given how proficient Tomio is, where I really want to give Tomio credit, he plays these well, but also how much it opens up the pool for Young and the synergy that it has playing ADs with Maokai.
This is gonna be a big game.
Too. You can mix and match as well. So I really want to see
If we win,
be ready for that, have
the
answers
LAN
for that.
happens
I don't want to
next
see it given
week,
over, and if it does, they better have something special up.
and I'll fly back from Taiwan to attend.
Thank you, Abby, for your wonderful. I guess it wasn't really a PowerPoint. It was let's look at that's all live, but it was still good. It was still very
If
informative.
not,
So.
I'm gonna stay in
Great.
Taiwan
I wanna add
forever.
One little thing. I'm so sorry. It's so like last split with Tomio, where he was leaning to a lot of facilitation as well in the late season. So I'm really interested if we get a kind of a repeat style of that here.
Right. Well, we do have to talk more about Fear too, and Mazel, we know that there's some stuff with Cubby counting them out a little bit, but talk to us a little bit more on why Fear should never be counted out.
Yeah, I mean, they took our number 1 seed to task here in their best of 3. I think it was really, really telling. Just the level of cohesion that you can see with Fear, the amount of grit they show. Like, these were games.
Fear
that were
beat the
hard-fought. Yes,
number
at these
1
points,
team in the
there is an
league.
incredible lead
Uh-oh.
for Fear, but it was something that was built, right? And like, the way that they finish games, and these are a little bit long clips, but it's showing kind of the way that they work together, they communicate efficiently, and they know how to quickly get to the game ends here. And in this fight in particular, I think it shows that we've talked about it since last split. Perry wants to be the sword. He wants to be that leading foot for Fear, and you see everyone come right behind him in tow. And I think you see that level of cohesion that we've seen from the likes of Maryville were in their highs. Things like that Fear are just using so well and striking when the moment is right.
And Darkwings, I do want to ask you, you're a player. I still remember your split when you played with Zeus Gaming in summer. You had 21 champs played in 41 games. You've always had a big pool and you've been able to play a lot of things. But what happens when you have a bot laner that is so proficient as like Minui is on mages? I know you played with Lynx this split. You guys really pioneered that Tristana Zig strat. How does that open things up for you as a mid laner?
Well, it's kind of where if you're playing bot lane, like mages and stuff like that, it's a lot of the lanes are kind of like uninteractive in a sense where, like the support jungle, like they don't really have to go bot unless like they like really need to. And so then a lot of these like more like less lane focused champs that can come out in mid lane because let's say your support jungle can come help you out and stuff like that more often than not. And so like you can get past to the scaling phase, and by that point like you can start carrying games.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
I like that.
And that's what Fear's been leaning on for the majority of
Exactly.
playoffs, and I really think it's going to continue today. So, especially with Shochi being such, a vital part of Fear, I do feel like that really opens him up in the mid lane. So, interested to see how that plays out today against Young.
I'm interested though, Sierra. I'm gonna take over here because I've got a wonderful graphic I've prepared to make sure
too.
that everyone knows exactly where to look today. All right, you ready for this one? It's the whole Shochi versus Fear the Beard, my friends. All right, you see all the beards that Zazel is throwing. My hands were out on the side, but Zazel has been so incredible. We've talked about him already so much. He is a leading force for his team, but he's also got one of the best beards in all of LCS Challengers, maybe even all of LCS. We also have on the other side,
Zazel might be
Shochi,
the
man.
best
this
player
guy has been popping off. He's
in
been getting
NACL
pentas.
right
He's been
now.
able to find a lot of strength. Also, shout out to Fear on Twitter with their little graphic. I had to steal the little Reaper because it works so well. But he's got the scythe ready to trim the beard of Zazel. We'll see who comes up on top. But I think these are two extreme focuses for us coming into the matchup today.
I just gotta ask, did you like take those beards off of?
Don't worry about it. I took the beards from somewhere, Beard Plus. I didn't get them off of people's faces. Don't worry about it.
Alright. I mean, Darkwings, not just looking at the graphic, but that little matchup that Mazal's presenting there. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, based on like what they've been saying, I guess like it's like kind of the leadership. Zazel is definitely probably like a huge leader, and so it's kind of like they're facing against each other in terms of like who can control the map better.
Great. I mean, it's definitely going to be a big matchup today between Disguise and Fear. Because reminder, this is our upper finals. Loser just goes down into the lower bracket. There's still another crack at it, but this is the best of 5 in Cubby. The winner of this gets to go on to the live grand finals.
And honestly, I know playing on stage is a really big deal for these guys. It used to be top 4. The fact that we get to sneak into the Riot Games studio for Game 5 is, or I should say finals, is going to be great. And, for a player like Young, who did sub in for Golden Guardians and on that LCS stage while Gory was still getting his visa, and actually turned down the opportunity to be a sub for Golden Guardians so that he could compete with Disguised. I know getting back there would mean a lot to him today, catching up with him before the match. So I'm really excited to see who gets to book their tickets to the studio today.
It's also our first best of 5.
I was about to say,
it's a banger.
It's good stuff. Do we think we're getting 5 games, though? That is the real question between these two teams.
Crossing my fingers. I'm hoping here. I really hope that we get a good best of between these two. I think they are two of our strongest teams. The way they approach the game is really interesting. I think there's going to be a lot of 4D chess being played from both sides as well.
Right? Darkwings, are we team, we're going to 5 games, or you think one team's kind of more skewed than the other, might take it in actually 3?
I mean, I think we'll definitely see a lot better based on the first game, but I'm thinking it'd be like a 4-game series. That's what I'm thinking.
Ooh, and who's favor though?
5?
Who's favor?
Put you on the spot.
Yeah, I'm
Whoever
asking all
wins
the
the
hard
first
questions
game.
today. Whoever. Okay.
Whoever wins the first game, I think they're gonna win 3-1.
Yeah,
We'll see.
okay. Covey, what about you down there?
I already put my chips in the disguise basket.
You're just like
Yeah.
it's too late.
I,
You
I,
a chance.
I mean, I think that Fear, they're gonna challenge Disguise because Fear plays the game in a way that really no other team plays the game in challengers. I think that all the emphasis that they put onto mid, the lack of emphasis they put onto the top side with Philip. Perry's kind of allergic to going up there. But I think that something that Fear does really well is that when opponents make first moves, I think Fear actually responds really well across the map. And a lot of that is led by Perry. So I'm curious to see if Perry can get up in the face of Tomio and if him and JJ can make their second finals as a duo. As keep in mind, last summer, Perry did sub in when XE was promoted to Dignitas LCS, and they were able to actually make it through the upper bracket to make those grand finals. So 2 summers in a row.
Really
Perry makes it will be a
surprising
huge deal for him.
grand finals. 3rd seed versus
I'm
4th
just gonna
seed.
go off the wall here. I'm just gonna say we're gonna get a 3-0 series by Fear. I'm just, you
Ooh.
know, not
Okay.
to. We're just gonna go out there because I'm either wrong and I'm wrong, or I'm right and I'm an absolute genius. But
That would be genius.
it is just the fact that they knocked DLC, the number 1 seed, to the lower bracket, and like the how they did it is comparison to the close game on the other side of the bracket that DSG had. I just feel like Fear is kind of on one right now, so it'll be interesting.
I got
to
3-2
see.
Fear, so I'm on the same side at least.
All right.
3-2
We'll
Fear?
know after the first game if my prediction is
No way.
wrong out of the gate.
Right?
Because our draft is ready. It's our first one here.
We're
our
up against
upper
Fear in
finals.
regular
I'll see you 3
season.
later.
Welcome one and all to our first best of 5 of LCS Challengers, and especially one that's maybe a prelude to what we could see in finals. We have Dark Wings with us to see what we can glean from just the draft. And going into this, I know I was talking about it earlier a little bit. We've talked a lot about it behind the scenes, Cubby. But the Renekton for Philip, I feel like, is a priority here. We already see,
Okay,
though,
they banned
DSG
our
banned
Rumble.
away the Seraphine, so some respect to
They know
Manui
about our
as we
Rumble.
talked about some of that mage gameplay unlocking earlier, Dark Wings.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta ban out the Seraphine for sure.
I really want to see Sejuani Maokai taken away from Fear. Again, we were talking about denying those from Tomio. I think it's going to be really important in this series. And Dark Wings also taking the Rumble away from Fake Out. I know that you guys felt the brunt of that one.
Yeah. We had a talk like in our match during DSG. It was like we're gonna be like, oh, like if a champion pops up that's like so OP and we can't deal with it, like we gotta like adapt. And then it came up and we did not adapt, so lost the second one.
Yeah, that was Rumble was played really well. I think Zazel and him found great snap engages, and we haven't seen Fake Out get his hands on that since. So definitely think that's a good call from Fear. But that Sejuani Maokai are gonna one of them is gonna be up. So now I'm curious if Fear actually wants to trade them.
I would wonder if they do, because I think there is a lot of strength in giving that trade, because you can choose the side of okay.
No,
the Maokai's gone, but this is a
They banned out Maokai.
First pick this one. Do you see that Dark Wings being a priority here?
Sejuani could be worse considering that LeBlanc and Kai'Sa's up, but
Is Sejuani really
I
that
think it'll be
good?
Yeah. All right, so we do get that opt into comfort at least there.
I like that call out on the LeBlanc. Also, I got to say that Poppy's still on the board. That has been one of the more common answers that we have seen into the Sejuani, and something that I think Perry's very proficient at himself. So I expect that from Fear.
Okay, so Philip, there's that Renekton. We get the comfort coming through, and get the Poppy locked in. Something I'm very happy to see Perry willing to grab here in a game number 1. I think it gives you a lot of flexibility in your path, but also some room for uniqueness. And I get to see that a lot in the LPL, but I love to see Perry.
Oh my God.
Is one of our
There's
most
40 people in the
junglers.
Discord watch
Maybe
party right
potentially
now.
take an aggressive path with that one.
Not
But DSG on
not
the
just
other side, now
text
Kevin
watch
Bell looking
party,
close.
they're in a call
I
together.
think that if like Fake God wants Jax, he has to take it now. Is my guess, Dark Wings. But actually going to be the Aatrox. So this is a Fake God specialty pick. We saw it get buffed up. Revenge is very, very has
Go
some
in
very,
there.
very impressive performances on it.
Yo, where that famous streamer
If you're
disguised
young, do you
host?
feel
I
like you
can't
walk
be
in
seen
mid here, do
mingling.
you show in a collie, or do you maybe
with
just
the
want to take like a
peasants.
Felio's pod?
I mean, honestly, a lot of the melee mids are a bit harder.
And I'm
to
pretty
copy,
sure they're not even chatting in
just in
there.
general. So, I mean, I like that he dropped, but he might still have to take a melee mid later on.
Yeah, I'm just really happy to see Fake God be able to whip out the Aatrox. He's been talking about it for so long, and he wants to bring it out every time he can. The Rel, though, you got the mounted cavalry right now for DSG. I think that can be really strong. That Ziggs, though,
It's really
could be a
strong here.
potential to unlock Fear and the way that they want to play their composition, and it is locked in.
Yeah.
So we get a little bit of specialty here.
Aatrox.
like
Is
the
this
Ziggs pick.
buffed
Again,
Aatrox or
Darkface, I
nerfed
know that,
Aatrox?
we credited you
Or
guys for really
unbuffed
pioneering the
Aatrox?
Tris Ziggs comp.
Is this
and also,
unbuffed Aatrox,
that
buffed
Ziggs, I mean,
Aatrox,
looking
or
at
nerfed
Sejuani, Rel
Aatrox?
plus
Because I'm
Aatrox,
pretty
that's a
sure
really valuable Ziggs game already.
Aatrox was changed twice
Yeah,
over the
yeah.
last 2 weeks.
Hard engage isn't too insane, and that's kind of like what Ziggs is.
Okay, this is the buffed one. That's good.
So,
That's good.
Yeah.
and we have Poppy to peel for him too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and everyone jumping into things.
I
like
remember
minefields,
we did
bouncing
pick
bombs. Beyonders can
Aatrox
be really efficient already,
pre-buff
so
though,
good
and we
game
got
for the
rolled
Ziggs.
with him.
And we see, I really like that Alistar ban against JJ. I thought that he was fantastic on that pick against TLC, and a really positive matchup in a rel, which your teammate Breezy talked about a lot yesterday when we had him on the broadcast.
Oh yeah, he really liked that matchup. As for JJ, I think, I mean, he always, well, when I played on team with him, he was always finding like these crazy angles. So I'd like to see him on like something like that, like a Nautilus or something.
Cooking with the angles.
Yeah.
We do have a little bit of catch up though. We got the Yone ban towards Fear, as well as that Akali towards Young, and the Aphelios towards Meech.
They're
Real
banning
quick,
all
I
our
think that Yone
signature
Man is
champions,
signaling,
man.
A Nazir, and I like the Rakan lock-in. It pairs well with Ziggs, but also denies, or I should say,
Well, I mean,
I think it makes
Akali, Aphelios,
it's
these
like
are
not the
all of
greatest
our
matchup
highest
into
wave.
rel, but they have the potential to actually take.
This is some lazy like scouting report. They just looked at whatever champ that we had the highest win rate for and then banned it. This isn't a real scouting report.
Now, is that's a lot of speed for the melees to help them get through the Ziggs.
Darkwave.
Sivir?
Like how, I guess it's more so you have that extra pushing power behind it.
Sivir?
For the
Ah,
Sivir, but
nah,
any
we
thoughts on, like, how that
overcooked.
bot lane matchup now goes, since we were talking so much about the flexibility.
I mean, just seems like both sides are like scaling, but Sivir with this comp seems pretty nice. Especially with the Aatrox and the Sejuani. The move speed's really gonna help them play these fights better, and it's probably good versus the Ziggs where he has to like land all his stuff.
We got the action, man.
Akshan, oh my
Let's
god.
go. I know I had you and
Akshan?
Shoshi in our bot game not long ago, but man, were you ever expecting something like this? Like, holy cow.
I didn't think about it, but I was actually looking at his stats earlier, and he did play a game of Akshan like before.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
Funnily enough, that was actually against Young and
Hello,
DSG. I
Mr.
believe, when he did
Glue.
pull
How
that out.
are
It
you?
was
Hello, Mr. Toast. Long time no see. I'm doing well. How are you?
Long time no see. I see you've been cooking in the strats department these days.
We're definitely cooking in the kitchen this game. I think we kind of prepared for Fear a lot. They kind of play different than other teams, so we were preparing some unique answers for today's match, and you get to see some of them this game already.
Yeah, tell me about the Sivir. I have not seen Sivir at all during an ACL, and we're busting it out. What's the idea?
I mean, I hope the Fear coaches are not watching, but Sivir into mage champion is just pretty good, and also we have like the Sivir speed for Sejuani and Aatrox in team fights, so we can run out of Ziggs ult, we can kite them. I think it's a really good team fighter, and it has a good lane versus mages. So
How did you come up with such a crazy idea?
I mean, this one was Meech's idea. Meech was thinking about it, so Meech was cooking, and then we tried it. Pretty good, I think. So yeah.
Got it. And the Aatrox. We tried Aatrox once and we lost, so why are we doing it again?
They just buffed Aatrox this patch, 13-14. So Aatrox is like he's still a bit risky. I think his early game's pretty weak. He's not really a champion, but this guy scaling in team fight is pretty strong.
Talked so much about for Fear here so far, Cubby.
Yeah. And how do you expect this game to play out?
Well, expect every game to win. You know, I'm always optimistic. I think this game should be. Well, they have triple 80 topside, so I feel like once we get Tabby's topside, we can fight. I feel like enemy team really wants to fight Rift Herald, so I imagine they're going to be like putting a lot of resources into that. I think early game they're a bit stronger for the most part, so we kind of just need to scale in team fight, and they kind of need to force something early mid game. I feel.
Gotcha. Well, this is a very important game because if we win this, we're gonna go to the LAN event.
Hell yeah.
So
Yeah, the energy is good. We've been practicing really hard this week. Scrims have been going well, so I think we're all really excited and optimistic for this match.
that is.
All right, I'm gonna head back and watch the games. I'll see you in a bit.
See you in a bit, Mr. Glue.
Potentially going up towards Fake God here, Cubby, and giving top lane a little bit of love.
All right, you heard the coach.
I will say
He gave away apparently all of our
I also
strats.
just want to hit on some of the tech that Meech has gone. He is playing into the mage, so,
So
actually
I'm
Meech opting
hoping
for
there's
that
no one
TP. I
from
really
Team
like the
Fear
sound of
that
Sivir. Sivir is a
watching.
champion that can actually
And I don't
match the
think
push of
there
the
are
Rangers
any because
in the bot side and also
Cincinnati's in
outscale
Ohio,
that
and I
DPS
don't
and
think they have
Marksman
internet
play. So
there.
I think the Sivir definitely blinded, just knowing what Fear brings out. Aphelios was off the table, one of the better matchups in the Sivir, so I think that was enough. As Young.
Oh, thank God Young got out of there.
With the steadfast, Shochi takes the brunt of the damage as interesting presence towards mid. Both junglers at least showing up, seeing how important that mid lane can be.
Oh, Sivir has, the W, right? So Meech will finally stop getting hit by Rakana knockup. No flame,
with
though.
that red buff, might just win this one out.
Oh?
Perry's gotta be really careful. He's getting a little bit lower. Does have to flash the
Oh, he
swing.
flashes it?
Have a little bit of fight back.
Why are you
He's coming
going
He's
back?
got a lot of distance. He's going in with the
Why are you
flash. He
going
just
back?
wins the first
Nah.
blood with DSG.
I swear I did not PayPal this Poppy.
Yeah, I mean, based on what happened in mid though.
Shochi.
I did not. Okay, also our jungler stayed.
Yeah, Darkweeds, as you were saying.
Both junglers getting PayPal there.
In terms of, like, the mid jungle,
But, Flash would flash.
in mid, Shochi should've
But this Poppy stayed with 100 health, knowing a roam for LB can come.
And we'll see how that ends out. But right now, it means that Disguised are in the lead. And its strength, maybe finding some more through bot lane here. Zazel being pretty clutch on the rel, but a lot of damage being put back here by Meech. And the strength of this bottom lane starting to show itself. Perry is hovering over this way. We have a dragon spawning about 25 seconds. Do you see either side really want to prioritize the objective stacking here, Cubby?
I think the Sivir might actually have shove advantage into the Zig, so maybe we see something early as Tomio has a lead. But I think topside is going to be much more interesting and appealing, as Renekton's kind of, the nickname for Renekton behind the scenes is, the Herald bot. You draft Renekton, you got to play for first Herald. So that's something that I'm wondering if Disguise actually contests or drops. As Darkwings, I'm kind of interested.
Ooh, big
Any
wave.
opinions on the neutrals here at priority? I think Disguise with the Sivir shove feels pretty good. Like they can maybe attack a
So
dragon.
they tell me that Aatrox is buffed,
I'd say
but
it's
we're
hard.
losing lane.
I think once Six comes back with lost
So
Jungle
I
Guard,
don't get it.
he doesn't really have to, like, he can start getting pushed now. I think
Mhm.
early game with
Oh,
the
yeah.
tears or the Sapphire Crystal start would have made it hard for him.
Okay, he's gonna have actually.
I was
mana.
misled.
Meech already burned that TP to get back, so.
Aatrox is weak
I
early.
think it's good call, Darkwings. Unless it's taken on this
Okay.
timer, which
Shouldn't we
that's even
pick a
hard 'cause
champion
the
that's
crap's
like
taken.
strong
I'm
early
actually kinda
game
surprised
and
that Disguise is
strong
starting
mid
this, but
game and
Barry
strong
seems to be on
late
the top
game?
side, not contesting. So
Yeah.
Disguise is gonna brute force this one away. I'm very curious.
Will be envisioned.
that we're always
Young
winning?
Will be there to help, though. But easy early objective for Disguise to pick up. Strength maybe leaning towards later for Fear. Again,
Yeah.
we did talk about their strength in team and communication, even though it gets a little bit chaotic sometimes. It is a composition it feels like really comes alive in a mid-game where you can kind of work together.
Darkwings, do you feel like that dragon take, like Disguise felt comfortable with that? because Akshan had no
Uh-oh.
flash.
No, he's level
Flash reach is
5. He's
top,
not
they
level
could've
6
actually
yet
done
with
it.
He's
his
gonna try. I don't know if
Guardian
he's,
Angel
getting the love
ability.
he wanted up
Get
here.
out of
He
there!
does survive as
he's
the
alive.
juggling goes a bit awry.
He's level
They're gonna
6.
try to come back
Now
for
he's
seconds,
got
though.
that
They've already bitten
ultimate
off enough.
revive
Oh,
ability.
Here comes Zazel, though, to save
Oh my
the
god,
day, and
Zazel.
Fake
This is why
gets
Zazel's
out of there.
god.
Fear's machinations going
This is
wide
why
early.
Zazel's god.
They're
It's alright,
rotating
even
up
if they
too. Look at
killed
Tomio. They're gonna try and cut
Aatrox, we
Perry
had
off. I
the
don't think he's gonna
GA
get here in
going.
time, but still great defense.
he
And
just
good
hit
call there from
6.
Zazel.
Wow, what a way.
Toast,
Darkwings,
they removed that 5
you
years
see
ago.
so much attempts early from Fear, nothing
Huh?
coming up for it. What's
What do you
the
mean?
game plan here, especially with
Aatrox
this
has a passive that the more damage he deals, he builds up like his secondary resource. And when he has ultimate and he dies, he uses that secondary resource to come back to life.
Like what I was kind of trying to set up with the dragon, maybe dropping that because the Akshan doesn't
That was
have
5
flash.
years
At the
ago?
moment, this isn't where I expect the Akshan
Where did the
versus
time
Wong
go?
matchup to be. Darkwings.
That was
Akshan's not ahead
2016?
at all, and I think burning that.
Wait,
flash
that's 7
to
years
chase
ago.
down, Tomio and having that fill actually ended up really hurting.
It's
Yeah,
been 7
also
years.
The jungle pathings were like misaligned, I think, because
So what
Perry
does
had
he
to
do
go top
now?
side, while Tomio can just do the dragon, and Perry would be losing camps if he went to contest.
Yeah, the timing just not working out there. We do see, though, a little bit of love.
Increased healing? That's an ultimate ability? He heals more?
Look at mid lane, try to
What are
get this
these
up.
champ
JJ
designs?
on the roam, and Zazel constantly as well. This is going to be an unlocking factor for both teams, and we talked a little
I
bit
activate
before,
my
Cubby,
ultimate
about how
ability.
Tomio has
I
looked so
heal
strong in
more.
Sejuani, but a big part of that does come with kind of his roaming duo of Zazel and how strong he has been.
I think Zazel's rel has been it's been really good in this tournament. Zazel for me is having a great tournament. The Alistar meta always fits Zazel, and
Oh, we're fighting for this?
See if Fake God comes over the wall. I think they're
You
waiting for
guys
Joel to
think
come
you
back
win the
up.
4v4?
coming in.
You stupid bitches.
We're looking
Oh,
at
we
the
dodged the
5v5
Poppy out. It's
early.
Ogre.
There's the mega Inferno bomb.
And we stole the
That's
Herald.
actually
It's
secured by
doubly
Tomio, but
Ogre.
some of the fight is not going DSG's
Oh,
way.
we're
Now
losing
Manui
the-
has
we're
split it
losing
as well.
though. It's-
Zazel caught out. They do get the objective. They'll lose a life for it. And
Two
of
Herald-
them, as
two-
Fake God had also gone down.
2 kills
Yeah,
for a
Mitch was never
Herald?
really able to get involved after that TP. That ultimate actually not being popped by Meech, I think hurt a bit. Felt more like
Yeah,
a
our
5v4 as
TP
Ziggs,
on
of course,
Sivir
with
was
top
late,
damage, is actually able to,
unfortunately.
help out
Compared
here with
to
the fight
the
there, Darkwing.
Ziggs.
Yeah. I mean, even though the ulti misses, I think Renekton is still the Herald bot you're talking about. This champion looks a bit strong. in
Ooh,
Herald's
yeah, that
words.
Ziggs out the damage.
It gets a little insane, especially,
Yeah,
we've
Sivir
had
either
Philip's
should have
track
came
record.
early
It's something
or
we were
not
talking
came
about
at
coming
all.
into this day, and how strong he looks on this particular champion, and how he's had a heck of a playoff because of it. And now 2-0
Sounds like my
already has
sex
the
life.
Gore Drinker completed.
Someone's coming
It's gonna be
early
a
and
strength
someone's
from
not
the top
coming at
lane
all.
that Fear can play around.
Hey.
I do want to credit Fear for the pace of which they took that fight. I think once the Meech TP comes in and it's shown, you gotta go then, or else the play is off. So I think good call from Fear to make sure that they at least were able to fight around that Herald timer where Renekton is really strong on the top side.
So it was a early lead for DSG, but now
I
see if
read
you're able to
somewhere
clap
that
back a little bit, but I do want to look forward here.
it's not
especially Dark
necessary
Future
for the
purview, because
woman
how do you
to
expect
finish
the
um,
LeBlanc to try to take
during
advantage of this
sexual
Akshan matchup? How do
intercourse.
you expect to play into it exactly? Because it feels like, obviously LeBlanc we've
Um,
seen be a side lane pressure
at
so
least
much
that's
here recently.
what
Yeah,
my
It is slightly interesting. He's not going for the ship
my
build this
ex-girlfriend
time.
said to me.
In terms of the matchup,
It's like, alright, it's no big
it's
deal.
not too hard to go even as LeBlanc, unless you're unless Akshan is able to kind of
Like
just
I didn't
let
finish,
you
but
pass away.
don't worry about
Which is
it.
pretty hard to do against a Sejuani.
I'm like, alright,
So as long as he's going even, he can play the fights well, and it should be fine.
am
For
I
him.
good to go to bed?
I think that's a big thing for me because Shochi is going for that Bork rush, which, I mean, that is all about the side laning Darkwing. So I think that the goal here for Fear is to get Shochi in the side, get push, and then use the power of Akshan to kind of fog up, and we make sure that DSG can attack the side lanes on their own.
Yeah.
We did just get Leandri's also completed for Manui, so some good item completions for Fear earlier on. Do have that Rift Herald spawned up in a bottom lane. Trying to give some resources over to Meech at least, but maybe a skirmish coming
Ooh,
of it.
2
We get those
plates.
plates going
Somebody
over, but
help my
Zazel
boy
caught out a little
Zazel.
bit, doesn't need
Nice,
to back off, but Tomio is right there. The double cavalry comp coming alive. Got to be careful to not get trampled over. It looks like JJ
Why
might
are
just end
you-
up being dusted in the
what?
dirt, and Meech gets the kill.
They use their Zanya
I
there?
don't
Is
think
that
you're ready
right?
to fight that. JJ
Or
wanted
his
to go back and
stopwatch,
keep pushing
sorry.
mid to try to create advantages.
Like, what was that stopwatch for? Buy 3
Couple moments
seconds?
like that so far.
Alright, I'm
actually.
using
And
up
Fear,
my
yes, they
one
had that really
time
nice and
use
fight around Rift
item.
Herald, but some slip ups
To
outside
save
of it.
3
We'll have to keep an eye
seconds.
on. A little bit of shakiness going into our first best of 5. But it is Tomio looking for a second dragon for DSG.
Oh, we're
TP
TPing.
coming in as well from Philip. He's the strong point
Uh-oh.
for Fear, so
We're
DSG
all
need to
low.
back away now.
We're all
Meech
low.
getting run down
We're all
by Perry.
low.
There
Alright, we got
goes
the dragon though,
Phillip
worth.
into the pit. The come up, it's not going to hit, but Meech goes down to Perry anyways.
All good.
I mean, Yordle Warfare
Dragon
there in the
for,
bot side, just chasing Sivir.
a kill.
No
We take
need
that.
to find the objective. The Dragon does go over to DSG, and I would love to pan top lane if it could from our observers, because Fake God did not
Those ones
join
the new
fight.
logo. Well, if you sub to the disguised Patreon, you would know because we announced the dates.
If I'm DSG, Darkwings.
Yeah, I would too.
Hey, are you sure? Or are we gonna be sure about
Maybe
that
not
here? in
anymore.
Get
about
out
5
of there!
seconds?
Thank
Oh.
We got
God.
the flash forward, and Phillips looking for a third choppy meal, but he can't
Oh, wait.
get him because Aatrox's cooldowns are
The
quicker than
Renekton
that.
doesn't have
Sean's
a
coming,
dash.
though. I don't think Shochi's gonna
I
find
thought
him
with
next
that
to the box.
flash,
have the come up
they
into
definitely
it.
had a
Big,
dash.
empowered TP.
But
will
they
get
just
takeout
flashed
back
to
lane.
do
He
an
won't miss
auto
anything.
attack.
So yeah, win for DSG, and it really feels like they're dragon control.
He already used
Rewarding
the
them
dash,
earlier,
and why did
Darkwings.
he
They
flash?
picked the first
Because
two
nah
dragons a
way
million
you're gonna
times.
kill a Aatrox
Yeah, and it's gonna be a Mountain Soul too.
getting in 2 more
It'll be
auto
good for both
attacks.
teams. Especially DSG actually, because their team was already so tanky.
Yeah,
Yeah.
playing into Zig's going to be a lot easier with that Mountain Soul, because you just take so much inanimate damage from Ziggs. It feels like wherever you go, you're gonna eat minefields, you're gonna eat satchels, you're gonna eat bombs, here and there. It's tough.
These guys have a land
Also
center.
love the
Oh
double
my
down and
god.
wave clear for Meech.
This
The
is
static
another
shit
billion-dollar
on
org.
Surge.
Actually, I think
Feels,
Cincinnati
you know,
Fear is
some
one
overkill
of the
there,
few
but some
amateur
great
orgs.
overkill
So.
that you want to have into a comp like this. 'cause
we
you're
we
gonna
like
need
teams
to
like that. We
defend
support
against
teams like
sieges
that.
really, really well. Philip gonna take
You know
the
what?
brunt
I support them
of the
so
damage
much.
from
I'm
DSG
gonna
here.
show
Gonna have to
their
pop that
camera so
dominance,
these
but he
players
might
can
just
get
go
screened
down.
on.
That stun is just enough. He's healing a ton from that Gore Drinker, and here comes Perry, meaning that Fake God and Tomio back away.
I actually thought they had them there, but I guess Philip just brute force gets out of there as Renekton. Still gonna be pressure on the top side though for DSG. Could help for the Herald the fact that Sejuani did burn that
Because
ultimate.
this is
Couple
what
ults are now
amateur
down
esports
across
is
the
all
board,
about.
Darkwings. Is that going to be enough for Fear to maybe
Kids
contest
in
this
a
one?
room playing video
We'll have to
games.
see a little bit more.
Actually, are they in the same room or do they just have
Yeah,
the same
yeah.
backdrop?
Specifically, like, are you looking for like pretty much if support rotates up here? Because at the moment we do have JJ sprinting towards the Herald. Manui does have that empowered TP as well as Meech to match, but we saw that if the TPs come in late, that does benefit the Ziggs comp. So it feels like Fear might be going for somewhat of a similar setup here.
Actually, Fear should definitely be favored in this fight. You're looking at the items right now. Shochi's on his item. I think Young's still stuck
Wait,
on.
Fear is favored for the fight, then we shouldn't fight.
Never mind.
We should get away.
Yeah.
Okay, no, never mind. Yeah.
Anymore.
Wait a second.
DSG have struck
I don't know,
in
it feels like we're
mid-lane,
winning.
But that's 2 down. That just means a Rift Herald.
Oh man, that's the second time it really feels like JJ has been caught a little bit by Zazel. That's going to cost them that objective. As this Rel, it's a matchup. I know talking with Breezy yesterday, he liked Rel into Rakan if there was no Xayah. And we have seen Zazel play this really well this game.
Double Calvary, it's working well for DSG. But I think when you see the strength out of lane that Zazel presents, the combo with Tomio, right? This was a key factor to their championship last split. We talked so much about how as soon as Zazel got unlocked on the map with Tomio, it just became like you're playing a different team. And we're seeing that come alive here in the late season, in the late playoffs for DSG. And that gives you so much strength to play around, Darkwings, that you can just have easy decision making.
Yeah, I think the problem with what just happened is that they should have tried to involve Philip into the play. Because he was up item as well. And I think they went a bit too fast on the mid lane.
Getting caught with the tempo. But, you know, they have their own tempo gaming in the action. We'll see if that comes alive anytime for them. We have some vision game being played here, but if you want to check in now that we have full items. Oh, okay. Well, never mind. Check in on top plate because Philip died.
Oh.
Really
Well
feels
then.
like, yeah, I mean, it really feels like the last couple minutes, DSG's kind of blown up the map. They've caught JJ out twice, and they've turned it into so much.
I'm hoping we'll actually get a replay of that one because that's a giant gold swing. First turret as well, and all the plays.
Darkwings, you're actually
Oh
an
my
Aatrox
God.
yourself. in
Aatrox
the mid
is
lane. So
popping
how
off
are we rating
there.
Fake God's Aatrox so far? Oh, nice cancel.
It's looking good there. I mean, I think Philip overstepped a bit. It's
my
a good
God.
punish. Oh, wow.
We're not
See
seeing
this
any of this.
That's insane.
People are getting killed.
Okay,
Towers
well,
are going
all of a
down. I
sudden,
can't see
from
anything.
Seemingly nothing. Disguised have a 3K gold lead. And the
This is
funniest
good.
part is a big majority of that is on Meech, but she wasn't even involved in those top lane plays. Fear do wake up, and they do get their first dragon of the game.
We're gonna give them
think
dragon.
you trade
Somebody
this, though,
stop
as
them.
these guys. Like, you just got such a big gold injection, and now you can see they're gonna put Young in the bot side. Young's gonna feel really safe in most side lanes here. As Perry's gonna try and at least sneak for a play. Young able to sneak on out of there, back forward, but. I think the lead right now for the Blanc, given that she is ahead of the auction, feels like Shoshi just can't really get enough pressure down.
Oh, let's see this Aatrox again.
And it's not like Shochi's not winning in the side lane, it's just not winning hard enough to turn it into anything.
I do wonder. Darkwings, is JJ saying anything in the comms right now? Do you have any memory of what he'd be telling the team?
I'm not sure right now. I mean, they still need to win through a side.
Damn,
It's
Aatrox
hard
is
now
not
since
taking damage in these skirmishes.
They're 3v3 inside, should be losing. They have to like get like a Ziggs ulti in there before Sivir can rotate.
I also think just finding ways to make Philip part of the game plan here is the way to go for Fear. if they wanna
Static
find
Shiv on
success here. You know,
Sivir?
20 CS in the lead, but also we've seen what he can do on the Renekton. He even took all that pressure earlier on as well. Fake God, though, looking to deal some pressure. Does have Fear ready to pounce on him as Perry will go ahead and steal that Scuttle Crab and make sure he knows whose jungle this really is. Philip, though, you know, you got to aggress the top side. You go
Oh, get him. Get the croc. Get the croc.
A little bit scared to try to take this one down.
Oh,
He
wow.
is a big, scary
Wait,
crocodilian.
we're just gonna let him
He won't
leave?
Get the kill, but they will get the tower.
Honestly, really well played by Philip there. It still is the tower for DSG, but that's a lot invested.
Oh my God.
And
Delayed
you have a,
tower.
I mean, you have a Ziggs, so I'm surprised that Manui's actually not walking up with his team, because he could walk up, try and get that wave in, and then actually base
That was
it
not a
and
good
power
dive.
back
I'm gonna come out
for
and
free.
say it.
But that's
And
a
we
nice
just lost turret
moment,
for that.
overinvestment in the bot side there from Disguised, and you're gonna have a lot out of that, Darkwings.
Yeah, I agree. They didn't even take the tower yet. Bot lane. Even though it's 1 HP.
Actually, kind of insane. The fact that we have that tower not go down.
Whoa,
and then
our
two
3K goal lead
responded
just went down to
immediately
1K.
by Fear in the top and mid, and a little bit of gold where they need to. And now, especially looking at these next objectives and setup around them, you still have a while for that dragon, but I expect that vision from Fear towards this Baron to stay there because DSG will have some strength in the pick-out potential around there, Cubby.
Yeah, I think the big thing for Fear is that they actually won on a side. As Philip, I mean, props to Philip.
Wait, our goalie just vanished.
Bot side.
What
Been
happened?
able to survive that, and then the itemization for Akshan, he is going completely for 1v1, as it is Orc into Wit's End.
What were you giggling about there, Darkwing?
I mean, it was just like Renekton stole all the he survived the dive 1v4, pushed them out, saved the tower, and then also took their Grom or their Krugs.
Oh, the Krug. Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, that
The
4v1
baby
dive
rocks, you know?
really
Yeah, the
fucked
baby
us.
rocks.
Krugos, as Cubby calls them.
Yeah, it was an easy
One
win.
bad
A
dive
cereal
and it's
called
over.
Krugos, Darkwings?
Krugs. And if it gave me like.
Do we scale
20 gold,
better?
Yeah.
Sivir Aatrox?
I love it. Always the mindset. Anyways, we are getting to those second item completions here for a majority of members. You got that Black Cleaver completed for Philip on the other side, the Seraph's Gauge for Fake God. More importantly, though, that's Seraph's and the upgrade for Manui while we get that Navori Quick Blades for Meech, Cubby.
Yeah, this is something where we did kind of talk about. I guess we didn't like fully talk about the scaling of this game, Darkwings, but I very much feel like Disguise has scaling advantage. I think their comp's a little bit easier to execute, but also I have more trust in the Sivir and Aatrox as this game goes on, even LeBlanc in team fights. What is your read? It feels like Fear, again, just have to kind of play 1-3-1 and pray they are able to find wins off that.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the DSG comp is gonna be unkillable. I actually don't really like the Seraphs on Ziggs because I feel like he needs more damage, and they just won't be able to kill like this Aatrox or Sejuani.
I agree, because like it sets behind. I feel like the real spike on Ziggs is like if you go 3-item glass cannon and your death cap void staff, it's so good. And we've seen quite a few Ziggs actually sit on the tier. I think Manui himself has done that before, so I'm kind of curious why I ended up going for the Seraphs. Maybe just scared of the LeBlanc one shot is probably the because LeBlanc is going to want to force Ziggs out. I think that's might be why Manui ended up going for that build this time around, but I do align with you that Ziggs is going to be behind now.
Very
We
chat.
got the wits in completed there from
Young.
Shochi, but we get the fight
Uh-oh,
kicking
wait,
off
Young
here
has
as
no
well.
health
Young
already.
getting out, but the beautiful grand entrance from JJ will reset the fight.
Careful,
Dragon
careful,
is
careful. I
coming
don't know
up.
if we're
That's
winning
why
this
all
fight, guys.
Pressure is going down in the mid lane, but Fear will have
Oh,
first
this
presence
is
around
second
it.
dragon
And this
already?
is a second dragon for them, but a sole point for DSG if they get it, Cubby.
A lot of alts burned on each side. It's only Renekton and Akshan alt up, whereas the Rel and Aatrox alt up. I gotta say, it's more
Oh,
valuable
yeah,
for
we
DSG,
have
so
our
they're gonna
alts.
still wanna fight
They're going on
Fear.
Zazel.
Whoa, Zazel.
Zazel, get out of there. Wait, he
World
3-man stunned. And Aatrox is
Ender
beating their
Bad Bunny's looking to
asses.
do just that against Fear in this game one. DSG have taken Fear's pole position around the dragon.
Ooh,
They
Aatrox
gotta
is
be a little
scary.
bit scared here. Come up, it's
The
gonna be
outing?
used. Gets a poke down of Fake God. Does literally nothing. And now we'll see actually Fear push back. This is a contested fight. And know
They
how
still wanna
important it
go
can
back
be
in?
for
Young's
DSG
trying
here.
to-
A lot of that decision-making power. Shochi gonna try to catch out Young. He
No,
just did. And
Young,
that's a big
you
shutdown going
forgot
right
about
towards that Shochi.
Akshan.
We got the dragon going over to Fear right after.
Manui has all up. That's it.
Uh-oh.
As DSG get forced out. Darkwings. That was quite the start of the fight from Fear. I love the focus onto LeBlanc. That initial chunk ended up being really big.
Yeah, I really thought DSG were gonna win that fight a lot harder, but Fear were able to get out safely, and then this re-engage. I think DSG are too split up. They're
Yeah,
so-
also
directed.
that Bork pass.
Ah, man.
For Shochi. Getting the really everything that he needed to take down this LeBlanc as he did go for that side.
And the
angle.
gold
He was able to find the 1v1.
is even. We went
It's
from
a good call out,
3K
Darkwings.
gold lead to
Young,
even.
Looking back at that one, likely will want to approach over the Dragon Wall or rejoin his team, as I think that's the adaptation I'm looking for from DSG. And what's that conversation like from DSG? Because you kind of said like, hey, you expected them to win that fight. Like, what's the problem solving like going on right now from that? Like, is that something you think they're going to talk about?
Yeah, I mean they need to find like they do need to find their angles, and
Trying to find any angle they can. Maybe take a geometry class. The Glacial Prison does go a little bit wide. See, DSG, we're just hunting. They're looking. And I think that's the strength of this DSG roster. We talked about it a little bit earlier. If they have control of vision, Young can find big catch-outs, but you also have that long-distance engage for them. But that does come to a bit of a caveat, right? Because when you were talking about it earlier, Cubby, a lot of the strength comes through Meech and Fake God as time goes on. Whereas I feel like Perry and the rest of Fear have a lot of strength right now and can work through that.
Why am I getting worried?
It is something where I will say that
We need to get some good. Well, I think we are stronger if we can
can
engage on them.
Mm-hmm.
But with Ziggs for con action and
and
Poppy peeling, it's so hard to be sticky.
This game, going up against Renekton and Poppy, especially when you're Sivir, 'cause you're pretty much just hitting frontline. And Manui, if Manui gets a death cap, I think that Fear is waiting for death cap to push really hard. And the first two dragons for Fear, just denying that from DSG, that's a pretty big deal. Like, Mountain Dragons individually, very, very powerful, especially when you are playing into something like LeBlanc.
Can be really strong. Darkwings, the way that Fear have approached this, we've seen back and forth in this game one already. Kind of what we would expect from two of our top teams in the upper finals, waiting to book a ticket to the Riot Games Arena. But I think the way that experience plays into this is really key. And I know you have a little bit of a track record with JJ, but especially coming off a championship last split. How much do you think that experience
And we're
comes into a
losing
best of 5
CS
here when you're
across
looking
our
at fake God,
lanes
Tomio,
too.
and Zeyzal?
Oh god, is there no good news
The
here?
experience is a lot. Like when you're gonna be stressed out, like as a team, you still have to make like the calm, rational decisions.
No,
And
we're gonna see a
if
lot
you
of
don't
them.
have that experience, I think you could just blow up the game by yourself.
I believe that decision making does come key here. DSG pushing Shochi out of the mid lane a little bit. I do like this move from Fear, though. They're starting to get their roaming death squad together.
Dang, Ziggs have
Although
a
we aren't seeing as much
500
presence, in
bounty
the side lane
shutdown.
that I feel like we typically see. It is still that
Yo, we
answer
need that.
available
That's some big
for
cash
Fear
money.
in the action, going for the side lane pressure. It's a bit of a downtime moment, though, and I think when we talked so much about the championship status of majority members of DSG, it is also a fact where a majority of these players as a whole, out of the 10, are fighting for a first opportunity at a live final, right? It's something along the lines of, career expectations going down, Cubby.
5 out of 10 of our players have played in a final before. But of course, the other 5, I mean, not only that, but just playing in the Riot Games arena on that LCS stage, something that everyone strives for if you want to be a pro, right? So the fact that you can book that ticket now and not have to fight over another best of 5 to do so against what I will say is a rather scary lower bracket opponent in either FlyQuest or EG is I think, honestly, a very big deal. But we are 1 minute away from the Dragon, as it looks like Shochi's actually going for that Rage Blade build. Do you have any thoughts on that one, Darkwing?
Hey, Rage Blade is like, it's always a good item if you can hit, but it does make you pretty squishy.
Yeah.
And as opposed to like some other items. He has the Wit's End, he has the Mercs. Honestly,
it's
seems
one
pretty good.
It is one where I could also see like a 4th item BT to just kind of drain tank everything. Do you think am I being a little bit too outlandish there, or do you think that might be something that Shochi looks for later?
I don't think we got time
Oh,
for that,
God,
gentlemen.
what
I
is
think
this,
we're
a
getting into
fight?
a fight here as
Careful.
well. Shochi
Careful.
lose the swing, but you gotta
Careful.
come up. It's being used.
Manui's in
Young
trouble.
going for
Manui's in
Manui.
trouble.
Manui can't get over the wall. You've got a DSG trying to take this front to back, though. And
Nice.
It's Mary who takes
Young
down
tied up their
first. He
Ziggs
gets
so
to
that
take it down
the
first.
Ziggs couldn't
And
get in the
that
fight.
is actually huge because a majority of your front line is
No,
now
don't die to the
gone. You don't
Akshot
have a lot to
again.
play
Remember,
for.
he can stealth and be
It's a little bit tricky
sneaky.
though for this guys because Tomio's so low. So I think
Wait, it's a
DSG are almost
5v4,
trying to
but
go
we're
towards
acting
the Baron so they can
scared.
get Fear to walk too far into
You
them.
wanna
Yeah,
go
they're
back
gonna
in. Look at Young. He does so much to Manui, and it's just
Careful, careful,
Although
careful,
Big Guy
careful,
gets
careful,
knocked down,
careful.
All of his health bar gone. We see some of that fight back.
Wait,
from
this is
Fear.
scary.
There are empowered TPs
We lose
on
the
the solo laners, but
5v4s.
Tomio being low, that's the danger right now for DSG. They're gonna try and reset. Let's see if Fear can
They do
guess
so much
this.
damage.
I love that ward from JJ because if they don't see him on the Baron, they might be able to sprint towards the Dragon and get their
They're
soul
going.
point.
They are going towards this Dragon. So quick decision making from Fear here, Darkwings, and I think that's a sign of good times.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, if they get this dragon, they'll be
Uh-oh.
in such a better spot.
They can get it here. I
Guys,
actually
we
think
shouldn't
Ashley
let
comes
them
down.
get
Tomio
3
about to
Mountain
launch
Drake,
this
should
fight.
we?
I really,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh,
Tomio,
hang on.
Tomio.
Waiting for
Oh,
it.
they
Hang
stalled
on.
it
It's
out.
not gone.
Oh, we got another
Got in.
5v5. There's the
Oh.
flashes coming. Prison is used. Crash down, lockdown from that. But it's
Come
not
on,
gonna
Meech.
get up. Young
Come
already
on,
goes
Meech. Get
right
some damage
through,
in, baby.
and it's huge damage from the poke of Manui. Tomio going to Philip, and the monster has woken up. The scythe is gleaned, and Fear with a triple kill to Philip.
Wait, I was
will
Toby
strike
Scale.
down Disguise.
Manui, he flashed into the Glacial Prison, but that still bought enough space where they couldn't attack the Ziggs through the Poppy Darkwings, as Fear,
Wait a
they
minute.
have the marksman up still.
I was
They're just gonna
told
board it and take
we
the Baron.
scaled.
Yeah, this angle is so good actually by Fear. All of DSG were coming in and Poppy
Oh, the
stopped
Poppy
engage.
knocked our...
That was huge from Parry. That's a
Out-
good
the Poppy
call out
knocked
there.
our
Manui
rel
with
out of the
flashback down,
air.
gets hit by it, but Parry
Nah.
got so much space, and the death ball was able to start and continue.
Steadfast presence, man. It does work against this composition. And all of a sudden, the Turo Baron buff alive and well for Fear. They're back onto the map. They have so much strength. And I'm just going to call out, I mean, yes, that's a lot of damage
Oh,
for me. Oh my
wait,
God.
huh?
But the man himself, Philip, on this Renekton, I think has been just an incredible beast every time we see him able to grab this one out. It's something you have
This
to
is
start
bad for
respecting
DSG's
'cause
legacy.
He just looks like a different animal on it, Cubby.
It's spend his pick.
Wait,
for
we're
playoffs.
fighting
Also,
again?
denied
Aw,
the big
this
guy who
reeks
had
of
deserved it on the stream
desperation.
throughout the year, too.
Wait, no, this is good.
But I
They
think
don't have
that's
action.
the
This is
Dragon
good for us.
Sensor Choshi doesn't have that in power TP, so DSG will have numbers here.
Oh,
Okay, they're gonna just go for the engage though. Zazel.
Oh, Zazel
He's
is just
going
one
to
shot.
run. They're in the pit now too.
Youngboy's
Big
gone.
God's got the world in there, but he's got to be a little careful as Perry's looking for it. Tomio's on the other side. Can he get in there and steal it? He
No,
does it.
we didn't even
There's
steal
the
it.
Mountain Soul and Mountain Dragon in a row. And
No!
Tomio who's just
It's
left
all
out
going
just
so
there by
bad.
himself. Fear have come alive. Fear have found a 6.5k gold lead, and they're running away with this game number 1.
Perry is
Oh,
playing out of his
no.
mind on this Poppy, man. Like, knocking away Tomio was so clutch there. It gave him a 4v4, and Fear made the most of it, Darkwings.
Guys,
Yeah,
we
no.
can't come back. We just have to
Seems
focus
now that
and believe
DSG
in
is
the
actually
power of
one-liking
friendship.
damage, and they can't break through this Poppy and Renekton.
There's still no LDR on Sivir, as Meech has gone for the PD. That's a very efficient item on Sivir with that W. You can really get that one going, but now going for the BT, so it literally is going to be that 6-item Sivir dream here. So Fear would love to take as many objectives as they can. And also, Manui's level 18. Young.
That's a lot of damage right there. Young gonna have to back away. They're losing both turrets at the same time. Not gonna lose the
Oh,
inhibs
Phil's
just
dead,
yet.
Phil's dead.
Philip, he's a bit.
Yes,
caught
kill
out
him.
here.
Kill the
Does have
crocodile.
Stairs
We'll take
Gate
anything
and
we
the
can
rest of
get.
his team coming. That keeper's verdict is gonna go wide. JJ's
Kill him,
going in,
kill him.
trying to
He's still
save
alive.
the stop player,
Yes, there
but
we
it
go,
should
there we
have gone
go.
straight to Meech.
Oh, okay,
Nice little
okay,
knockback
okay.
from
Kill us.
Zap.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
Join
yeah,
his
yeah, yeah,
friend
yeah,
in
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
death
yeah.
realm,
Okay,
and that is
okay. A
Fear
little
being
hope, a
punished
little
for overstay.
possibility.
Yeah, punished for the power of friendship, too. I think I saw Philip like,
Oh,
all right, he
it's my PC. PC's crashing. Oh wait, no, it's the mainstream. Oh, I thought it was me. No, it's actually the mainstream. Tech pause, remake the game. Just remake it. Just remake it. Remake. Restart the game. Not our fault. Riot's fault. Riot's production's fault. Make the whole thing.
LeBlanc can match either. Almost like going back through the tape for Disguise to try and see if they can take more side lanes. I think might be the answer here. Darkwings. It feels like kind of some of the consequences of them grouping up so much.
Yeah, the problem is right now LeBlanc can't even win side. She's just down
LeBlanc can't
items,
do
and
anything
it's scary
since
to
the
walk into
nerf
an
to
auction when
static
you don't know where he
shift.
is. You
Uh-oh.
can just be chunked to half and just you can even die.
Yeah, that build for Auction 2 going for the Cleaver, rather curious. I do want to shout out, Meech actually sold his Vamp Scepter and one-shot an LDR. So the goal that Meech got in that last fight was really significant, because that LDR is going to really take power away from the Poppy and the Renekton. So I think BT is actually really scary for Fear if that gets picked up by Meech. Meech has to be the big focus in these fights, as Darkwings was saying. Side laner's behind for DSG, but Meech could be that late game hero, because we have seen him be for DSG before.
Yeah, we've seen him come up big time and time again, especially in recency for DSG. But yeah, look how Fear's Siege is going to go down. A lot of the strength
can't
they
protect
have is
both,
that
we just pick
poking
one.
that we can lay down, and the item spike that he
Oh,
has.
God,
is
they're trying to
just
go
find
on
Tomio
Sid.
out, but not going to do a lot of damage there. He's pretty tanky at this point. Philip looking at the side lane here, though, trying to get this.
I
inhib
was
down.
told Renekton
Yeah,
doesn't
wonder
scale. I
how
don't
they're gonna try to
understand, but
crack
he's
this one open.
clearly
Looks like DSG
doing
actually
better
have a
than
pretty
us.
Strong defense in their favor.
So what's really happening
Great
here,
look
huh?
onto Philip. Do you like this setup, this formation from Fear right now, Darkwings? Like, would you change anything on the map between these two teams?
I'd say that's good. Oh, they just need to be able to.
Why
hit,
did we
but
give
it's
them
kinda hard
3
right now.
mountain drakes?
As soon as you get the engage, though, it makes it that
Oh,
much
big
harder.
engage, big
DSG
engage, big
finds
engage.
the one
Okay,
more
okay, team fight,
combo.
team fight, team
Zazel
fight.
won't
This is
even
good, this is
go
good, this is
down
good.
in the
Stay alive,
end
stay alive, stay
either.
alive.
And not having
Okay,
JJ
okay,
and
okay,
Perry
okay,
means that
okay.
Philip's your only
We got 2
front
there. We got 2.
They waited
That's
for
big,
Poppy
that's
to burn
huge.
the W, and then
We can
Zazel
get
was
this
able to
mountain
flash
drake.
and
We can get this mountain
re-engage, and
drake.
it's a great
Put that
call
thing
and
back where it came from also help me.
identification from DSG. Keep an eye on this one, Perry.
Okay,
as
okay.
that
We're
W is
Barack.
down.
We're actually
Not able to
Barack.
pop it during this fight. Zazel gets the lockdown. You can see the damage that Meech pumps out now.
When you have set up for
Kinda
this
teams
Drake
are
though,
close.
when you have set up
It's
for
like
this
in
Drake
Sivers
right now.
really the saving grace for DSG. If you have the space to auto like that, you can see the damage that the Sivers capable of.
Yeah, and Fear weren't really connected for that play. The moment they split up.
20
DSG
seconds.
just
Set it
went
up. Set up the dragon.
The amount of damage Beach is gonna have in this game, I gotta see the stats afterwards.
What?
This is gonna be
We're going
absolutely
Baron?
insane. But it fits so well because again, he is the
Dragon.
saving grace right now for DSG.
Oh.
No shot they're trading Soul for Baron. I mean, Perry's way behind on this. Is there an opportunity DSG get both?
They're going to try to burn this one down. It looks like they will be successful here unless Perry can find an in. The Dragon already started up, and that is the Mountain Soul to Fear as that trade does come down.
What do you think about this one, Darkwings?
I think, well, DSG now they have to or they want to be able to break open inhibs at least on this push.
Okay, let them cook. Baron for
Because after
Dragon
that,
Soul.
Fear will just be favored.
I don't know if they can break it. Beach went for GA.
Oh, this way we can
speed,
get
but
Guard Breaker and get
I
30%
don't
bonus
assume he
damage when we
has
hit a shield.
Maybe a point in lifesteal, like maybe he has Legend Bloodline, which could help him. I haven't looked out for that
He'll
yet.
probably have it.
Yeah, on Sivir, it's a good take. But oh, Shochi.
Gonna take a little bit of damage.
Careful, we don't have any
Takes a lot
vision
more
anywhere.
damage.
What are you
Alright,
guys
that's,
doing?
Not an even trade in the end. Young getting caught in transition here a little bit, getting bursted
Wow,
down, and
damage.
just like that.
What are
into the
you
crocodile's
doing,
mouth goes
Young?
Oh
Wait,
my
did he
God,
W?
Poppy Six, man,
Did
these
he
heroes are
accidentally
too
W
OP.
back?
LeBlanc can't even do anything. I guess he had to flush out the moment she saw that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because I thought he made it over the
Holding is
wall.
Too much. You never expect.
He
How
pressed
long
W
you're actually
twice.
Stuck there, and the amount of damage that can come down, especially with the range that Manui has presented, and that's that versatility we talked about coming into the game, being represented in full strength by Fear in this game number 1, Cubby.
We traded Baron
Really
Soul for this?
Game. Like I felt like the game was really getting out of their grasp when JJ got caught twice, but Shochi was behind. This really isn't the type of game you want when you do pick Akshan, but I really have to give credit to Perry and Manui. Philip, I think that JJ has stepped it up in the back half of this game too, but man, Perry, like that 1-4-8 scoreline, it really doesn't give enough credit to the kind of impact that Poppy has had on this game.
But
A
I
lot
was
of the
told
strength
we
comes
scale.
just from that decisiveness that Perry
Alciver has
wants to
full
have for
items.
his team.
She's
Something
gonna
we've
start doing
talked about
damage, right? She cannot get any
holistically since he
stronger.
joined this
She's
roster
fully
last
maxed
year,
out.
But especially the fact that we get to see that strength continue to be a forefront for Fear. On the other side, though, Darkwings, we got to check in because we were talking so much about that experience coming through. We've seen Zazel find some really clutch engages, especially that defense in the base, but it's got to continue to be there. And do you see any strength from them trying to pull apart the map?
For DSG at least, it's gonna be hard right now. They're just gonna siege top inhib, and you have to look for a fight here, or else I think you're just gonna slowly lose. They have to find a good angle. Yeah.
The double cavalry comp, trying to find something.
LeBlanc, go
Here.
back!
They
Help
find
team!
an
Help
inhib
team!
in the eye
LeBlanc!
of
LeBlanc, they're
Fear.
gonna take the third inhibitor.
Dealing with the side lane pressure of those super minions right now. Does have the TP to come join. Also can just get here a little bit quicker. One big fell swoop from Fear might just mean this game number 1 goes their way as Tomio knocked away. That inhib turret goes down, and that just means open season for Fear.
You can see how far back Manui's playing. And I do want to give Fear credit. They've actually taken away TP flanks from LeBlanc. I feel like that's really important for them this game, Darklings. Just making sure that Ziggs can't be pressured from any of these angles. And any autos that Ziggs is able to connect on these turrets are going to hit very hard. Shout out to our observers. There is the one war that's behind Shochi in mid lane if Fear decides to set up there, but at the moment it is Balloon's tower defense with Sivir.
Are we subscribing to the Blues tower defense style here?
I got a chuckle out of Darklings. That's a win.
Oh.
That works. TP's coming in though, and that's the big angry croc.
the
And that
ults.
means the
Oh
great
god,
entrance
we're coming with
kicks
the
it
double
off.
knockup.
Into everyone
Oh god,
here.
Meech just
Well,
auto
Phil
attack.
tanking up
Meech
a
just
lot, but
auto
he's got
attack.
flash
If there's
out
one
as
thing he can
well.
do for me,
Young
my
fight
my
back
friend
with
is to auto
DSG.
attack.
That's the strength when they get together as a comp, and Meech is able to fire.
Oh
away.
my god,
Watch
okay,
that
we
ward behind
okay.
Fear.
We
DSG
survive
push
another day. We survive another day.
Like that'll be the case this time around. Need to defend the base
Yeah.
a little bit more so. Double super minions crashing in the bottom side because of that wave stacking. And they just have to defend here, Cubby.
That's the last one, though. After this, it's
So
just fine
when
for
does
DSG, as
Sivir
Darklings is,
scale?
do we see Sivir swap out any items? I feel like she has enough gold. That Shiv is overkill.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he's
Oh.
There it
thinking
is.
that he still needs the
Yep.
ship. Oh. Yeah, maybe
Selling
even the
ship
boots can be
for
swapped out too,
BT?
if he has enough gold.
I think boots for Kraken Slayer could be a nice call.
It's a BT diff?
I still think that item just does way too much damage. We are in the late game stages, and I think double mountain or double monster objectives spawning here. Elder gonna take precedent, as it is Elder. What kind of formation do you
Okay,
want to see in
how
this
do
next
you
fight?
feel
Like,
about
I
giving
feel
up
like DSG has to
Elder
find
for
a way to
Baron?
get LeBlanc on the Ziggs, but without Poppy being in the way.
Yeah, she needs to come and poke the Ziggs out. I don't think she can even one-shot him right now because of the Sarah shield and the Mountain Soul.
Yeah.
But she still needs to like make him feel threatened and not be able to DPS. 'Cause I think Fear wants to just front to back.
How fitting is it that we are going to go to our longest game of the playoffs so far in two of our top teams fighting for a ticket to the Riot Games Arena in a live final. I love it. Both teams putting everything into this.
Hey,
one.
we
We've
can't
seen
let them
back
leave,
and
man. We
forth
can't
with the
let them
gold lead.
leave.
And now DSG feeling a little bit confident moving out. They have a lot of the pick out tools. They got to be careful because the damage lies in Fear's hand here.
Look,
Cuddy.
if they're not doing dragons, it's good for us.
It does, but like the base defense that Meech has been able to put up in this Sivir is just so scary in the later stages. You got another W out of
Oh!
Zazel flashes the
split.
Cloud9 emote there. He's
Oh,
gonna try to get
come
some
on!
good engage, but that Mega Inferno Bomb does some work.
Meech is
You get the
safe.
nice double Keeper's Verdict right back. And
My
Fear had
god,
to
my
reset.
LeBlanc doesn't do
Been
damage!
hit by that steadfast presence.
LeBlanc just tickles them!
That's a lot of damage the Fear's taking. They're gonna push to the Baron. Could this be a trade? They're contested. They're going straight for the
No
Elder.
way.
Oh,
No
we can't trade
way.
this.
Darkrai, what is this chaos?
They have to run at the Elder, I think.
And try to sprint there as Perry.
Baron
pulling
for
the-
Elder?
Elder's already going down. You gotta think which one's the stronger
gone.
beast here. As they cannot get there. The burn is enough and disguise.
Is this a
It's
good
little bit
idea?
slow back in. Perry,
Perry?
he's looking
Oh.
over. He can't get it. Tobio
Oh,
secures
no.
it. And now DSG with this Elder feeling confident, but they'll back off to get back to their base.
I mean, we're gonna have. I honestly
What's
think we're gonna have two Elders here,
happening?
Darkwings. I don't know. if
We
they
gave
can handle
up
this Elder. The
Dragon
Fear
Soul
don't
to
have to
get
give them a
Baron, they
fight,
give up
and they
Elder
can
to
have
get
Baron
Baron.
push
I
waves
can't tell
in
which one's worth
never let
more.
DSG
How good
fight
is
on this.
Baron?
We're gonna have
People are
around
giving up
similar to
everything for
Boo-Boo,
him.
man. As yeah, they might have the Turbo Baron buff. They don't want
That
to get breathed
Barusi.
fire on by DSG. We're in it for the long haul.
Yeah, this is Fear's gonna have to try to stall out even more. This game's just gonna keep going longer and longer.
Elder's
at this
better?
point.
Then why did they give
DSG,
us
though,
Elder?
with Elder, they can force them off. I think that the big thing that DSG figured out, they're just waiting to bleed Perry's steadfast presence, and then Zazel is going.
Yep.
2 times that DSG has found a really big fight, a really big engage for them, has been after the Poppy W and Zazel flashing in. So, Fear.
They wanted both.
they
Sometimes you
have
can't
burned up
have
creeps,
both.
but Sivir melts them at
In
this
The Witcher
point.
3, I
They
wanted
cannot
Triss
fight
Marigold
DSG
and
while they have
Yennefer,
Elder on
and
their
I try
shoulders.
to
Fear,
like
they
get with
are
both
now
of
the
them,
ones
and it
wanting to
backfired.
restart defense, trying to keep
Sometimes
these
you can't
minions
get
away.
both.
And man, I this has just been a wild game 1.
I'll just say you're starting to feel the confidence
spotted.
radiate out of DSG as well. Zazel flashing the emote as he's going in the engage. This is where that experience we tied to earlier.
Come on, we gotta
can
use
start
these Elder
coming in
buffs,
clutch. Like,
man.
you're waiting out abilities. You have to
We gotta use
be
these Elder
steadfast
buffs.
in the moment. And Zazel
Okay,
has
Ziggs
done that
Elder,
just
Ziggs
yet.
no out,
They
Ziggs no
still
out.
have the Elder.
Meech auto
JJ,
attack,
you
Meech
might
auto
have
attack,
forgotten
yes.
the clap of the Elder Wings comes
Wait, this
and brings
Rakan
life.
is getting
Really
paid.
nice R there from Zazel, the walk-up JJ.
Not by me, I
presses
swear.
the E out. It should lead to
LeBlanc deals
level
no
one
damage
falling, but again, I don't
with
think
just
it's gonna be
having them as a
game
silent
ending
pusher.
by any means here, Darkwings.
We need to use
Yeah, I
our
mean,
Elder
Siv's
buff.
already
Use
been
our
6
Elder
setters for quite a
buff.
while.
Yeah, that Elder is also 3/4 of the way expired. You can see Young even like pushing past that wall just to try and find Manui. As Tommy does go low.
Omeo.
Oh,
did
guys,
a
no,
lot
no,
of
no, no, no.
damage
We don't
there.
have to use the Elder
Focus
buffs. We
starting
use
to
the
come
Elder
out.
buff
Got
enough.
ult.
Here, feeling pretty confident. There's that Mega Inferno bomb gonna be gotten away
Wait,
from
that's
by
it?
DSG.
That's what we
They
did
have
with the
gotten what they
Elder
came
buff?
for, got some turrets, got some extra.
One turret and one kill?
Perry's so fast.
Had the red buff there on the buckler.
Well, I think the bigger value is
Yeah,
denying them their Elder
That's
buff.
so-
They're
she's
going to lose
hunting,
inhibitors.
man.
No, they're going to lose inhibitors for this. This is really good from Shochi, I think. Just chasing them all the way back, forcing them to walk. It's at least going to be
They're
one
just
buff,
auto
and
attacking.
that Elder has expired, so I don't think Fear will push for another, as they are going to lose that Turo Baron buff, but we're going to try
So
and
when
do
does
this
Sivir
again.
scale?
But this time around, Baron will spawn a minute plus earlier compared, or not a minute,
Oh,
I
it's
guess
like
still
50
synced up.
15 seconds.
Oh no! Ah, I guess
Flips.
that's it.
I want the flips. I want the craziness. DSG do need to just hold on though, right? I think we're getting to a point. Everybody's gonna have full items here coming up very, very soon. We are in our longest game yet. We're buckled in for the ride, but DSG looking for
So
more.
when does
siege on the back end of
LeBlanc
resets
scale?
from Fear.
Maybe that's what I
Wolf
should be
swapped
asking.
out his Gore Drinker for Radiant Virtue. Thoughts on that one, Darkwing? I mean, this is a wild game state we're in. This is
Not really sure.
Yeah, when does she
honestly.
hit our power
neither.
spike?
That's
Because
why
we're
the
gonna
ball-
need our mid laner to come online here, baby.
It's almost 50 minutes in. We don't know what's going on anymore. It's just craziness. I also, something we didn't ever mention, but I love the double anathemas chains from Fear.
Yeah.
It's been a while there. But maybe
Same
some of
for
that
DSG.
utility going to start coming in clutch with everybody's
There's
bare
two
even in these big
anathema
team fights.
chains.
no more boots for
All
me.
on
He
the
does have an
Sivir.
RFC that's now turned into a Kraken Slayer, so he was deciding. He has the wealth of gold to spend. And I expect to see everyone potted up now walking out of base. I don't see enough pots on DSG right now.
We need more
Ichi
pots.
Young,
Listen to
Captain's
him.
running, but I really want to see Zazel, Tomio, and Fake God buy. Everyone should have those elixirs running before we have this next monster objective fight.
Careful, careful, careful.
Yeah, I think
Careful.
we should be looking at who can push out the others like deep into their jungle, because then you get to decide which buff you want.
DSG actually kind of fishing here. You definitely want the.
That's why our LeBlanc
that is the
presses the
one.
W and a E and says
You
good
don't
day.
want a third Baron, fourth Baron, whatever it is at this point.
I'm sorry, Turo, but the Elder Dragon. We love our sponsors, but we want Elder.
You
Oh,
see, if you
God.
push them deep into their base, then you can get both, where you can kind of see
Back
which
to the
side
side
they're
lanes,
going
LeBlanc,
and
back
then
to
you
the
can
side
kind of
lanes.
react and then fight them in their jungle.
This is where I really like the mid lane.
Oh,
wards. Like
God,
that blue ward
out
that Zazel
Baron's
has now, I
up
actually wanna
in
see JJ and
15
Fear start to get a ward
seconds.
there, to see if DSG enter the top side or bot side through the entrance. And I feel like this is the time of the game where those mid wards can be really powerful for what Darkwing's just described.
We're almost 50 minutes in, and this is only game one of a very decisive best of 5. Again, a ticket to a live finals lies on the other end for the
Oh,
victor.
God.
So in the minds of every single one of these players.
Oh,
on the Rift, and
God.
also the
50
fact that it's
minutes?
just
I've been
game
sitting
one,
here for
we're having
50
such a
minutes
stressful
watching
time.
League of Legends.
This
What did I
means
go
you gotta buckle
wrong?
in for a long series here. That DSG, though, it is nice to see their confidence back on the map yet again.
Looks like they're gonna use.
Oh, that's not good. They're going to get caught out here. That's a bit of a big catch out onto Fake God. He's tanking up a ton, but that's not going to be enough.
Oh.
Perry missing that keeper's verdict, but is it going to matter? Magnus Sword back in. DSG.
Oh my
are pushing
God.
the
We gotta back up.
emergency
We gotta
button.
give. We gotta give
Hopefully they
Baron
get
a
up
week.
against the Baron.
All right, we'll take the Elder. Take the Elder. Take the Elder again.
Do the same.
Go
Okay.
Elder! Go
They
Elder!
learned. They learned.
Oh.
They learned.
Mitch!
Shochi.
No!
Oh, that's
They're in
huge.
so
That's
much
game,
trouble
that's game,
here.
that's game.
That could just
That
be
is game.
game. The big catch out, and it's already your big gun gone. Meech is down, and Fear have their eyes on the Nexus. They just need a little bit of push. They're
man.
getting the resets out for Manui and for Shochi to get the TPs back.
That's
Now,
how
let's
it
see, TP back in.
ends.
And this is Fear looking for the final touches. The Elder Dragon sleeps so whimsically. as
We
this
don't have
game,
anyone
almost
to
a
do
50-minute
damage without
banger,
Sivir.
is looking like the final touches
When
here.
do we
Shochi
start
and Manui are the
scaling?
ones to watch. They do a lot of damage as well as Young getting caught out. It goes golden. There's not enough defense for DSG. They're starting to fall down like dominoes. And Fear, they were stressing this entire time. They had
Wow.
some trials
What
and
a crazy
tribulations before
game.
the series, but they showed DSG that they need to be respected. Game one, a drag out fight.
I don't know,
goes
man.
to Cincinnati Fear.
I really want to see how Meech got picked there. The Sivir can't go down. That is the game. Like once Sivir goes down, that's all the wave clear. That's the power. Meech trying to fight that wave as they were playing those double monster objectives. But props to Fear. That last fight, they got huge chunks on the DSG. Able to find Meech. That just wrapped things up for them. There's nothing to do when Sivir goes down. That's the linchpin of this comp later.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, she was definitely.
What a
hard
back
carrying
and
all these
forth. You know,
fights,
that was a
and
banger
she needed
game.
to stay alive.
We're the
Happens
better
though,
team.
stress
You know,
might
heads
get
up,
to ya.
King.
That is our game number one. We're going to step away for a short little break. On the other side, we'll have our Rally Cry halftime show with Sierra.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car-sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
50 minutes. I believe that's like the longest game of the season. and TNT. Don't worry, we're gonna scale. Oh, we were up 3K at one point. It's the golden glue curse. Every time he says we got this draft, we don't got this draft. It's that experience diff coming in. Like Meech and Young are newer to like this level of gameplay. So I think they just weren't ready for to catch out. Yeah. Young got caught a few times and Meech got caught at the very end there. All good. All good. So what do you do in the meantime? Time guesser. Okay. If you look closely at this, you see they have the flag of France on their face. I'm kidding, Chad. I know that's Portugal. I'm gonna say 1980. This happened in 1980 in Portugal. 2006? No, no. 2006 is when the modern era was invented. No, this can't be. Right, next one. Baldwin Street, world's deepest street. Oh, I know this place. I've been here. San Francisco. San Francisco. I don't remember specifically where, but right here. And this looks pretty modern. I'm going to say the 90s. 96. Huh? New Zealand? Union Democratista. Radical Socialista. Progressista. Comunista. Nazimo. Uh-oh. There's some bad stuff brewing here. Wait, it says Archival of the Nation Republica Argentina. So this is happening in Argentina. It makes perfect sense. And Nazis were a thing in the 1940s. Boom. Hey, 5 years off. and 5 kilometers off. Let's go. I'm a genius. Ooh, Mount Rushmore, which is in Washington. Right. Because that's where all the American politics take place. And it was built. Well, it has Abraham Lincoln in it, so you know it was built after Abraham Lincoln. 1930s. Wyoming? 1939. Oh, I recognize that. That's the Big Ben. That's Big Ben.
Hello.
Hello?
Julia has requested me to come here and tell you to join the watch party channel.
And she
I have
sent
been
you.
requested. Yeah. Hi. I'm sorry. I was
Alright.
told to join.
Alright. I will join. Thank you, Misu.
I'm sorry to bother you. Okay, bye.
Why? I'm not supposed to have to talk to regular humans. Jesus Christ. There's cringe parasocial people in there. Okay, I'll join, but I'm gonna deafen.
We need a vote.
Emergency board meeting right now.
Guys,
Yeah.
I got so scared.
Welcome back, Misu.
Yeah.
He's here.
Wait.
Oh, he's here. Oh,
Oh no.
Hey Toast. Oh my god.
Hey,
Toast.
No, we're all getting booted out. No, wait. No. Oh, wait. Don't boot us.
Get Toast in here.
Nobody beat
He is
Somebody
in,
start
He
beating
is in here. He's in here.
he's in the audience.
Hi, CEO.
Hi,
Hello,
boss man.
sir.
Hello.
Hi, boss.
Hello.
Hey,
Please
boss
don't
man.
look at us like that.
Go kick Disguised Toast. Can you at least smile for us?
Let's get 3. Woo!
I'm sorry to bother you.
DSG win.
Hashtag DSG win.
DSG win.
Well, thank you for all your support. I appreciate it.
I think those people
We
are
appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem,
Yeah.
Toast.
Yeah, let's have a good comeback now. Let's win that NACL championship. Am I right, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna win the next 3.
It's
Yeah,
3-1.
we're gonna
3-1.
win
I'm
We're all gonna
sorry.
be
I'm
steaming it.
sorry.
3-1. 3-1.
Well, thanks for all the support. I'm gonna leave now.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Toast.
Have a good
Bye.
day.
See ya.
I am Disguised Toast.
Bye, Toast.
Oh, that was nice. Sorry, I have social anxiety, but I appreciate all of them. That was the DSG Discord watch party. That's very cute. They have a little Discord watch party. If you want to join the DSG Discord watch party, that I'm gonna jump in. You know what? That was cute. Maybe I should jump in between games. Or you know what I should do? I should make a secret account that can join the watch party when something happens, so I can hear everyone's disparage if we lose a fight. Okay, let's secretly go back in.
Boss.
Secretly go back in.
Oh, our audience is expanding.
His market come back.
Behave.
He's gonna come back.
Stream.
He's gonna come back. Wait, he's in! He's in! He's in!
I realized they're watching my stream, so they know when I'm going back in. Oh, I did not think this through.
Them and I still got my own. Yeah, it's all. Yeah, no, don't mind me. All right, next.
You just really wanted to make him lawful evil. That's what it was.
I just was really trying. I was hoping for next game. But
Dude,
all right. What about Philip here?
I'm deciding this one. It's going all the way to the farthest top left corner that you can make it because this man is chaotic evil. He is everything you could ask for in crazy comms, but he's also.
This is clearly the 80s. And yeah, that's Big Ben, so you know this is England. Boom, London. Bada boom, pop. 8 years off. An airship? Uh-oh. I know where this is going. America, the Hindenburg. Where in Texas do they make stuff that blows up? Probably Houston. The Houston incident. Actually, no, probably New York, right? Where would you go to blow stuff up? Oh my god, the Hindenburg is taking off from New York. Oh my god, the Hindenburg is taking off from Texas. Did Texas even exist back then? I feel like most people were in the New York area. This looks old. This is like World War I era. 1930? What? Oh, that's a boat. But why isn't it in water? That doesn't make sense. Boats belong in water. Oh, I know this place. I've been here. This is New York City. Actually, they look too well dressed to be New Yorkers. Is this England? Henny's? Like this layout, like this part is very New Yorky. But this hat and the fact that everyone's in a pea coat, it's giving England. And look, I'm not gonna say it, but this looks like the 1930s, and back then racism was really popping in America. So it's giving England. Pea coats. This is hippie hair. This is after the war, right? 1960 or 1970s? 1970s. It's giving England. Nice. It was England. It was 1980. Wow. Barack Obama? Midway Island. I don't know what Midway Island is. But let's look at the people. Boom. Asian, 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 Asian. Asian, 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 white guy, Asian, 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 Asian. So this is a place with Americans and Asians. What's a place with Americans and Asian people? Hawaii. Because it's midway between Asia and America. Midway Island. Oh, it's genius. That's why you can call it. And Barack Obama was president 4 years ago. Boom. And pretty dang. Wait, where is that? Oh, there was another island? I couldn't even see this island. What is this? What is this? This didn't even show up. Oh my god. This island is tiny. That's why they call it Midway Island. Because it's midway. Is there like a McDonald's here? What do you eat on this island? Fish? All right, picks and bans. No more overcooking.
As Fear.
We're getting too fancy with our picks. Just pick Maokai. Just pick Aphelios. Just pick Rumbo. Just pick a Carly. Zazo, they can't ban. Like, enemy team never tries banning Zazo out. Because he's too good.
Dark Wings, no more Poppy or Parry. So switching things up. I feel like that ban was very much warranted.
This is very good for DSG.
This is good for DSG. I agree.
I think they leave Sedge Maokai up now. I think you leave them both up. You trade. Thoughts?
Oh.
Yeah, there it is. Thoughts are
Now you get the
non-existent.
Sejuani for free.
Oh yeah.
Do you just go for it again? Like, why not? It works. All right, there it is.
Hey, we got fake on.
Information acquired.
Will actually get the pull out in this specific.
I like randomly jumping into the DSG watch party Discord.
I
It's
don't
like,
think
what
the
you
trucks will
talking
fill
about in there?
because there
man.
could be a Jax coming in. I think Jax would be big.
It can be another ball comp for Fear. With the Seraphine up, they might be looking to pick it on 3.
You're right. That could be so big, actually. A lot of the flexibility there.
It could be Lilia, which we have seen Lilia actually sneaking back in the meta a little bit.
They banned Maokai Rumble. Oh god, they've been stream sniping us. How do they know we play those champions?
Okay, Kindred is up.
He makes it, dude. This is something that Perry talks about all the time. Like, if you cannot give this champion to this man, he got a penta on it earlier in the season, but it also just enables his aggression.
Look, I'm
so
sick of
much. We
this
talked about him
late
playing
game
through the
scaling
general.
crap.
Well, he also
Just
wants
pick
to get
early
sword
game
up
champions,
here.
beat them early
I
game.
think the Kindred enables you pretty
All
well
right.
in that regard.
Not this late game shit.
I like to see like a
Kill him
Jax
early,
to
kill him
maybe
fast.
Yeah, I'm
DSG.
very much with you. You can play Jax now that you're not into the Poppy, and Azir is actually a decent pairing with Sejuani. It is not a melee for DSG, but it does give them a lot of control over that.
And
matchup
pick
fight.
Silas
I think
for
you're gonna
Young.
Call out the Azir here, right, Darklings?
This is like
Azir. Uh-oh.
You have like good front to back. You can dive as well.
I think Seraphine's locked in here. This
We
is
gave him
flexible.
Sarah?
It's very playable into Azir actually. So this could be a Shochi champion as well, even though we expect it to be in the hands of Manui. So this is.
Does
the first
Manui
cycle.
only
Taking
play
this from a
AP
ban
carries?
away
What?
from
Like
Spring,
what? He
up
can't
to
play
back. We've
ADC.
seen
He
them pick
can't
up in the back
point
half
and
of
click.
summer. And we'll say it's a different look because yeah, I like what we were talking about with Perry on the Kindred. I think Perry's Kindred is fine, but it is a champion that doesn't fit the identity of Fear that we have really seen emerge in the back half of the season. He's 2 and 3 on the Kindred. Yeah. We know he can play it well, but he's gonna have to step up with this Seraphine because Perry can really be frontlining when you do have Seraphine as a Kindred. So I'm really curious to see how aggressive he's able to push this and play this.
I like this focus from DSG, though, taking away that Yone yet again. We also get the Aphelios towards Meech. It is something that was banned away in game number 1. It's something if you give over to Meech, he can find so many pop-off moments on. But I do like the split focus in the second phase here as well. Is that Sivir actually respect banned by Fear.
This tells me they're going to take Rakan on 4 again for JJ, even though Alistar is up and available, as I don't think you want to give over Xayah Rakan. Darkwings, you get one more ban as the Azir. What are you asking for right now? Is it LeBlanc?
I wouldn't say LeBlanc. Honestly, we can go for anything. Oh, what? I don't know, but...
Why
I
not?
guess I just got scared of the Akshan.
Get scared?
Wouldn't say Akshan's very good here.
Provides a little bit of respect and maybe some openings for Fear here. They will have the counter pick available to them. They already have a lot of these matchups set in stone, but we're actually looking at bot lane to be the final picks here potentially if we do get that flexibility, and that Ziggs still provides the flexibility for Fear.
Ziggs and Seraphine? What is this?
The Seraphine to be mid. I think that's a better.
What's my man cooking?
Actually, an older counter, especially when you get the Rylai's. But this does give over the Xayah Rakan that I was a little bit scared of. When I saw the Sivir ban, I thought for sure.
So, are you in the running for buying the TSM LCS slot? Yeah.
JJ.
I'm making progress.
I don't think that's enough frontline. I think they need.
I have about
Still
200,000, and they want 20 million.
Alistar too could be an option.
Yeah, Alistar can be good here.
I just feel like the
So, you know, steps are being made, you know.
Give them so much
Give me a few more years on kick.com and maybe I can get there.
Some kind of frontline engage to come through. It is the Nautilus, so you have that lock.
Guys, I'm going to come out and say it.
A little bit
If
of
Kick
different
offer
cohesion
me a
feels like this time
contract,
around Darkwing from the comp of
I will take it so I can buy an LCS spot.
I thought they were gonna have like a more beefy
I won't say
comp
it.
with Seraphine. Well, honestly, it's looking alright. I mean, both sides.
I'm going to do whatever I can
So Shochi has played 1 game of Ziggs. Has yet to play Seraphine. This
to bring more esports jobs to the scene.
They have until 20 seconds to swap.
And if it means selling my
I was
soul,
expecting to see Ziggs paired up with Nautilus and the Seraphine mid. I think Seraphine.
that is a burden I will bear.
And Ziggs not's fine.
Like Jesus.
So do we see?
So that's not gonna be it.
I think the lane matchup is easier
Like
for
Jesus.
Ziggs.
Yeah, I want your final thoughts here. We saw Fear come away with a big game number 1. What do DSG have to do here in game number 2 quick?
They need to get leads and pull the trigger. This is their team to go in and fight.
All right. Well, we heard from Darkwings, but now we got to see it from DSG. We're getting into game number 2.
This is all because Golden Glue gave away our strat.
Hopefully, we'll be getting.
They must have been listening.
Shortly. And I think when you look at the stress, the amount of pressure that both these teams have on their backs, when you're looking at potentially booking the first ticket to our grand finals in our first best of 5 of the LCS Challengers spring or summer split rather. It is interesting here, Cubby.
Yeah, because I see this one play out, especially with that Ziggs being a mid Seraphine bot. I kind of thought they'd put Seraphine mid for the.
All right, this time we don't lose. We instead win.
And we actually got to check in with Zayzel. I know we got to hear from Shochi in game number 1. Let's go ahead and hear what the leader from the game has to say.
Most of our preparation is going to be in scrims, but since we're swapping to a new patch and what is essentially going to be a 4-day turnaround, we're just going to play with specifically me. I'm playing like probably double the amount of solo queue I usually play, so trying to get as much info about the patch as I can, and you know, got to try to get a playoffs buff going.
That playoff
well,
buff
get it going more. Get it going more.
Return championship 3 of these members on Disguise. But I was also filming some content behind the scenes with Zayzel, and it's been really cool. Different
because
things
it ain't
that
going.
He's trying, and he is forcing the hand of Fear in a lot of these positions.
Yeah, and I do want to at least pause and see where our junglers are starting here as Zayzel. I think his Rakan's fantastic this game. Or I should say, has been fantastic this split. I think it's one of his stronger champions, and we'll see if he can utilize that Xayah Rakan to really have some pressure for Disguised here, as it will be mirrored clears for our junglers, as each of them going to go from their own red buffs to the Krugs. Means Sejuani is going to be working up to try and attack that Renekton, and it is something, or, oh, nice stretch one. Nice little chunk there for JJ.
Trades, but you should get some damage right back to you. Not level 2 yet, but they're facing down JJ. He does have to burn that flash early. Does have the Hex flash, though.
Well played here by DSG, but I want to see if Tomio can get involved in the top side as that Jax Renekton matchup. It is one where I think that with the Sejuani, you can beat Renekton with it as Jax. And we see Fake God doing a really nice job of getting Shove in early. Jax, more of an auto-attack based champion, whereas Renekton very spell-based. So Jax able to get Shove early on in this matchup. Curious if we actually see him base on that third wave to try and sneak in a bonus item. So he does try and then fight Renekton on the bounce. That's where I expect Tomio to be up there to try and help out. If possible. As, oh no, we're going to have proxy. So we get a fourth wave base. So very safe here for Fake God. He knows that Barry started on his side. Hit that.
Okay, so Kindred applies marks to camps.
Back to business on the,
Why don't we
Jax.
simply
Trying to
kill
find
those camps so
early
Kindred
advantages,
can't
as you were
get
saying,
marks?
Get that quick back into
And
the
they can't
reset
scale.
there for them. But now we're actually looking at this bottom side path for Perry. See if they can get involved anywhere, right? That is something we talked about a little bit in draft. It is a champion that has a bit more of a boomer bust style than I would say Tomio Sejuani.
With Seraphine, you really are empowered to step up as the Kindred, and that's where we're going to have to see Perry. Really, because when you are Kindred, you can play from that range. You have the move speed. We've seen Blabber do it with Milio, how he pretty much frontlines on Kindred with the Milio buffs. You can do the same with Seraphine when she procs that double W. And we'll see if Perry is able to play really aggressive, bait out a lot of cooldowns that DSG will throw at him, and then move on from there. Where we see Tomio actually sneak around a ward. You see that ward from Philip was dropped on the wall. Tomio has snuck up here, thrown a lane ward down to see if Kindred makes her way to help out Philip. So that's a lot of safety for Fake God. So he has an item
Not
advantage
gonna
in
lie,
his goal
NA
right now
league scene
to
is
try
kind of
and
dead.
fight this
Don't
on
worry,
the
no
bounce.
one, no one
He
thought
gets
you were
Philip to drop
you were
the
lying,
creep.
buddy.
Philip respecting that it is a double Doran's right
A
now
man
for the
acting
Jax.
as if
Philip
he just
will be on
cooked
the
up
back
something
foot in this matchup.
controversial. It's like people will post
Still
unpopular
comfortable
opinions
on the
on
Renekton, but I do
the
like to see
subreddit
this early
unpopular
move from
opinions,
JJ.
and it's the
Actually, a
most
big
popular
theme we saw in
opinion.
game number 1 was the early proactivity of Zazel and JJ themselves on the Nautilus. Here, you can have a lot of impact.
I'm not
especially
sure if
setting
anyone.
up Shochi
Am
for
I the only
success.
one that feels
Young
like
will
this?
not get hit by the lollipop this time. He says, "No, I don't want a candy from a stranger."
It will be a Raptors invade, though. I like this, as the bot lane did just base. Manui was able to TP back, so Fear has pressure on this wave. This is really good map play from Fear, as JJ should be able to sneak out of here. Zazel's trying to come help out, but no dice. Just going to be a brute force, and Perry able to pressure the Sejuani with a little bit of help from friends.
And that kind of pressure on Tomio does dictate his movements and a lot of what the reactions will be. Perry going to go the other side as that Scuttle Crab does despawn. He's looking at top lane where a big wave has been seen crashing for Philip, and a turret played there too. DSG
Good.
on the other
Yes,
side.
we should get Dragon.
Ocean
This
Dragon's
is a good
really
change
nice to
up.
grab first. I think this is the most impactful placement for the Ocean Dragon itself. Perry is actually going to get a
he
mark
got the
off
mark.
this Gromp.
No,
Nice.
what? Wait,
Philip
he
should
got
be able
an
to proxy another
RNG
wave
mark on the
to help
Gromp?
his junglers. So Perry, the response right now from Disguise, take that Dragon. Perry's getting the most out of the counter.
We're losing to
The fact that
RNG.
He has a good idea of where Tomio
It could have
is
spawned
showing.
anywhere. It spawned
So
on
Perry
the
is
Gromp.
playing a matchup where he just want to get himself a little bit more ahead. Taking these camps away from the Sejuani uncontested will set up Perry to have a very big clear next. And also props to Tomio for responding in kind, as he has been getting in and taking the Wolves and the Gromp away. So it's a little bit of an awkward map state, but I feel like each of our junglers here are making good decisions.
And I want to highlight Tomio a little bit more as well. It's been really cool to see his growth, not alone finding a championship finally after feeling like such a top-tier jungler for us for a long time in development, but able to continue from strength to strength, right? I feel like we've seen this guy grow so much from the days I was casting him in amateur, but to now, and the way that he's been flexible with a lot of the teams he's been on, it shows just that grit and the drive, right? He might be kind, he might be a little bit chaotic. The man himself is a pivotal piece to DSG.
It's funny. I really haven't considered Tomio a top-tier jungler. I feel like this is a league that is stacked with junglers.
I do.
Even despite a championship, I don't think Tomio was really considered a top-tier jungler for me until this split. I feel like Tomio has really shown some more growth this split. I think that the way that he plays has really helped enable Young to open up a champ pool that he is more comfortable on with the Sylas and the Akali. And Tomio seems to be getting more out of these supportive champions than other junglers when Tomio was originally known as a carry jungler, AP jungle specialist with the Evelyn, even the Graves is kind of what I thought about when Tomio was coming up. Yeah, so I think this has been a really nice split of growth for Tomio. As mentioned, a year of growth. He has that championship under his belt, the improved play. Really feel like that has been something that I've been waiting for from Tomio to see if he can become more of that cerebral jungler, make better decisions in a league where jungle is a very competitive role. And Tomio, I feel like, has stepped up more this split than last split.
Capitalize
Oh,
on that.
yes, get a kill, baby. Get another one. Get another one. Get another one more.
Under tower. He's just committing to the bit. Tomio.
Oh my God, we
flash,
actually.
but it's 2 kills.
We got
now
2 off that.
DSG.
God damn.
Beautiful play from Disguise. Said they'd have some pressure with that Xayah Rakan. They cash it in there as Tomio did burn his splash, but no other flashes burned. The bot lane falls.
Wait, we saved our flashes as well? My God, Tomio cooked on that one.
Perry is on 3 marks already. 8.5 minutes in. Pretty impressive. Now we do see that catch on the bot lane, and Tomio striking right when we were talking about him.
Great chain from Zeyzal as JJ just pops like a balloon. And then the chase. Zeyzal takes as many tower shots as he can. If Meech healed a little bit earlier, Zeyzal might have been able to take one more. They could have saved the flash of Tomio from that if they were able to juggle it a little bit better. But the big item has been hit. It is a Kraken Slayer for Meech, and Fear, they've responded by trying to pressure the top side of the map. Tomio to smite that away, but JJ's here.
Tomio in some trouble.
Tomio, get out of there, buddy.
Like game number 1. Is it going to go to Perry? And he gets his 4th mark on top of it.
Great sidestep from Perry on the grand entrance from Zeyzal. Zeyzal read the play. He's up here to try and respond, but too late. Now Perry is going to try.
Oh no! Oh no! He's stunned up in the middle of it. Fake God trying to come over.
Stop giving Kindred a mark.
But it is yet another mark.
Oh,
Perry
high
is
marks.
Slots right now in the
high
RNG.
marks. That's a lot of marks.
Really nice for the Kindred. And honestly, this is a game where I want to see if Perry can carry. Funnily enough, Perry, he actually pinged me last night. He's like, hey, you know, I'm not just a tank jungler, you know? I feel like everyone's kind of talking about my tank jungle play. I can play carries too, right? This is the game where Perry can prove that. We have seen Perry be very successful for his team when it comes to those tank junglers. I feel like the decisions that he makes, Perry is a smart player. When other jungler shows on the map, I always feel like Perry is responding well. That has included this game. But Perry, he's got a little bit of a lead now on this Kindred, the only person that has a kill on his team so far. He took the carry where I feel like the team identity with him on the tanks has been really sound, so he's got to prove that he can make the most of this lead and make sure that Fear can cash this one in. They want to move the 2-0.
Looking pretty good already. I know I talked about it in draft. This guy loves to play this pick, and they are willing to flex to him, to give him the sword when it needs to be done. And this game number 2 could be a step in the right direction for Fear, put themselves on that match point, but we are far from that moment, and we are far from Perry finding any reaction down here on the bottom side, while Tomio's looking for a bit of a lane gank that will go wide.
I think that he's just here to wait for a potential dragon spawn. As Zeyzal
number 2
move up here in the river. Yeah, taking these on time for Disguise. I like this. You have Xayah Rakan bot lane. Sejuani's a very strong jungler early, and you can see Fear and Perry already going to see this one over. In fact, Perry is kind of happy that this dragon is going to be started. He'll happily get this one over. He's
going to get a 6th one.
Yeah, he's going to get a bonus mark, and we'll see
it's
if he
11
can
minutes in.
See if he can set up a dive maybe with Philip. Yeah, you do hit the next threshold at 7. That is pretty significant. Tomio's actually going to drop that dragon.
Oh, they're going to find it. They are
Zeyzal.
fully looking at bot lane. That encore goes in, but Manui's life is no more, and JJ.
That's all right. That's all right. Keep your mark. We don't like mark
Again,
anyway.
Split, and he goes 1 to Meech, 1 to Tomio. Disguise.
We're going to keep feeding our bot lane.
And we talked about Zeyzal's Rakan being strong.
It's going to be a Xayah versus Kindred showdown.
Really that mixed match here, as I feel like Zeyzal has been our strongest support in the league. The direction that he gives his teams, and also his individual play too. Rakan, a champion that Zeyzal has always been very clean at, and his impact has been massive in this game. He's even going to utilize his priority bot to actually roam mid, make sure that Young cannot be dove. As Fear feel on the back foot this game, and a lot of that is because Zeyzal has been making the plays with Tomio, with the Xayah Rakan to set Fear behind.
That combo is the power duo for Disguised and was
Zeyzal
the power
is
duo
so
for
good.
Cloud9.
Get this man on an
Found his last
LCS
split.
team.
The tower in mid lane does go down
And
with
not
the
just
siege,
any
and Shochi
LCS
comes up
team.
big
I'm
with
talking
that
about
one. I will just
DSG
say,
when
though,
Riot
Meech
promotes
having
us from winning
202, had the
NACL Summer
Kraken Slayer already
2023.
went and backed and also
Remove
found
Immortal's
moves of a lot of
slots.
strength in that bottom lane as well, and maybe even
Riot
looking to take
said
some more plates down there.
they would remove a team that comes bottom
I'm
2
wondering if we see any
8
swaps coming out
times.
here,
And
as
Mortal's
Captain
done
Louis
that.
is gonna be stuck
Make
with
it make sense, Riot. You made the rules.
is
Follow it.
fine, as Manui, curiously enough, looks like Kindle Gem.
You have the right.
It does lead into the Seraphs.
You have the
but
chance to do something
hoping,
really
We
funny.
don't see an Everfrost with Seraphine. I feel like you don't really need that. Which it could also go into finishing that Mythic first. I think big key here for Fear, if you are Shochi on the Ziggs, you want to be ahead of the item curve. Ziggs, when he does get ahead in these solo lanes, you can do enough damage to really find one-shots. I feel like that's something that APA abuses really well. And we haven't really seen Shochi get ahead quite yet. Zeyzal we spotted. Play to a fruit. JJ's looking here, but I don't think this is favorable for Fear.
Tomio is actually going straight
nice
in
buffer.
now. And will be buffered out. And JJ, you look at it go back in. Parry's on the other side. Mega Inferno bomb out.
Kill Parry, kill Parry, kill Parry. Yes! Nice stacks! Nice mark! Oh my god, Young, you can't be missing those, man. Young, you can't be missing those. Young, you can't be missing those.
As well. This is some of that chaos from game number 1, but it's coming back early here in game 2.
Harry goes in too early. He didn't want to pop the Lamb's Respite until they got a
Seraphine
kill.
flashed it.
Ends up not being able to pop it as Perry a little bit too
Young, you did
aggressive
good.
with his lead there. I think that he had to flash out of the route and then Q back in to maybe find a kill and then pop Lamb's Respite after. That's a tough ask though mechanically. We'll take another look. It's a great buffer from JJ to start things off as he is able to sneak out of
Look at this Kindred. This Kindred thinks he's him. What do you think we're gonna happen here? Huh? You gonna come in here and be a hero? You're dead. Knock up, stun, taunt.
No chance to get down Lamb's Respite. That's a tough ask for Perry to flash out of that. I think he just went in too early, too aggressively. Young tried to get the kill without going down. Does burn flash and dies, so a little bit of a bummer there for Young, but still Disguised able to find Perry early on in the fight. Make sure that this map is still winning and in their favor.
It definitely is. Slightly, at least. Fear back on the map. Not one to lay down.
Damn, Meech is
They are going to
rich.
start up this Rift Herald. See if they can go ahead and grab this one, right? Zeyzal did take that first one. See now, though, Fear able to get this one, and that just means you can play to Shochi's strength of the Siege. Maybe even look at his top side with Fear already pinging up that way.
Yeah, I like that call out there, Mizel, as I think that Fear dropping this early could be good for them. Philip is going to drop the bot.
I don't even
outer
really
turret.
need it up here.
They
At
don't.
least this
They
one.
can go for an inner push if they really want.
If they can do just that, gonna get some damage down here. Just, I love this show. She's just making sure, you know, there's nobody behind us, right? Nobody's behind us, right? He's just throwing out some of the bombs.
A creative way to stack the passive, you know.
Yeah. Now we do actually see though Tomio out on the map with Zeyzal and Young. They're looking up this top side, see if they can catch out any stragglers up here. As this is the combo. Meech gonna come join them, give them some damage. 3-0-3. He is the big carry. JJ ends up seeing Meech on the transition. Shochi be able to poke them down. Tomio going forward. He does have that Glacial Prison, but
Oh god, there's a TP coming in.
Not gonna be fully engaged on though with that wall around the corner. Mega Inferno bomb. Feathers
Get out of there,
going
Meech.
Encore does get flashed out of as well. We got flashes.
Oh,
being
wait,
burned
we have to-
everywhere. We're antsy today in game number 2.
Burn a
I
flash.
think it was necessary though from Meech
To
and
trade
a
a
good
TP,
bleed
huh?
on the ult coming out from Fear, so that he did have to flash the encore from Manui. That's good team play. As that are now a couple of long cooldowns that could be punished. This upcoming dragon, it spawns in 35 seconds. That's a really
We need this
long
dragon.
cooldown, rank 1
We
side
learned what
of
happens when we
the
give the
flash
opposing
being
team
taken
4
away.
dragon,
Here we're gonna get those
4
ultimates
mountain
back, and I think
dragons.
they're going to look to rinse and repeat on the Meech.
Hello, Mr. Zek,
And that's
how
where
are
I do
you?
want to bring into play some of the conversation around the 5-on-5s, because that is something that was a little bit differing to think about in game number 1. In
We
this one, I do feel like Fear
played
has
last
a little
game,
bit more
and we
strength
gave them
I
4
guess more of
mountain
an
drake, and we
executable
lost.
bar for themselves
So
if
why
they
don't
can
we
find a big
simply
team fight
not
in
give
the
them
fact that
4 mountain
Manui on the
drakes
Seraphine will be so
this
clutch.
time?
It's less frontline, and I think the Seraphine still needs a little bit more time.
They
to
call me
develop.
crazy.
Seraphine actually did go for the crown
But I think we
Not
should
what
stop
we
them from
got
doing
here.
things.
By DSG, early flash from JJ. Hazel able to sneak away from that.
We got a
trade
free
line, but
flash,
here,
so that's pretty
have
nice.
control over the bot river. Herald.
If we did, oh yeah,
There's
if
a
we
lot of
delay
split
this
going on. So
dragon
top side
fight,
tower will go down
free
to
tower.
Young. Bot side, we have the charge
Herald
coming
was
in.
dropped,
Not going to
yep.
get the turret. It was
You guys
want to
fight this? We're gonna fight this.
We got TP coming.
You guys
want to
fight this, huh?
They're trying to get this 5
What's up?
on 5. You have a flank for Fake
We have
God
a
as well.
flank.
They've got to
We
try to
have a
man mark them
flank.
here. Fear feeling a little bit crazy, a little bit want of chaos.
Dragon's
Now we're in
resetting.
the reset
All that hard
for
work.
this Dragon about half health here. Tomio still in the pit. The rest of DSG just waiting. Buying
Zazel's
time.
going in.
Zazel
Flash, double
decides
knock up,
time
double
is
root.
now.
Killing.
Catch out on
The
Manui, but the
Manui.
land respite's big. The Emperor's Divide back splits the fight really well.
Young
And
gets
DSG,
one.
That split, that delay, that changes the fight in their direction.
Oh
but
my
Barry
God, he got
snipes
blown
from
up.
back. Fake God's gone.
They're coming
The
in for more. They're
counter-strike
coming
is
in for more.
out.
Look
That means
out.
Fear,
Yeah,
look
reset.
forward.
Beach has no
Beach
health.
gets sniped down by Shoji as well. You can't eat bombs like that if you're not expected to explode. The dragon goes
Like,
to
what are we
Fear.
doing? Are we
Young
fighting the
ends
dragon
up
or are
on
we
the
fighting
wrong
them?
side of the fight, and despite a great engage from Zazel, he flashed
Zazel
over a
got
Dredge
so
line to start
much
that
there,
one off.
bro.
This time the Lancer's fight goes down. Watch this from Zazel. It's
Look
gonna
at
start
this.
from Tomio, but he flashes over the Dredge line to JJ right when he sees the animation.
Double
Almost
knockup.
a flash.
Taunt.
It's a big engage
Gets
onto
Manui.
Manui, who gets very low, gets out of that Lamb's respite barely. Young tries to peel from each, does so successfully, but then the retreat.
Yeah, our damage is on the left.
Perry just able to snipe out Fake God in the back half. Just
Nah,
narrowly makes the division.
man.
And then Young gets split. That bomb forces Young to go down. He can't walk up because if he gets
And then
hit
look,
right
spilling
line,
into
he
the burn
dies.
pit
Shows
after.
he's able to
Come
find Meech because
on.
his summoner spells were gone. No flash, no ult. DSG still tried to take that
This
fight
is not the
despite their most
DSG I
memorable
know.
missing.
Oh,
Hashtag
Shoji's
not my
able to take down
DSG.
an
This
outer
is my
tower. He'll just
DSG.
go down. He's actually trying to clear the wave a little bit with his Mega Inferno Bomb before he dies. But that was an incredible catch. Now you see the damage done. Shoji, big damage in that last fight. Did just complete the Rabadons as well. But it was the back and forth. And the fact that, you know, those bombs are hard to keep track of in those big moments, and Meech just can't pilot it out without the Featherstorm, without those summoner spells. It becomes that much more difficult.
If you do not have access to those tools, you get outranged by Zig, Seraphine, and even the Kindred, who already has 7 stacks. Or almost 7 stacks. He's still at 6. Still at 6. But it's really difficult for Meech if he doesn't have those sums, so I'm very surprised that DSG actually elected to still take that fight with those tools missing from Meech. But Meech, you can see he has the Gale Force instead of the Navori, recognizing that he is playing against a team comp that has more range and that he has to really play with his own range. So going to use the Gale Force to try and close the gap or escape. I like that adaptation coming out from Meech in his build. He understands what his job is going to be in this game. It is very different because of what Fear is throwing at him.
He's going to have a lot of safety there as well, if he can get the combos and find that spacing. On the other side, we are getting 2 item spikes for a majority of members on the side of Fear, as well as majority of members on DSG. But I like that Kraken Slayer Trinity Force combo for Perry. You're going to have a lot of strength there, looking for that 7th mark as well, getting on the map. And for a guy who has been so integral to his team for their, you know, recent history as well.
So it's Baron spawn. We do get to take a deep breath. I know, you know, talking about recency, but I think we're gonna have some more fights here. As JJ, he's gonna pull the Dredge line. That does get
a
an ult out of
Featherstorm.
Meech. That's a positive trade, and that's what Fear are gonna look to do. Keep on bleeding that cooldown away.
No, Tomio! Oh my God! Zazel's trying to save him.
It's Zazel who trades his life for Tomio's. In the end, I don't know if that
Tomio
was worth it.
jumps through the wall to the left, man. Just through the wall.
Young and Meech, those are early flashes. They will end up having
What
to
are we
trade that down. Meech
doing?
didn't burn his, so he still has that safety. But pings are alive onto Baron. I think that's a little bit bold.
Like, we're not even trying anymore, are we?
Here as
as you say it.
Okay, I mean they do
Who
have
cut me
Seraphine.
wrong?
Hang
here.
on.
They want
Hang
to
on.
pull the DSG into them. We have a ward. Young is
taking
TPing
the bait.
behind.
Fake
got
God.
hooked.
Fake God's the one that took the bait, actually. He does have the counter strike, but that
Why
is
are we
not enough
flashing with
today.
no health?
Meech is standing
Why
up,
is
but he's about to
Meechie
be put
taking
down.
damage?
He's getting burned, but he doesn't go
Back
down
up,
in the
run!
end. You don't have the range.
What are we
so far
doing?
from Fear.
What
They
are we
don't have the Mega
doing?
Inferno Bomb, but they got what they came for. They got the TP out of Young, and they killed Fake God.
And you can see, like, playing Jax in the
What
double mage
are
just feels
we
terrible,
doing?
man.
What
Fake God
happened
just got
to
rooted
us?
One shot. When was the last time we saw Jax
We're
walk
not even
that much?
playing.
In a
Like
comp game,
Fear
it
isn't
really is the
even
comp
outplaying
game,
us.
and I
We're
love
just
how
making
Fear
these
is
weird
pushing
ass
any lead that they
decisions.
find. They get a kill. They recognize again Deathball with the
Oh,
Seraphine.
we did stop Baron. You're
Who's
right.
now even going for an Imperial Mandate, man.
We
as
were
Manu
up
just
1k
continues to
and now
cook
we're
with
down
his build.
1k.
And Young and DSG, they don't have an answer for it.
It blows my mind how many times we have to learn this lesson from Fear. You let the Seraphine through, you'll be regretting it the next time you hit the Rift against them. And you have to be careful of it. Tomio and the rest of DSG, they're forcing the hand though. They're trying to make a replay on what Fear did, but that's not their time. It's not their place to do so. JJ's gonna go down potentially here, but both Fake God and JJ are still alive. You've got the range.
Oh my God, Young! Trying to save the game!
But look at Perry
But we
this
couldn't
entire time. He was
capitalize!
untouched. He's cleaning up the
We
margin.
got 3, but we couldn't finish.
As Disguised are taken out one by one.
Oh my
It's
God.
detriment. It is absolute domination and a 3K lead into the Baron for Cincinnati.
We didn't have enough
Fear.
damage.
Someone check on Sierra. The 3-0 Fear looks pretty damn good right now. As Fear, the double mage comp, it's so good. The group up. Watch this. It starts off with JJ this engaged. Their dredge line is
Look
huge.
at
The
that.
poke
Fake
from
God is
Trojan,
starting to
the follow-up,
fight
everyone
with
stacks.
20%
There's so
health.
much upfront damage. So many tools that they burned by DSG early on. The fight gets easier for Fear in the back half. Even despite some heroics coming out from Young. Perry's arriving to the fight late. Young re-engages once he sees Manui's flash. Gets a big scoop and score. But Fake God was already out of the fight. Look at him. He's recalling to the top side. So, yes, it's a good engage from Young, but he was already too low. DSG, they needed to continue to retreat, get Fake God's back to base because he could not join that fight at all. If Young goes in when maybe they have the DPS, it's good, but that's really
I'll get
the
we can
power
come
of
back.
Fear and this comp, the
Let's
upfront
focus on
damage
the
that you get with
comeback.
the mages is
Whatever
so
we
big
do, as long as we
they
don't give them
take
4
down
Mountain
DSG,
Drakes
take
again,
to
I
a
think we'll
Baron
be
buff for
okay.
themselves. And now we're going to get a second Mountain Drake in the game as well, so much more difficult for DSG to overcome the comp from Fear.
Trying to take down JJ here. They might do so. Encore comes through. Mega Inferno Bomb, about half health on Niche, and that's just the point. Like, they have so much response for Fear. They're able to work together so well, and that's a second Mountain Dragon in a row.
And I don't think that DSG, like something that I saw from DSG in their series against TLC later in the split, is that when Fake God was on the Gwen, on the Fiora, it was actually really tough for DSG to side lane. They were punished very hard by a TLC with Harry trying to side lane. Fake God has been grouping up into a Seraphine for the entire game as Fear. They were dictating the pace of this game, forcing the Skies to play to them as Tomio will get cut off. Fear retreat, and as long as they're stacked up as 5 with the Seraphine, it is so tough to force them out, especially now that they have this lead.
But we've said that from the beginning. We've said that since you saw the style of composition Fear got. And honestly, at this point, it's something you have to respect going in Game 3, even in the second game, because they find so much strength in compositions like this. When you have Philip on his Renekton, who he's been popping the hell off with all playoffs long, and then you have the actual undercurrent strength that we've known Fear for, the flexibility in draft, the Seraphine that you always have to spend a ban on, and now the Ziggs that has become so strong for them here in the summer playoffs themselves.
It's also one where I feel like there are so many mages that are playable bot that it almost is like DSG is like not worth throwing a ban. Now, I do think it's worth throwing a ban at Seraphine because she does allow for you to 5-stack like this in Deathball, but you can't ban Ziggs out when you know that Manui, he has not been hiding the Xerath in solo queue.
He is not.
He's played Vigar. Vigar is playable as well. So it's like, if there's 3 champions that got a ban, it might as well just give him the Ziggs. We'll see if that is a change that is made moving forward for DSG, but they really feel like this game is doomed for them. Look at how badly they're getting outranged here as all the poke coming in from the mages. DSG can't approach. This could be another tower fall.
And you also have to remember all the stress that comes into this one. We've talked about the ebbs and flows of this series as a whole, but this is also a best of 5 to be the first team booking your ticket to the Riot Games arenas for our grand finals. And Fear are stepping up to the plate, even with everything that happened this morning, even with all the chaos of trying to get into the boot camp. Maybe it is just a boot camp diff here.
Again, JJ said, game changing. Everyone's on the same page together as the dredge line connects. Zazel got around the wall to
They
get all
get
the
the
way hooked
encore
in.
every time.
There
You
goes
just
Zazel.
can't do anything. There's the engage. Zazel trying to charm him up, but Young is a big piece of your damage. He's just
Wow,
trying to
damage
survive.
is so
They are
split.
good, though. Actually,
Nice, Young
Disguise,
gets one.
They pull apart Fear.
Okay,
And Fina goes in for
okay.
a killing blow. He's on a killing spree now. He might
Okay,
just go down to give this man the Renekton. He'll chop it to pieces, and Shochi realizes they have the advantage.
We'll
He'll
take
get
it.
the
We'll
White
take
Ball
this.
into the back
We'll
and
take it.
back off, but Fear will take down a couple members, and they'll still look to siege down here.
Thank God was massive in that
Oh my
fight.
God.
Why didn't we chill?
Minefield into the satchel charge. She goes down. I do want to give credit to Fake God. He was huge in that fight, forcing the backline. That flash made sure the Lamb's fight never
Fake
got out
God-
from Perry.
Fake God
Wasn't
did a lot
expecting it to
there.
react to it. Didn't burn the flash or the Lamb's fight to get out. So that actually gave DSG some reasonable shutdown, some more goal to play with. Very important from them, but still, they're the ones that are ahead and winning in this game. Azazel is going to try and prevent Philip and Shochi from basing. He does have some war. That's the one war that he had to set up a TP. Play will get called off. You're going to be able to escape.
I will just say as well for Fear, this is a monumental moment for them. I will say they weren't necessarily the favorites last split. They made a heck of a run in the spring playoffs. They made an incredible finish that fell just short of their expectations for themselves. And the fact that they are in such a big position in a decisive best of 5, our first of the summer playoffs, it just feels like that growth is coming to fruition. The anime arc, not only for this Shochi, but the entire team is coming alive.
It's everyone. The fact that they get to play on that stage. You know, Perry wants to get up there again. Philip, the part of LCS, he wants to be on that stage again. So hold on, Perry.
Looking for a pick.
Look at Philip.
Somebody
You
help me!
can't
Help
do
me!
that. You've got to pay the tax to the crocodile under the bridge as Pinka goes in. He's
Why
just
aren't we
dragged out
helping
by
Leech?
JJ. Manui gets the kill in the end. Philip is still fighting a 1v3, and he ends up pushing Young and Tomio off of it. Fear, they're putting the thumbs down because they're trying to put the end on this game, and Young is gone.
All good.
Everything
It's a
coming
best of
close
5 for a
for
reason.
Fear. First game took 50 minutes, but we'll take just over half that for this one.
2-0 Fear as Disguise have been on really the back foot in this series. It's not like Disguise haven't found leads, but the double mage comp getting online for Fear. 2 games in a row now where they're able to push things over the edge and take down the nexus of Disguise as Fear 1 game away from booking that ticket to LA.
Experience is all good. You can have a championship, but when you have cohesion like Fear has, when you have the power of friendship and
reverse
the
sweep.
Reaper at your side, there ain't nothing that can stop you. What a way to kick off this best of 5. And now we're in reverse sweeps territory here. If Disguise want a chance at booking that first ticket, they will get knocked to the lower bracket. They lose this next one. We got to send it away to a little break on the other side. We'll have Sierra with the halftime bid. But before we do, you have to remember that the LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo.
We come back.
As, you know, the premier marketplace for any large car sharing marketplace, actually, where you can book any car that you want. You can have it for a special occasion. You could just drive off into
We need the mental reset. I don't think we're playing like ourselves. Like, these mistakes are uncharacteristic. The password game. Choose a password. Naked mole rat. 1. Must include a special character! Exclamation mark. The digits in your password must add up to 25. Your password must include the month of the year. A month of the year. Oh, like April. Your password must include one of our sponsor. The Roman numerals in your password should multiply to 35. So 7 and wait. 7 and 5. VIIX? No, VI. VVII. Your password must include this captcha. DE45X. The digits in your password must add up to 25. Your password must include today's Wordle. Word with ATHBE. Tabby. Habit. Batte. Bath. Bathe. Oh, there we go. Please write. You must rig it. Rig it so DSG goes to finals. Your password must include the current phase of the moon as an emoji. Current phase of the moon. The current phase of the moon emoji. It is currently the waxing gibbous. Your password must include the name of this country. Cambodia? Shit, I don't know. Nope. 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 Oh man, it's a very, it looks like a third world country, second world country. Look at a license plate. All right, what does that license plate say? It's a place that has Toyota. That's a Toyota car. A man wearing a white shirt. Anyone recognize this animal? That's right. That is Twitch Chat's mom. A cow. Where are the cows? Malaysia? Indonesia. Oh, it is Indonesia. Your password must include a leap year. Oh, God. What is like 2022, 21, 20? The digits in your password must add up to 25. Your password must include the best move in algebraic chess notation. Oh, okay. Okay. Am I moving? I'm white, right? White to move. E4. No. Wait, why can't I do E4? It's an illegal move. Why is it an illegal move? What's illegal about E4? Oh, E4 is a pawn. Oh, QE4. 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 Invalid notation. Q. Why is it invalid? You need to type plus QE4 plus. Is it because it's not the right move? Try QE8 chat. Don't tell me you've done this before and you're acting like, oh, I don't know the answer, but maybe try this and it's the answer. Chat, you guys are pathetic. I'll accept the answer though. Password must add up to 25. 5 plus 5, 4, 8, 6, 4, huh? Okay. The digits in your password must add up to 25. I added an 8. So I simply have to remove 8 digits worth of power, which would be you remove 5 and then you remove 2. Boom. This is my chicken Paul. He hasn't hatched yet. Please put him in your password to keep him safe. Okay, we gotta protect Paul. The element in your password must have an atomic number that adds up to 200. Periodic table. I have 2 V's. How much is a V worth? Atomic number V. 23. So 26 plus 23 plus 23, that's 46. Atomic number I. Iodine, 53. 106 plus 46, which is 152. And you plus NA. 152 plus 11 is 163, which means I need 37. Which is the RB element. All the vowels in your password must be bolded. Cool. Oh no, your password is on fire. Quick, put it out. Uh-oh. The Roman numerals in your password should multiply to 35. Wait, it was. What happened? Oh no, they burnt up my fire. The fire burnt up my password. What did I lose? The VVII, right? Huh? Why? Huh? What happened? Why is the Roman numerals not adding up anymore? VVII. Oh, M. Oh, right. I removed it. Your password is not strong enough. So I need to add in a workout emoji. Your password must contain one of the following affirmations. I am loved. I hate this game. How long does this go for? Password game number of rules. 35. Oh.
Conjugating the I did okay at English. All right, an adjective here.
Alienish.
Nice. A verb. A couple more guys. We're doing this.
Abducted.
All right. I feel like you have something on your mind. All right. Now.
News has been wild lately.
All right. Since we have a break in between the games, just a reminder to go to esportsawards.com/vote to vote for your boy Disguised Toast for best esports owner of the world. Which I think we all agree on is the fact. And while you're there, you might as well throw a vote to Mr. Tarek Selleck, for the homies. The link will be in chat. No, I'm gonna vote for XQC instead. How about this? I'll make a deal with you XQC fans. I'll vote for XQC if you vote for me. Okay, business. V1 and Complexity are playing? Oh, right. Valorant is happening. Valorant. I'm sure V1 is just gonna slap Complexity around.
1 round.
Oh my god, 11-1? Even we put up some fight against Complexity, version 1.
Strategically, in the mid-round, in the post-plan, every area of their game across all of the maps, not even
This means technically we were better than Complexity. We just got unlucky.
Complexity is in a terrifying spot right now in this.
V1 won 13-2, and they're gonna win 13-1. Yo, we didn't even fall over that hard. So technically, DSG finished second out of this tournament. Basically, we're back.
I mean, it's everyone. It's everything for version 1 that's just clicking in ways that you reach a point where you see the dominance and you go, oh, okay, they can't get any better, and then they add another wrinkle, right? There's more depth to what they do.
And since V1's an automatic first, you don't actually play for first, you play for second. So second is the new first. So basically, we're first.
Yeah, that makes them roll immediately into garage. Good little adjustment here coming out of Complexity, but the rotate is going to be all over this side. There's 4 players here.
They've gotten past the harbor wall already. Well done by Complexity to get the defenses down. They're going to try to flood out, but Cara with 3. Sarah's going to have to do it on her own, and she cannot. Complexity gets the pistol.
We get a pick, we move in.
Some life comes out of Complexity. I mean, they clearly needed this round if they want this comeback to happen. No mistakes can be had for quite a bit of this half.
V1 is ranked 32 in NA team rankings. They're so close to being able to play in co-ed. I mean, there's no requirements to play in co-ed. You can just play in co-ed now. And they have played in
I think
co-ed.
that's what DSG wants. They want to like go in and fight, right? But Fear wants to just like, you know, cut back, be chilling in the back line.
We banned the Ziggs. It's fucking over, kids.
Now that there's Tristana or Seraphine and Ziggs ban, I think they can do more of what they want to do.
Yeah, I would wonder if it does open up these options. I also really like the Tristana here for them, just to try to take away some of the strength.
I'm thinking we're back.
General competitive play as well. The Rakan, by the way. So we're learning a lot from the series on what we need to ban out here, it seems like, Cubby.
That's a curious one, though, to me. I think they're just trying to deny a Zaya Rakan, or maybe they want to actually play the Alistar. I'm still expecting a Sejuani early pick, but Kaisa is on
Maokai.
this
First
draft.
pick Maokai. Easy clap.
Taken.
And
Instead, actually going
Maokai's
to be Maokai. So now Kaisa, Jace are both really good pairings with Maokai. I would actually be pretty surprised if Fear let both of them through. I feel like you can't really do that. So Darkwing, I'm kind of wondering, like, do you take both of them in this draft? Do you take a Rel, maybe, as the Renekton continues?
I think they should take the Kaisa for sure.
There we go. It was banned away as well. I like the lock in there, and it does still give you a lot of the flexibility for the team as well that Fear have just been playing towards every single draft, it feels like.
So we've only seen Young play Jace twice. I think that you can put Jace Maokai, though, into the Kaisa. We could see a mid lane counter come later, but let's see. Darkwings. Are you expecting a Sejuani here?
Also, I put on a shirt. I got the shirt buff.
I don't think. I mean, they could. I wouldn't say it'd be guaranteed though.
Okay. I actually like the Jax here. I kind of like it. I think Fake God had some really good moments last game, but not able to kind of pull out those game-changing moments. But it still provides so much strength against Phillips Renekton. The lane went really even, which I feel like it's not something we can say that often.
It's on a 9-game win streak now too for Phillips, and
makes it through.
As you will have Young drop.
Oh, we got Aphelios as well.
He can play in the mid lane. We still have to see where that Kaisa ends up going. Sejuani is an option here for Fear, but that Jax can at least play some defense around that quick permafrost passive being stacked up by Fear, which I think is important in case the Sejuani is going to come in here for parry. I'm not surprised that's still the pick. You have a lot of plays you can make on Maokai early in the game as Sejuani. So Fear, a bit of a different draft identity for them. At the moment, yeah, that Kaisa is that super scaling factor that they have, but the Sejuani and the Maokai means that it's going to be a jungle matchup where parry can actually pressure early.
I actually appreciate that as well. When we've seen the adaptation from the Poppy into the Kindred, now you get kind of some of the best of both worlds, it feels like, but also that leading foot that Perry always wants to have for Fear. I'm looking at the second phase, though, and for Fear to try to take away some of the supportal strength. They're actually going to focus on Young's melee champ pool here with the Akali coming through. I know you talked about when we were recording our episode of Bot, but is there any room for a Zed here at all?
There could be on R5. I think if they pick support on 4 here, and then DSG shows like a bit more of their comp, shows like a good matchup for Zed. The only thing would be hard is like the Maokai. But it's definitely playable in this kind of draft.
I like the Yone ban yet again. DSG do not want to necessarily face off against that one, but also the flexibility that it continues to build on for Fear. You also get the Aurelia ban towards Young, so all the focus right now for Cincinnati Fear is towards this mid lane, Cubby.
Yeah, and we have a Xerath being taken away, so really scared of what Manui's been whipping out in the bot lane, as they could have a mage taken here for Fear. I know that there is one other pick. I'm gonna at least hide until it is grabbed. But I like that call that you had on taking support on 4 to preserve that Kai'Sa flex. So Kai'Sa Nautilus is a strong lane in its own right, but that Kai'Sa could still be put in the mid lane.
We
So
need
Young's gonna have
someone to
blind
protect
champion here.
Aphelios
Braum
from
taking,
the
I love
Nautilus
that pick. I feel like
ult.
Braum's really strong this game, and now I'm actually expecting to see an Azir.
Okay. We did see the new art for DSG. It did have Zazel as Braum, so maybe, you know, playing into that style a little bit. But I also love the combination that Zazel's going to have with Fake God and with Tomio. This is a pick that we saw in game number 1 actually work out pretty well for Young until it didn't.
You don't love it,
LeBlanc
Dark
is
Wings.
locked in.
Why not?
I really don't like LeBlanc when you're against like multiple tanks. Like
Nah,
Cedar, Rector,
LeBlanc
Nautilus.
again.
It's just you're not gonna have
Nah.
a fun time to play.
And now Shochi does have that option.
Who you assassinated? The
play that
Renekton?
matchup mid, which honestly,
The
Kai'Sa and LeBlanc's
Sejuani?
fine. Like, that's when Kai'Sa
The
was
Nautilus?
starting to emerge into the meta. There's actually a response, and now Kog'Maw is locked in. I expect this to be AP Kog.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. All right, Dark Wings. I'm getting a little chaotic here. I'm getting a little crazy going off the deep end.
That's all right.
What does this
I'm down
pick
to
do
be proven wrong.
I think it just kind of functions as another mage bot. Can keep playing like to outpoke, outrange. You know, LeBlanc has to get on Shochi or Manui, but with those beefy boys, this might be hard.
Level 16 is deadly for Kog'Maw. You bring on a wave clear early on in the game, and I gotta say, it's gonna make Aphelios' life hell. Like, once the Roweyes is built on this Cog, it's gonna be really, really tough for DSG. So, any parting thoughts, Darkwings, that you have? It seems like DSG have to win early. What are you looking out for?
Looking out for how well Fear can keep their space and stay away from like engages, which I think DSG lacks a lot of engage. So I think Fear will win this one, honestly.
All right, you heard it from Dark Wings himself. He's feeling really confident in Fear's draft. They have been picking apart this draft from minute 1, it felt like. And DSG are the team that is their backs against the wall here to go to the lower finals, or lower bracket rather. And it is still Fear 1 game win away from claiming the first ticket to our grand finals at the Riot Games Arena, the LCS Challenger Summer Playoffs. I'm going to bid you adieu, Dark Wings. Thank you so much for your input, and see if your expectations become reality and if Fear take that 3-0 here. And as we do get into it, I think it is important to recognize the path that both these teams have taken, right? Their previous wins were upsets in their own right, Cubby, and gave us a heck of a fun lower bracket that we have so far.
I mean, the fact that, you know, we have each of these teams going toe-to-toe in the upper bracket and have, you know, FlyQuest versus EGC instead of FlyQuest versus DLC in the lower bracket, yeah, all praise go to these teams as they played very well in order to get here. But, man, I gotta say, this game, this is do or die for Disguised, and I think my eyes really go towards Tomio Mazel, as this is ultimate comfort for him, this Maokai. It was a pick that I think
We've
was
been here, chat.
really pivotal. in
We've
making
been
sure
here
that
before.
C9 won the spring finals, and Tomio has been so good on this for the entire split. Again, coming into today's series was 19-3 on the Maokai and Sejuani combined, and he is
All the
10-1
doubters
on
are
this
here.
with
All the
this
haters
split.
cheering on for the demise of DSG.
Engage, that DSG was lacking, the Dark Wings are talking
The
about. Tomio's one
bandwagoning
person that
fans have
can
left the
make the difference,
building.
can make up for that.
The
We
only
got to hear
people
from
that
him
remain
in
are the
the
true
earlier
fans
games,
of
but
DSG.
now we got to check back in with Shochi and a lot of the things that are going right for Fear.
All right. I mean, yeah, I feel like personally, I think I've been playing pretty well. And that was one of my main concerns, like coming into the boot camp. I felt like, you know, like the change in environment, like sleeping schedule, like different house, all that would kind of make me play worse. But I feel like once I get fully adjusted, I'll kind of unleash my true hidden powers that have been dormant inside me all this time.
They have been dormant, but they are no longer dormant anymore. The playoffs has been the Shochi show, and when we got that interview, it was like right when they had gotten to the boot camp. I would say the boot camp's going pretty well for them so far, Cubby.
Yeah, I do want to pause, though, and talk about the game state, as we did actually have Perry sneak in. So Tomio was setting up for a reverse clear. He did actually
Do we
spot out
know
Perry
Sejuani's still
in a
up
sense,
blue?
so Perry
Do we have
dropped
that
the
knowledge?
drop, but he snuck in, took the blue buff. So Tomio, his clear is a bit broken now, as there was a chance he could have at least protected the Jax in the top side. Now, Tomio's reeling a little bit. It's delayed. Shochi's going to see if the Raptors are gone, so Perry going to be up a camp, has some good info, and actually wards out Tomio on the red buff too. So Perry's playing with a lot of info here and already snuck away a buff. Well done by Fear on that late invade level 1.
Something that we've prided Perry for, his unique pathing, his mind when he approaches the game. And he wants to be that front foot for Fear, maybe that forward scythe for the team. It is still looking back, though, at a change in the jungle matchup that we've seen, right? Tomio has been the one focusing primarily on the Sejuani. Perry trying to pick this one up for game number 3, an all-pivotal game, but will not be down here if Tomio wants to try to get something going.
Still, it's worded out if Tomio does show. So it's going to
back around.
Zazel, that connects a decent one. JJ and Manui, yeah, they get the info. They can sneak on out, playing far enough back where Tomio's not going to go in. And they don't have the bot lane pressure quite yet to actually try and pressure one of the buffs of Perry either. So great level 1 and game planning here from Fear, as they've already gotten Perry.
God, the casters are complimenting Fear. What about us? We're doing things.
Buff, but it's too late. Perry has a smite up and can take this away from Tomio. That will make sure that Tomio has a smite for the crab. So Perry should drop this, just take the Gromp. Tomio gets this instead. Still very well done by Fear early.
And that was something we talked a little bit in the draft, was if we wanted some early adaptation, early proactivity, it needed to come from Disguised. The composition they have wants to find some advantage for Young to be able to play around, and a lot of that mobility out of mid lane. Whereas Fear, they have so much scaling, I don't know if they need to worry about any of that. They do need to make it through the early parts of the game, but they have so much strength in the team fight composition they've drafted.
Yeah. And what I like about this comp from Fear is that, yes, they do have the scaling, but also that Renekton and Sejuani is kind of a bridge to get the real carries of Fear to that point of the game. So, really, I want to see if Fear... I'm curious if they actually play around these early Herald fights, because I feel like they have the opportunity to do so with the Renekton Sej.
I'm wondering if Philip, finds an advantage here on the Renekton for a 3rd game in a row. That's still like, I don't know at this point. You just keep giving it over to him because the man is, again, a different animal when he becomes the crocodile. We do see Perry still trying to play with some forward aggression there, though. It will mean that Dragon is spawning on the other side of the map with both junglers on top side. See how quickly they want to adapt their pathing here. Or if Dragons seemingly fall out of priority early on, even though we've seen that in both game 1 and 2.
Yeah, so because Perry went for the invade, he's going to have no camps up here at the moment. And he is only level 4. So I think that invade from Perry, like after the Krugs, we could easily see him actually sprint down towards that dragon and try and take it. But it's a rather slow take early on with just the builds that they have from the Kog'Maw. So I think Perry could be stuck. I'm really curious to see what his next move is, because he could try and pressure the top side with Renekton. But besides that, he's going to have no camps up for a little bit. So it's dragon time.
It's looking like it. We do get that reset out from Tomio.
Phil pulled the wave. Yeah, okay, it's gonna reset.
Yeah, a little bit.
Big reset.
I was just say, just get the resets out. We'll get pathing back towards bottom side, but that is where we've talked a lot about Fear on the other side for Disguise. That journey we've seen them go through, and a lot of the strength they've leaned on from their 3 previous championship members from last split. It's been really, really interesting to see them now adapt into a best of 5, Cubby.
I mean, it feels like Fear just had too many answers, though.
Ooh,
so far. Like, have
man,
they really adapted? Like, I feel like these are comps that DSG has kind of played all split, and Fear is just the ones dictating the picks that they have, and really dictating the pace of these games. So I think for me, my eyes still go towards Tomio. This is a pick that he is 10-1 on this split. His Maokai is very good. He can dictate the pace of this game, something that DSG has somewhat struggled to do, despite, I would say, a good series from Zazel. who is the one that really picks fights for his team. But it hasn't been enough to get DSG anything more than a small early game gold lead that they have lost in the mid game thanks to the team fighting from Fear. So if DSG truly wants to adapt and actually play another game in this series, they're going to have to find a solution to that. Pick ban's gone differently, so they have answers there, but it's going to be different enough in the gameplay of DSG to make sure that they can get to that game 4.
Gotta have the execution. They have all the coaching power behind them. We even found out that Acadian has been helping them as well. So you have the trio coaching power of Zazel, Golden Blue, and Acadian. They've got to find promise here in game number 3 if they want to continue having that coaching strength in this upper bracket final. You have Philip pressuring heavily with a 20 CS.
Oh,
Fake
God going
in.
in.
He's gonna pop the dominance. The Counter-Strike does go through. Philip might be looking for a little bit more. He's got that rage bar built up. No help there. He will end up backing off, but the waves just keep crashing onto Fake God.
That is nice. That is an ult out of Renekton before the Herald. Fear, they didn't take the Dragon. I like that call from them. Kog'Maw does no damage to the Dragon early on. So it'd be a really slow take. Perry wants to keep up his tempo, and he has a lot of camps up. So he's actually going to leech off mid to help Shochi get this wave in. This will make sure that Shochi gets a free base before the Rift Herald. So that tells me going to be Raptors, red, and then all eyes on the Rift Herald for Cincinnati Fear.
See if there does end up being that trade. This is, again, our first game where Dragon priority has kind of fallen out the wayside. Both teams not feeling super confident with the way they're built up and the early advantages bot side, too. But, yeah, as you say.
I really like this from Fear. Like, they got both of their solo lanes to base at a good timer for the Rift Herald. It looks like DSG, they're going to TP Fake God to match the TP of Philip. And Disguise, they can tickle this Herald, but they're ultimately, if they do tickle it, it's going to be for a reset. As I expect Philip to be able to walk down and actually pressure this pair. He's going to try and take another camp. They're going to drop Manui. This is just going to go uncontested. I think Fear dropped this. Wow, I'm a little bit surprised about that. I think it's that Philip doesn't have an ultimate. That might have been enough.
The
Rift
Herald bot might not be enough without an ultimate.
Oh, God.
Here,
come on.
They're looking to fight.
We fight this, right? We fight this?
Well. Philip is there, and Perry gets the Rift Herald. How does it always come up big for this man? JJ gonna go in over
Wait,
on the
Young's
side there.
almost
Young,
dead already?
Who does have to end up popping away. Glacial Prison goes down. Who's gonna go first blood?
Okay, trade it.
Skies, but it goes right back to Philip.
Perry nearly got out of there, but it's still a big win for Fear.
They still get Herald, right?
Yoink the Rift Herald away as Philip, he dives on in right when the Maokai ults. So when he eats that root, Perry actually does not. He gets the smite down. It's picked up by Fear. Perry's focused down.
Yeah, we had 3 there, and then the Knot came up, and their mid came up, and then we didn't have our mid laner after that.
We were actually able to take that Herald. They invested so little time into this, and it's still a 1-for-1 trade where each top laner got a kill. Yeah, it's going to be well worth it over 2 Fear. Philip, he actually has that Rift Herald too. He could end that laning phase if he decides to drop it moving forward. As we just need a couple love taps on the turret and Shelly to take that one for himself. Because he has CS gap in the top lane. Philip has a really big lead.
That is not ever something you want to see if you give the Renekton over to Philip. But not only that, it gets worse. You get the Rift Herald for Fear. You also get the first dragon, an Ocean Dragon to boot. So now with Philip in that Rift Herald position in topside, a 2-plate turret up there, that's got to be looking like first brick for Fear.
Gore Drinker on Philip as well, so he has complete control over these waves, complete control over this matchup. And DSG behind early. That Kog'Maw, Kai'Sa, I think 3 items is really the magic point for Kai'Sa, whereas this Kog'Maw, Ryle-wise, is like your first jolt of power, because it's a lot easier than to chain the ultimates on this Kog'Maw. So we have seen this pick played by Masu, funnily enough, earlier in this tournament. But the true power that you get from Kog'Maw is actually the double 16, because you do get bonus range every single time you put a point into that ultimate. So that's like the Omega late game insurance. We have the ARAM builds for both Kai'Sa and Kog'Maw coming out this game.
Is it the ARAM builds? Is that what we're talking about? Okay.
Yeah, 100%.
I like it. I can appreciate it.
Today, Theo was just a better team.
Back, like in season 2 when Frog'em was playing it.
What can I say?
Where it's at.
Oh, we actually see Perry.
Oh, nice escape.
Aggression on the bot side of the map, though. They are actually looking to dive this one. You've got Tomio right around the corner, so it should mean that Fear back off.
Oh, pickety pick.
I don't think Perry has
A
any way
pickety
out of this
pick.
one.
in.
It is also
That's big.
Disguised TPing Young in to kind of cut
No,
off the rest
please.
of Fear. Finally,
We
with
had
the
to
flash, Meech gets a
flash
kill on
for
a
it.
Tomio, or at least on a
Oh,
Perry,
hang
rather.
on.
And Tomio
Oh, with the
gets it to
TP
Young.
in,
Nicely
gets
done.
another one.
As the turret juggling goes through, JJ
You know what?
still makes it out
Pretty
alive.
good. I'll take it.
Disguised committed so much to the bot side, but they do find something.
That's what they have to do. You're going up against Poke when you pick the points that you are going to utilize
That's very
tools to
good.
close the gap to go in. You have to make it worth it. And props, as that was well done. Also, I believe the Herald was actually dropped mid by Philip, as we just saw it go down with Shochi. Shochi based and TP'd back to get a shiv. It actually picked up that wave too. So
oh my
both, turrets in the solo lanes very low for Disguise. A bit of that consequence from that play, that TP bot from Young, but overall, I feel like those are the types of plays that DSG need to make. Whenever they throw out that Nature's Wrath, needs to make sure that it's getting a lot.
I love the follow-up, too. The fact that Zazel preemptively
Nice
goes, that is the
TP.
decisive
Very good
factor
TP.
here. The fact that Zazel
Young.
says, no, we are going, and then Young follows with that beautiful TP. Yes, Meech gets the kill on the back end of it. He had the flash for that one, but the fact that the chain connects on the end here,
Big
and they can
chain.
follow it up, is
Big
a big
chain.
testament to what Disguise can bring to the table. But we're looking right back at Fear, who... Even with all those shenanigans going on in the bot lane, they get first brick, they get all the plates in mid lane, they're looking at all the plates in top side of the map, and the gold is leaning their way.
It's going to be really tough for DSG. The fact, though, that like Tomio already has this demonic embrace, the saps are going to not only give a lot of info, but then do a little bit of damage over that will be against
Camp
Fear,
back
have
here.
to deal with. Huh? No,
I said Fake God can't back. He's got to try to defend the turret. He was about to try to finish that.
It's okay. He's got the empowered TP, so he can base and try and defend it whenever he wants, but it doesn't mean it's easy by any means.
It is not. Just trying to clean up as many wave minions as he can, but Philip trying to take down that last plate. Still has about 30 seconds for that one. That TP return should be there to defend it in time for Fake God. But now we're looking at the other side of the map. Got about 1 minute and 15 seconds for a second dragon. And while we didn't take a lot of priority there, Philip, okay, no TP.
Fine.
Maybe looking at the play later on as well, and especially with the Rift Herald coming up too.
It's honestly fine. Philip's going to be so big, though, for this upcoming Dragon fight. And this is what I really liked about that Fear composition. We talked about it earlier, Mazel. They can lean on the Renekton and on this Sejuani, the early power that they bring in the top side, to then get the Kai'Sa and the Kog'Maw to the later stage of the game. And Renekton says, yeah, they get outscaled, but there's still going to be a really big front line that brings a lot of CC that can protect Kai'Sa and Kog'Maw later on. So I feel like the power curve for Fear, they were able to kind of balance it out with their carries and then the top side, where they actually are able to make plays at a lot of stages in the game. So I really like that game plan from them. And Disguise, again, have to find ways to deal with this and close the gap, which is very difficult early when you have a Renekton that is this really far ahead and this strong early on in the game.
It gives you so much strength, not only in the team fights, but also in the side lane pressure. And yes, Fake God will eventually get to that point, but it is nowhere near soon. Fear will take this Rift Herald as well. It should be a second one for them.
Philip has TP, Young does not. So really, DSG opted to not take this fight, but this is being taken.
But we take Dragon, right?
Dragon would not be too bad here for Disguise. They were able to trade it out.
And
if we're giving up Herald, that means we're going to take Dragon,
I
right?
think there's a reason why Meech hasn't been given this Aphelios all series long itself. I think he is a big force to be reckoned with in this game. Young, we saw in game number 1 in LeBlanc, he's going to have a tough time in this one, but I think Meech is the big spotlight for me for Disguised if they want to get into this series.
That's a good call out. Meech's Aphelios, it's 9-2 this split.
Yep.
And I think that the key for Fear is that they can never fight that Aphelios on even footing. They need to poke it out before they actually do take the fight. So keep your eyes out from HB is able to dodge out on that poke to protect by his team as we go later on into the game. At the moment, that top inner turret not protected at all, as while that dragon was taken, they took the Red Herald, threw it down immediately, and an inner turret being taken by Fear makes this a 3k gold lead in their favor.
I just can't
Oh
believe they just
God,
keep
our
getting away with
turrets,
this. They've
we
literally
need those,
taken
don't
down
we?
all the outer towers and even a tier 2 in the top side, all of the gold, and all of a sudden we're Disguised. We're neck and neck with Fear. We're 16 minutes in and a 3k lead.
Fear playing the map really well. It's very clear that they have an identity, and that is around Manuing playing these mages bot. And I chuckle just because it's really so good, and Manui's shown that he's proficient on enough of these picks that you can't really ban him out. Like, yeah, you took away the Ziggs, but if I look at this game pace, it feels like they still have Ziggs on their team, right? With all the towers that are down with the 3K gold lead. It's like, all right, yeah, we used some stat charge to get some early plays for us. It's kind of how things go. And guess what? The Cogba, for me, it scales even harder this game. If you get that Rywise, again, the ability to chain those R's together. Manui's about to be level 11, unlock some more range. It's really important for him in this one, too. Hog's deadly later on in the game, so a really, really good start again for Fear.
I also just love it because Manui, we were talking about him earlier, a little bit chaotic good because, you know, he is a bit chaotic in the team comms, but he is just good, right? Every time you talk to him, he has a good mind state. He's very fun. He's joyful. But it's also a guy that has not been in the biggest of eyes until it feels like this split, until his time on Fear, and until he's really come alive with the combo of JJ this split.
For me, like, I thought Manui improved so much in spring. I remember November, I got to actually sit in as a coach for a couple tryouts. I got access to them, and we're going to pause.
Oh, we're thinking about going.
JJ's just gone here. It's a bit of an overextend from Fear.
No!
Oh my
He's
God, the W
alive.
timing is clutch. As you go back to your point.
Barely escapes the Maokai ult too. But yeah, so I got access to some scouting combines, one as a coach. And I remember back in November, Manui was kind of getting crushed in all those tryouts. And I thought lowly of Fear in spring, mostly because I didn't think Manui would be able to hang with a lot of the ADs in the league. He improved so much with Trevor. And I think this split, he kind of like had to, you know, relearn how to play with JJ and also just get used to that. But it feels like for me, Manui, this is what really the best of what we saw from him in spring was that he could play mages, but also, you know, we really respected his Aphelios play. Thought that he was competent enough on those champs to get through that top 4 finish. But now Manui leading on that champion pool, yeah, he's become a force to reckon with again in drafts and also in game because he can play so many of these picks. You really cannot ban him out. This style has just been so damn good for Fear. It's really tough to move. So it's been a nice growth arc for Manui this year for sure.
All the way from wildcard developmental in 2021 to now a mainstay on Fear Cincinnati. We do want to see, though, Manui continue to stack up. It is a style composition where we were saying they have a lot of strength. They have that bridge with Perry and Phillip. And speaking of bridge, maybe you add JJ to the architecture of that one, as now they're looking at another tier 2. It will be responded with an outer tower and topside.
And this is just good macro from Fear. You will always trade an outer for an inner. Those are worth way more gold. And it is all put on the shoulders of Shochi, who when I talked to him before that match for TLC, he said, I am the best mid laner in Challengers League, and my team sets me up to 1v9. The last couple games, Shochi's been a little bit of a role player, kind of playing around his team, and I think a lot of it has been dictated by the Ziggs game 1 from Manui, and then the Seraphine game 2 from Manui. Shochi was just kind of throwing in the damage on top of that, but this game on the Kaisa, this was a pick that people were like, you cannot give Shochi this one. He's so good on the marksman. His Tristana's really good. His Kaisa was deadly during the split. We got to see it in that TLC series as well in game 2. And he has been set up for success by his team in this one.
He really has been. I think he's been very vocal in a lot of successes, right? He was calling his own arc the Naruto arc here, just finding any anime that fixed him as a protagonist. But he truly is coming alive. Speaking of coming alive, though, Disguise need to find some life left in this series. Yes, they're not that far down. They have a dragon to their name, but there is a Baron up, but also another dragon coming in about 23 seconds.
It's so tough for them to take this dragon. As Manui actually, if he finishes this phase, if you're rather curious, because at this point, Kai'Sa's one item away from being just deadly in this game. As I expect to see the Ludens coming out from Shochi, just given the identity of the comp from Fear. And then Manui, looks like he is going to try and complete that Seras first for the extra safety. But if you have control over either river, it's so tough for these guys to play.
I woke up
phase check that. They have to rely
early
on Young and Fake God in these side
for
lanes
this.
to push things out and use that to try and collapse onto Fear. So with Fear getting that bot lane in deep, no way that DSG would have been able to pressure this dragon, so they just have to see to the way for free.
And we see the vision here from Disguise. They do not have any control over that side of the map. And a second dragon, a Cloud Dragon, goes to Fear. They'll maintain about that 2.7 to 3K lead they've had. But the fact of the matter is they're coming back onto the map, and this is where some of their strength comes to align, is when they have all pieces together and a lot of that poke that comes through from Manui and Shochi.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what Nui's building, if I'm going to be honest. Blasting Wand's just like, please give me more AP. It doesn't necessarily funnel into that Seraph's quite anymore. But yeah, you can see the mana crystal for Shochi. Once again, once he gets that Ludens, that's really where the Kaisa hits hard Mazel. So it feels like DSG almost on a timer early on is Young. He's gonna show here against Perry. He's hugging the wall, but now is spotted Perry. To get a W out of Young. Does have that ultimate if he wants to run away, but just really helping Shochi get this wave in. As talked about, if they can get this wave in deep, then they can actually play around the Baron, because then there's no way that DSG can find flanks against them. So I really like the macro here from Fear again, understanding their poke top well. Whatever side of the map you want to play on, get that wave in deep.
I need coffee. You know what? Yeah.
Go
I'm gonna
play
order
in the
some
river.
coffee. Or
take away the TP wards
I wait 10 minutes and then we lose and I go to bed.
You do need to be a little bit careful here on
Please.
the engage, but
No, I'm gonna order coffee because we're coming back here.
Line here ready to go. You have a lot of that poke that will end up being in Fear's favor, and it's me just going to need to start getting some down with the Calibrum. Young on the side, though, getting chased down by Shochi. Immediately flashes, realizing what was coming next.
Kaisa. Wait, I thought LeBlanc beats Kaisa.
Respectable flash from Young, paying a lot of, I would say, respect and fear towards Cincinnati here and what they can do on him in the side lane.
So, like, I know LeBlanc was good with Static Shift, but without Static Shift, how is she?
Turn this on the parry now.
Nice. Might actually find Philip on the flank here this entire time. Killer instinct across the board too, but it's DSG resetting the fight and finding a little bit more promise there. It is all burned from Meech though. No summoner spells, no Moonlight
Flash,
Vigil.
cleanse, flash up.
Here, they might
Oh no, carries, both flashes are down.
Them, but there's a great ward that Zazel snuck over the wall, so we'll spot them as Manui currently spotted. TP comes in, DSG.
I think DSG have to be really careful though. This is where the poke is starting to come alive. Look at Manui. He's literally just waiting over there with the spittle. You got Perry tanking up the Baron engage.
Oh my god, Young TP'd into a Nautilus.
Young is gone! Your poke is gone, but look at Meech.
Okay, Meech. Yes, thank you.
He's getting it in his eyes. He gets one double kill, goes over though, and the poke from Manui. It's coming alive here.
Please,
As that
please.
Void Seeker goes
We stop Baron. We stop Baron.
to run. And Manui has been the artillery pounding Disguise.
And you can see this game of cat and mouse, because if you jump into DSG, the Braum Maokai is so strong paired up with the Aphelios. But if you never jump in,
we have a
it's just
chance.
Poke raining down from the skies, man. Pogba comes in, you got Void Seekers to deal with, it's way too much.
We have a chance. As long as Meech is alive and we're healing for him, maybe.
Tries to push the pace on the Meech. They didn't have enough to get onto the Aphelios. But Zazel, he burned the Leandries. And as long as, you know, it's a front to back here, look at Manui. He just gets to walk up, has a big croc in front of him. He can't walk past that. The Kog'Maw does way too much damage. So Fear, again, able to draw DSG into them, able to land their poke. No, it's no big objective taken, no monster objective, but still, see how difficult it is for DSG.
When you get Young on something else, man, I don't know if LeBlanc is it.
You know, find the massive flanks and try and attack the double artillery backline that Fear is showing.
See the damage done, but you see all of the dominoes falling the way of Fear. Every time they take a fight, it just feels like everything's leaning their way, and it's Disguise who are still struggling to find a way back into it. I think you look at some of the item spikes, some of the strengths we talked a little bit about for Disguise. It's starting to come online for Meech. You're looking for that third item and a Lord Dom.
This is all going to be on Meech.
And Meech, it feels almost as if, like, if you jump in to DSG and it's too early, again, it's Aphelios Braum. You can proc the passives so quickly with the Winner's Bite. Maokai provides so much safety as well. That's where Fear have to be careful, but they just never jump in. Look at what the Kog'Maw can do. And just forcing Zazel out. Even, you know, he has the shield to try and prevent some of the poke coming in from the Void Seekers, but you can't do that against Kog'Maw's R, so, man, the creativity from Fear really paying off here. And DSG, they can't get on the map.
They just can't. I think we were talking so much about the leadership, the expectations for this team.
We're losing CS by 80 in the top lane.
They have a second life. This is not the showing you want to have when you only have one best of 5 left if you get knocked out here. This is something that Fear have been building towards. Their power of friendship, the work they put in this boot camp, it is showing alive and well. And they've been so confident about that fact since they came into the playoffs.
Fear that Dragon's up, but they don't care about that Cloud Dragon. I will say a Cloud Soul is very, very powerful when you are running a poke comp. But they will start up this Baron. Really gonna try and keep them at bay. Does have that blue buff. He did turn that blasting wand
Guys.
into
Guys.
a full Rywise.
Guys.
He is still sitting on the knee of the Sandateer, so that slows will help him connect with the multiple R's. Baron is down to half Mazel, and DSG, you gotta walk in here to find it. Zazel. They still don't know the HP. They don't know the HP of it.
This is really rough. Fake God tries to go in as well. There's the Nature's Grasp across. They are getting a bit desperate. Philip tanking up a store, but Perry's
Okay,
already
maybe we
got
can
the
kill
Baron as
a
well.
lot of them.
Manui
Maybe we can
went
kill
in
a few of them.
But it might be the engage for Disguise.
Young's dead
already.
already!
Fake God trying to make
Help
it
me!
happen.
Help
And
me!
it's Meech who's able to stay alive and put damage into Perry. Disguised have shown some life. And they're
Okay,
gonna
okay,
take
you know what? We
down
got three. We
Shochi
got
too.
three.
A shutdown to Tomio.
Fake God was really big in that fight as, first off, Manui, he had to flash over the wall and then go all the way around the Baron pit to reposition. No damage came down to the Fake God as he was able to front line, continue to push forward, take another look. Great draw ult from Zazel as Manui, Fake God, he forces him out. So once Manui flashes over that wall, look at him, he has to go all the way around as this fight's playing out.
Hey,
Fake God forces him out, yeah. So Fake God, he forces him out, then Manui, still, you know, can't really get in.
Young cat, oh
man,
man, he's too squishy.
Completely split. Kog'Maw's
He cast the
completely out of the
1E,
fight. Perry goes down,
and I think
goes
that
on
was
the
it,
Shochi.
that
That
fight.
is a fantastic fight from Fake God into double artillery. As once they got Manui's flash, Fake God was able to push forward so hard. So at least a couple Baron buffs were taken away from Cincinnati Fear.
Like,
get the Turo Baron
I'm
buff
sure
there.
it's just like
Well, actually,
LB's not the
less
pick.
capes, like you were saying, on the map, but it's something that Disguise will need to reel back from. That Lord Doms is completed for Meech, so he has hit the 3-item spike. I think for the Aphelios and for how integral this pick has been for Meech in his past, this is the moment that you can really find those big team fights back. Ooh, Tomio caught backing.
Tomio!
We'll see, though. Actually, a little turn back. The rest of the team coming through.
Oh,
Will
nice.
not have to burn the flash.
Oh, the turnaround? Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Yo, kill this Kaisa.
Meech needed to be the one, but now
Meech went right and everyone else went left.
Finds another one. Here comes Fake God on the jacks to make a difference. You have no damage left.
All good, all good.
Fake
2 for
God,
2. 2
but
for
it
2. We
is
take it.
Fear who back away. It is a 2 for 2 even side.
We take it.
And carries go down. I love the focus that DSG had onto Manui, but Shochi, when he picked his spot to go in, he got so much work done, was actually able to take down Young on his own, and Fake God was late to the fight. So
Fake God might be
that 2
coming
for 2,
online
they have enough
this
Barons
game.
alive, where JJ, that's the one that's on the board for Fear. So they can actually still, funnily enough, keep up this
Oh, nice knockback.
They're still gonna try to fight this one. A lot of sustain. But
We have a Jax. You guys are trying to fight us? Nah.
In Disguise, they're carving away at this gold lead.
Again, you can see some of the
No
power
way
of
you're trying to
Braum. If you
fight us
overcommit
when we
into
have a
Braum,
Jax.
Braum
You guys
teams
don't have damage
love
with
that as,
Kaisa and Kog.
Fear pushing a little bit too hard at a couple points. They need to reset, get the flashes back on their artillery backline because they're really fed at this point. It's now a Seraph's Embrace for Manui wrapped up, and he's almost at level 16. As Manui,
Wait. Oh!
That's a bit of a catch out here, Tomio. He
Oh,
finds
Coggy boy! Yo, get this Kaisa! She ain't going to work today.
Shochi getting out with the invisible, the counter strikes.
Hey, he missed the ult! Yes!
Who seems to be like Spider-Man.
I'm thinking we're back.
Disguise. One by one, they all go down, and Meech is sitting pretty at 5-1.
Fake God's
Fake
back.
God is stepping
We
up
are
so
barak.
big in this game. Tomio threw out the R, just
Hashtag
praying that one
my
of the flashless
DSG.
artillery mages would be walking
I'm
up.
getting
It's
coffee,
completely boys.
boys.
Like, hey, I think they got to catch this midwave, man. Maybe we'll find something. Look at that.
Look at that.
Flashless Kog'Maw.
Look at that.
Easy pick for Tomio.
Don't give
and
Tomio
Disguise.
Maokai.
He plays that wonderfully. Shochi goes in to try and play hero mode. Dude, you just jumped into a
What do you
bomb,
think
man.
you're
gonna
doing,
get cued and
Kaisa?
by this Jax. As Fake God's like, I'll take that, thank you very much. That's an easy one for me. Fake God is just being a hero in these fights, playing these front to backs. No one can deal with a Jax, so they do not.
Fake God said he's had
That's
enough.
The mistake from Fear at the moment. They need to find a proper setup and take away the health bars from DSG before they find the fights. And that's where Tomio is breaking the pace of the game. Really well done, as him and Fake God have been huge in this one.
They have not been able to get their feet set since the early advantages, and they keep getting haymakered back and forth. I love that decisiveness coming out from Disguise. This is something we talked so much about for them. You not alone have strength outside a game with coaches that know and feel the same moments, right? In Golden Glue, and now the help from Acadian, but Zeyzal in the game is that positional coach, it feels like, and we see a lot of these decisions coming down to the combo of Tomio and Zeyzal, which we propped up so much.
Got them a championship in spring, looking to get them to the championship in summer as they need to win 3 in a row, but they've done a great job of fighting back into this game. This game has been really the first part of the series where past the 20-minute mark, DSG has been able to find some wins. It's been all fear once Baron has gotten on the map. They've turned around a couple early game deficits into leads later on, but DSG doing a good job of fighting back and punishing Fear overextending. But this time around, here, Flash just came up on Manui. Both Kaisa and Kog'Maw have Flash available to them. Kog'Maw nearly has that level 16, which is so big for the range. I want to see them get Kog level 16 and then try and find a proper setup around the Baron. So it looks like they are sacking this dragon.
Yeah. Got 4 items there. Maw completed from each, so some survivability in terms of the AP. We are still waiting on that 4th item for both Shochi and Manui. Big item spikes for them. You do have the Baron coming up in sub 25 seconds, but the dragon on the other side could be a sole point for either side.
Manui's playing so far
Fear
back.
only
Just had that
plays
level 16
AP
as he just
poke.
pokes his face in. Manui doing a nice job of fogging himself here. He still
Why
doesn't
don't
have
we
access to
draft
level
the
16,
comp
which
to
again is a lot
counter
more
that?
range on that Kog'Maw R, so
Like
that
every
makes it
comp
important
they
to be able to
played
get
is
that level up.
AP poke.
DSG
Oh, we got double knockup.
Shochi's getting
What's
burned
this?
down, but he does find the distance. Now this means parrying
Hang
the
on.
rest of Fear or
Hang
tanking the
on.
line. Manui's
Oh,
getting
wait,
flashed
Tomio
on here,
didn't
but
have room.
Tomio can't find the
Tomio
angle.
didn't have
He
room.
does use the
He
Nation's
didn't have
Grasp. Here
room.
comes Fate God
Chill,
over
chill,
the
chill,
edge.
chill for
Can't
me,
find the
family.
distance there, and we just get blows back and
Oh
forth.
no!
Lips are
I
bloody here,
thought
Cubby.
I think
That's good though for
Tomio
Fear.
thought
Whenever they can reset a fight
he
on
had
even
room.
footing, that's when they can lead on the poke again. There
And he
is
wanted
no
to flash
fault
in on the
Malphite.
cog.
16 was secured by Manui. You can see him trying to hit me.
Goodness. Even Zeyzal taking so much
Stop
from those
getting
Void
hit
Seekers. Yet Fate God
by
waiting
the
for the dragon to
dubs.
spawn this entire time. He will be soloing that one out. Fear not going to find any response there. Not even going to try for it.
Aren't talking about the dragon because again, Fear, they cannot be in a position
Free
where they
drag,
actually have
though.
to retake the map. They have to establish control over one side and commit to that. So no way they're going to walk into that side of the map they've lacked control of for the last couple of minutes. So Fate got able to sneak that one away for free. Fear's still low. I think they're going to reset before they actually try and attack this Baron, as it really is all about the Cog plus Kaisa. And given the double magic damage from each of them, Void Staff's going to be pretty important, which are both inbound for these champions. So I think that Fear, once again, once they find this, they can get a good setup. They need to make sure they never fight DSG on even footing.
There it is. I believe Manui's backing for his now as well. So you'll have 4 item spikes for both primary carries, where I will say Young is lagging behind on the LeBlanc. You still have that catch-out power. You still have that fluidity with it, but it's going to be a lot of damage coming out from here.
Crocodile. In a while, Crocodile.
He will flash away. Zeyzal will have used that Glacial Fissure, though.
Zeyzal actually trying to
We're forcing. Don't look out! Don't back. Meech is at 60% health, please. Please.
He doesn't have access
No
to a
forcing.
master yet. He did
No
go for the
forcing
Moth
the
first,
Baron.
Severum, which is really nice, but look at this from here. This is exactly what they want to do.
Yeah,
Make sure
Meech is eating these Kaisa W like the Cheerios. Hang out, Young's on the side. Oh my god, then Young got one-shotted. Young got one-shotted, but he ate a lot. He ate a nice. Kill this. Yes, kill. Yes, Meech. Yes.
The man steps up when it matters most, and DSG fight back.
I think Meech's gun set
Young
up.
did good.
Usually you
Like
think,
I know
hey,
he
we
just
want
went in
green,
and died,
right? And you're playing
but
against a
hey,
ton
he
of range,
ate
but
like
no,
spells and did
Severum
damage.
was so big for Meech, as the red-blue combo got him so much health back in a fight where he doesn't have access to lifesteal outside of runes. Now it's a numbers advantage. Manui's in base.
I mean, that's kind of LeBlanc's role now.
The
Like,
Baron
look,
will go
you
over, but this
WWE,
fight, my
I'm
goodness,
fucking
what
dead.
a fight back. Meech deciding the time is now.
It's a front to back, and
Look.
really it's Philip. If he's able to find a stun on Meech, that's where it's big.
You
Meech
go in, you
flashes
eat some
in.
ignites, you get some
Wild,
damage
man.
in.
But the peel against Philip, he was definitely actually able to get onto
Great
Meech.
peeling.
He had the
Every
stun
time they
ready.
go for
He
our
went into GA
affiliates,
first,
we
then was
win.
peeled by the Braum and the Maokai. Great space creation by both Zeyzal and Tomio to protect Meech. Zeyzal has said in these interviews, if Meech lives late game, we just auto win these fights because he's too damn good. That time around, they bought him the space and Meech cashed it in.
That's why I was so damn excited when this guy was brought on to Disguise, when Young was brought on to Disguise. These are two of our best mechanically minded laners and just players we have in the league. And the fact they're leaning to Meech on this all pivotal game.
Jax has Force of Nature.
Life left in this upper bracket final.
Nice. We can get an extra player according to TFT rules.
Again, Manui and Shochi have no flash, so this is something that Young can try to punish with Disguise.
See if they can get this siege underway. That Turo Baron buff kicking a well for them for another 2 minutes. Zeyzal tanking up the front line here as well. Shochi's coming over the side. The poke will start raining down, but you've got to be a little bit careful on the back end of it. The turret not going to go down so easily with the lack of siege potential that DSG have.
Really tough to play into the poke when you aren't able to fog into the jungle. This is actually, you know, even with Baron, DSG will take down these turrets, but it will be a slow, methodical process because...
we're going in. Young W's, and he comes back out.
That's a Nature's Grasp onto 2 members as well.
Nice.
Caught out. Meanwhile, Fake God's taking a 1v1 into Philip that he's
Man with Lamppost versus Crocodile.
Does take the extra tower shot there. The Baron still alive and well. Disguise bringing Zeyzal back as well. The siege continues.
Oh, we're actually going to get panned to a ward. There is a deep ward. Philip could go to this one as I think we're going to tease. Here we go.
All right. Fake God gets caught. Oh, Fake God with the Glacial Prison. He's going to run.
Watch out, there's a Crocodile.
Oh, it goes golden by
Save him.
Here comes Fear, though. They try to find him. Gotta be a little bit more careful. Dragon is spawning in under a minute, but Fear punish.
No, the Fear need the chase. Try and prevent the resets. You got to be careful about this. Phil doesn't want to overcommit because
Reset.
There are only 40
it's Dragon
seconds
Soul
before
time,
that Dragon
baby.
is soul on the table for DSG. I actually kind of want Philip to try and chase a little bit harder there to try and mark DSG and see if they can delay the recall.
Actually, maybe we go Baron
first. Where Disguise can full reset and try and set up for this Dragon with the Baron still on their shoulders for a couple extra
oh wait, no, that's the buff, not the respawn. We go Dragon.
Push off of. So Fear, they do get mid-prio, but this is tough because Fear, they don't really have control over the spot river, and we've seen if fights are taken before the poke connects, how advantageous that actually is for DSG. And especially with Meech having a PT now, they have to try and
toilet
poke out
paper
Young
because
or
we're
someone
gonna need
else.
Jax in this fight.
There's one thing you have to keep in mind is Meech is full build.
Stop eating the Kai'Sa W. Dodge it. Just move to the side. Jeez. There we go. That's how you do it.
Win them easy peasy on the Aphelios for the first time of the series too. They finally let it through. And will this be a potential kicker?
Let Young cook. He's LeBlanc King to the side. Never mind. He TP back into the bush.
Confident to move into the river just yet.
Tomio is in a weird spot here actually. This poke from Manui, you can see how Manui and Shochi have changed their target. It is no longer Meech. Meech has the BT. He's trying to actually
Tomio's kind of low, man. Tomio, you can't be starting a fight at 30% health. Meech, you can't be eating Kai'Sa W's.
They're going to have to drop the mid wave first off. So that's the first loss here for DSG.
Oh my god. One Meech auto is 1,000 damage. Easy.
But that's going to be pulled by Fear. DSG now opt to play through bot as they have lost that mid wave. So Zeyzal in a decent position here on the river. And this is good because Fear, they want to play in that pocket. So DSG playing through bot was the right answer is now.
Nature's Grasp comes across, it's blocked. There's the Glacial Prison back though. Can you get enough damage onto Philip or
kill the Croc, 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 kill the man in the suit, kill the woman on the pig.
Oh, Perry goes down too. Young ends up going down to Manui. So it's the range poke that's actually helping. Fake God goes golden there, thinking he was
oh my god, he's been watching too much Albert streams.
Find an angle to maybe defend him there.
Randomly using stopwatch.
Use that fight to now get soul for themselves.
Young dead again? I mean, that's his job.
That's big. Cloud Soul now. That's one way to try and get.
He goes in, W's trying to like attract attention. If they use abilities on her,
be on the map, but
they're not using abilities on the other.
This time around, they did keep their carries on the map, so they can always get a little bit more farm. They didn't have to go for the Void Staffs before the Death Caps.
Look, let's be clear here.
Death Caps do
Meech
come
is the
in
damage
for
carry.
The Kai'Sa and the Kog'Maw. That's one last spike that they can try and use to get enough poke down to actually break DSG. If you can see how big Meech is in these fights, and when Disguise are able to actually execute the team fights, Meech is just too much to deal with right now, and I gotta give props to Meech. The guns that he's been holding on to these fights, I think have been really smart, given the problems that he's being challenged with by Fear.
It is a challenging time here in the LCS Challengers League, and it is something where Disguised have fought back tooth and nail from an almost 4,000 deficit in this game number 3 to keep their chances alive. Winner of this best of 5 has their tickets booked to the Riot Games Arena. And Disguise don't want to go down in a sweep to Cincinnati Fear. They're looking at this top tier 2 now to get some more gold.
Inner turret falls, and the important thing for DSG is that they've taken control of this space before that Baron spawns. So it's so difficult for Fear to retake space into Maokai.
Oh my god, that damage. He four-shotted the red buff.
He's got no flash. He's going to have to flash
that. That was the flash burn. Look at JJ, though. He's being the good guy. Support does save his ADC's life. I guess APC at this point. But the siege is there. Disguise's comp has truly come online, and it does reference off the back of Meech and all the front line that they can play through and kind of the picking apart of Fear's comp itself.
This is the power of Maokai. Maokai is not only so good with poke comps, but also so good against them. Because really, the saplings and then the ults, you can force, also like just control space against them. And we're seeing that really come up big in the later stages of the game, as that is a free Turo Baron buff, uncontested, going over to Disguised.
And isn't it so telling, Cubby, that this series, our upper bracket finals, has now had 2 games that have gone longer than any other game in our summer playoffs. It is the bread and butter of these 2 teams, not only Disguised Toast, but it is the fact that these 2 teams have been the up-and-comers in this split. The ones that have been doubted rather, but potentially upset a lot of the bigger names.
He sold his
challenger
boots.
Teams that we have in here, and I think it's been a testament to their growth, not only because of the difference in this split, but also the members they have on either side.
So he's just gonna slowly walk up.
We're just gonna let the minions hit each other here, Mazel. That's you can see.
Just
DSG.
to talk about minions, Cubby?
Yeah, they're syncing
Come
up
on,
the wave.
bro.
I don't know, man. That was so broad.
How are you gonna talk?
It was so
What?
broad. Where do I go?
All right, anyways. We got Disguise putting a strategy in here, trying to push down this mid lane a little bit more. Shochi gonna take a big chunk of damage as well. Not gonna.
So
be
when
able to
they
put down that
ban
poke as
our
heavily.
best
Still got
champ
there
and
for
we
another
don't
minute
ban
and
their best
45
champ, we
seconds.
lose. And when we ban their best champ and they don't ban our best champ,
Young
we
is
win.
pushing down the bot lane too. Might be looking at 2 inhibs at this point.
This is a weird game. Like, so the scaling of poke comps, once you get BT and a 6-sided marksman like that, you just cannot take 5v5 DPS too much. Now
starting to see a pattern
they
here.
get the catch out. That is,
Yeah.
that is potentially just the game winner here for Disguise. We were asking, we were going to get the wake up from one of our best teams, from 3 experienced championship members of Spring, and it looks like the beast has woken up. As Disguise has one last push to
Meech
put
is
into
so
Fear
slow.
to make this series an actual one. They take down Manui one last time, and Disguise has rose from the dead and taken a game
I'm thinking
of
with
Fear.
Barak.
And boy, do we have a series.
I'm thinking with Barak.
Tomio moves to 12-1 on the Maokai. Meech
Fear's getting nervous. They're like, oh no, we're gonna blow it. We're blowing it.
Guys in the later stages of the game. We teased it. The Maokai, the ability to
Hashtag
peel
my
for that Aphelios
DSG.
later. It made things so difficult for Fear, who I think did have winning angles in that game, specifically after that first Baron. But once they got the flashes off of Manui and Shochi, we saw DSG push really hard at the gold deficit to punish them while those were down. Too much gold was given over to Disguise. Meech got online, and Disguise took over the game in the back half. As really good play from Meech, especially taking advantage of a team comp that was built around him as he cashed it in.
That's what you love to see. Again, you heard the quote that Hazel said. Meech is that pivotal piece, and he came out clutch with the Aphelios, finally let through. That is it for our game number 3. This does mean we'll have a 4th game underway, and yet another Rally Cry halftime show with Sierra. We'll see you there.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car-sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
Let's check in on Complexity versus V1.
They've invested a little bit more. Jazzy still with the
Complexity putting up a fight this round.
blades, getting up high. Anyone close? Yep, there's Raze. Raze is
Nah, man. She cheating.
That's so crazy. Her Blade Storm again finds 2 First Bloods.
Claudia looking to equalize.
No! From that range on a right click? That's not even skill. That's like, she's controlling these knives.
That's all it is, though.
With her
Trying
mind.
to reposition play around the drone, keep that up alive. Alexis is very close
Oh,
by.
nice shot.
Ooh.
1-on-2. She has a wall, so she can put a lot of pressure on this defuse.
Oh, finger time.
Aggressive. 2 ults used in the
Give
closing
him the
moments of the
finger.
round.
Yeah.
Find one of them.
Yeah.
28 HP.
Yeah.
Time is short. She's got to get out of
Oh.
And it's just not going to happen. I mean, milliseconds away. And the most tragic way to die. A thrifty round as version 1 get to 10.
You could see what she was going for right there. She thought she could put the pressure on those art players. I'm not sure if she knew both were there.
Down A.
Oh, but not even Neon Speed could get out of that lockdown that quick.
No, she was close. And I respect it. You had to make a play, right? Once she lands that op shot onto Alexis, you realize you got to risk it here a little bit and see if you can make something happen. And boy, did she get close.
Yeah, tough choices in the Cole camp right now. Look at the buy.
Yeah.
They buy down a little bit. They have a Bulldog and 1 Vandal in Lace.
They do have another ult for Raze.
And again, the 0 point detects both the duelists on a main. Look at the reaction coming out immediately. Link control comes out of E1. They're going down Link. But this time, it looks like Complexity's a little wiser. The rotate's coming to B already.
Yeah, but there's nothing here for Kara to play around. I mean, there was no flash, there was no nothing. She just had to hold in the smoke and hope she gets a fair fight. And version 1 will never give you one of those.
How do we beat version 1?
Looks like it's wraps on the
Let's
round
talk
again,
about
unless
that.
Raze can pull off a 1v5 with the Sheriff and yeah, Shorty from that distance. I think Sarah was looking for a 360.
That's what we have to
something and
focus on for the next Game Changers event.
Styling on him a bit is version 1 or just a couple of rounds away from putting together another outrageous performance.
The last timeout comes in from Complexity. They're second of the game here. Down 11-7.
Now, what can you even
Have a
say
healthy
to these
buy here.
Complexity players, like, guys?
Couple ults to work with, most likely.
A second place is a win in my books.
This is it for them. This is their final stand, in my opinion. I think if this round slips through their fingers, the idea of a comeback with no economy, with V1's economy getting out of control, then building ults, double initiator ults at that, you know, the game becomes so difficult.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is a round where they really need these duels to step up. And so far, we've seen, you know, a lot of A main challenging from them. But again, just like in the first half, Alexis's 0 point gives all of the info that V1 needs to make the play. And it seems like the pace changes from V1 it's something that Complexity hasn't been able to solve across any of the maps so far.
Yeah, yeah. It's a difficult thing to try to figure out on the fly. And you're right, it just caused them fits.
Doug, they are just going to run it down B right now, it feels like. This is one of those calls out of a timeout where you expect the other team to craft something new and crazy, and you're just going to run it down. And they can never predict something like this.
I mean, look at it. You know they're not expecting it. It's just Claudia here by herself. Yeah, Jazzy gets this close, and obviously with the Neon, you can rotate very quickly, but if they full send here before the rotations arrive, it's going to be problematic. See the Cosmic Divide already through. Claudia's ahead of it, and they're going to Seekers their way past it. Floor's starting to clear some of that out. They've got the ult to flash out through the wall, and Floor dashes away, stays alive. Ray's going hunting, trying to pursue. And this looks like it's once again falling apart.
Gathikins.
Complexity can have a shot at this. It's Sarah left in a 1v2.
Oh.
Complexity handle it well.
So well. Raze came up so big on the rotate, using the run it back. Both of the flashes finding value. Flush Floor off of the top of screens, most importantly. And then
But, Disguise, well, they make it a series, and they're going to be taking us into yet another game. And what a game, honestly, because I kind of felt like Dark
Series. Right, you mentioned it. It felt like that was the must-win, right? Like you don't get another lease on life. You don't get another shot at this. You have to execute on that one. And somehow Complexity staying in this, staying competitive. Maybe why it was right.
What was that flash? Oh, you knew there was gonna be another flash
That is
though.
crazy. The minor adjustment this deep into the game from V1. Floor asks for a second flash. The drone comes out, clears art, because they realize the rotate is going to be coming in at that point to Link.
And
Walking
note that
silently.
that's a flash that you don't have to entry out onto site now. You don't have another Sky to play alongside. You have no other utility like that. And maybe that's just not going to matter. You see the cloud burst, you see the space being bought, and they're going to fight for main.
Yeah, they
Clear it
peek
out, make
in.
sure there's no one here.
I don't think they're aware of the quick art flank though. This art flank is super fast.
The alarm bot from Noya should help though, as it's keeping him back, and Sarah gets one with the Hunter's Fury.
No way, Doug. They're just going to fully reset right now. They're going to cut noise.
Oh my god, they're outplaying complexity. They're just standing still.
So they just completely cut noise.
30
They
seconds
walk
left.
back out A mid now.
Dude, they're playing him like a puppet. They're playing him like a puppet. Instantly, as soon as the noise is cut, you see the rotation start to go B. Now they have to scramble back, lost as to what's going on the site.
It's just so easy.
And now
for
they
them
have
to
full
read.
control of
They're like-
sight.
It's like a picture book for her.
Yeah.
Just perfect reads, time and time again throughout this entire finals.
Raze with no flashes here. It's going to have to be dry. And you just cannot handle Alexis in that position. You have Flora who's helping too. Effectively a high-low that you're just not winning. You're just not. So they've done well to get out onto the site, and they've gotten enough to at least tap and threaten the defuse. But that's all it is. It's an empty threat. And with that, version 1 find themselves on series point.
12 to 8. Complexity are going to need 4 straight rounds here. Lace and Claudia taking these two Phantoms into this round. I can't even describe how important that is. You know,
yeah,
their teammates will not be able to buy, and hopefully they can drop a couple rifles around. It looks like they were able to drop.
Yeah, I really love here how Fear also like leaned on their poke, like just utilizing it to push Disguised off, and like Disguised are trying to bait Fear in too far, but Fear I think played really disappointed in this sequence, Darklings.
Yeah. I think maybe Disguise needed to, like, they didn't actually have threat on the Baron yet. So, Fear was playing it slow.
Yeah, I think that's a great call. Like, that's definitely something where, like, likely in the comms for Fear, like, if you establish early on, like, guys, they can't hit Baron, that's probably something I expect was communicated, because then, you know, just make sure, like, hey, like, don't overcommit, like, they're going to try and fish. Like, that's their only play if we push them up top. So, really well done by Fear. I think paying that respect was really the difference to them in that one. I think it changes for Disguise. Is that the other portion, Sierra? Anything we'd swap up?
Yeah, if there's looking back, because, you know, when we're sitting here, little armchair analysts will always know how to do it a little bit better than anyone. But there's anything looking back at that now that's like, oh, if Disguise just did this one little thing.
What do you think, Darkwings? You got anything?
Yeah, I mean, after the pick, they could have just tried to take control over Dragon. In that sense.
Maybe play through the bot jungle and then play through bot. The positioning was kind of tough to like actually get around Fear there, but I think that's like the one way they could have forced it out.
Yeah.
Okay, so with that too, after this, Fear, they start to get a nice little lead for themselves, and our next clip was once they had gained that lead, and it kind of looked like a really tough spot for DSG here. But then there was a really big pivotal moment of what objectives were gone to, and Fear, well, Darkwings, this is when they chose to pick the Baron up when there was still Elder out to get.
Yeah, this is definitely not a trade you want to take as Fear. I think they could have kept mid push and then just played one more wave to see like where they would go, and then they can just do the Elder first.
Yeah, this was an oopsie. When you're up in the game, with especially like Mountain Soul, you shouldn't be the ones that are seeding Elder. So I felt like that was DSG can never really fight them truly, but also if you have Elder, then the game just ends. So that was a curious one for me. So yeah, that was definitely a really awkward moment in that game.
And Fear did still win in the end. They were able to wait that one out. But was there, of course, if Fear was able to get that Elder, I mean, things would have just been like done. But Darkwings, was there then this window of opportunity getting the Elder that we could have realistically seen that DSG get the game 1, or is it just kind of one of those haha funny whoopsies, but it's okay?
Yeah, it is kind of a funny whoopsie just because, I mean, a lot of the Fear's structures are still up, so even if like DSG could force like into their base, like they wouldn't get too far. They wouldn't be able to end a game with just the Elder buff. They would need like another round.
Just a funny little thing to look back on, but hey, they're keeping it interesting for us. So now we have to go into game 2 because this was a lot faster of a game win for Fear to get themselves closer to the series, and this was right closer near to the beginning too. This is I think right out at the beginning where there's a little snipe cubby.
Yeah, this is what we call you know, an illegal wave. Darkwing says that wave it cannot be touched, right?
Yep, definitely cannot be. But that juicy tower was looking too juicy for Shochi, so
plates were
he
about
had
to
take
fall
it.
too. It didn't show, but I remember that from the game. You know, he wanted the outer, one of the bonus gold. You know.
Yeah. He's going for it. It's just the juicy tower. You can't resist that often, right? So, all right. Don't think actually there's too much we can necessarily change off of that one. But hey,
No
looking. No, just cut the wave. Just cut the wave.
Just
so
a legal hit. You know.
We'll hit. All right. We're gonna roll our next one here in game 2. This is getting a little bit closer to the end of the game, though not too much. As of course, when we're going back to the objectives, a big story as of always, and this is the fight over the Baron. Is here they're looking pretty good, very especially just untouched here, Darkwings.
Yeah, it didn't seem like DSG were ready to actually turn it. Tomi actually like queued away instead of like looking forward, so it didn't seem like they're actually ready to take this fight. And everyone was kind of just, maybe they weren't like fully on the same page about this play, so.
Yeah, Fake Guy was out with no empowered TP, so I thought this turn was like a little bit tricky. If anything, I think they should have waited like for the alcove in a way. But I think the opener for that fight too, like the chunk on the Baron, I mean, when you take a chunk like that, that's one where like maybe you're trying to get Young in the position to turn when they actually enter to try and contest you at Baron instead of having Young DPS. I think that's one of the big differences. Like having him so then you can actually approach with a Shurima Shuffle that could start the fight off instead of giving Fear that big upfront damage engage you can find with the mages when they throw out their ultimates. I think was probably the biggest thing I'd actually look towards in that one. So if anything, I was going to change anything, it'd probably be like before they hit the Baron off camera, like just move and like position Young differently. I'm kind of curious what you think for that one, Darkwings.
Yeah, I agree in the sense where like as a Zir, it's really hard to play into like double poke, and he definitely needs to like find an angle, and their team needs to engage first to actually want to fight, and find like their backline. So yeah, one can definitely look for an angle like that. I think would be good.
And then with that game too, I mean, it was pretty for your favor. Do you think that DSG, there was any of those little mistakes that could have been fixed that could have been getting that game win, or just Fear a little too in control of that one?
Game 2, yeah. I think based on draft, it seemed really hard for DSG to play. Because they had Azir and Zaya, which are both like they don't really want to play into long range poke. So
yeah. Seraphine makes that really tough too, because not only does it enable for you to like retreat with that poke, but also when you do pick your spots and go in, it makes something like a Renekton so much stronger, not to mention the Kindred. So I think that was a really tough draft for this guys to pull out, and they definitely made adaptations from that going into game 3 to make sure they got in a much better position to take that game, which they ended up doing.
And final clip, this one is from game 3, and I feel like too, Fear, they kind of had a couple of things that were set up for them going into this, but DSG, this is where they started to really turn like heads and being like, no, even if you have things set up for you, Darkwings, like DSG were fighting, and fight they did.
I would change nothing that Fake God did in this fight.
Yeah.
What do you think, Darkwings?
I think Fear, after they get the Baron, they need to like just try to leave, like cut the losses and leave.
Yep.
I'll say it was like a decent play, but they needed to be like on the same page about that.
And maybe Power of Friendship being a little bit too intense there. I think Shochi ulting for kills instead of ulting to get out, definitely one of the changes that I would have made. I agree with you there, Darkwings. But also really big props to Zazel and Fake God. That Braum ult into forcing the flash out of Cog was beautiful, and really made sure that Fake God was able to free hit moving forward. So that was a really big one for DSG. I think one of the big reasons why they won, because then when they punished the Cog flash after so many times, kept them so much gold, and Meech was fed, and then all that game panned out.
Yep, and with that too, and well, how well DSG played that last game, they definitely deserve to have the series going a little bit longer. So it's time now for our game 4 here in the upper
pick
finals.
our
It's time
comfort
for our
picks and
draft.
ban their
Thank you
comfort
to
picks.
for
It
your
ain't
expert armchair
it ain't
analysis.
complicated. I thought it was
Let's,
complicated, but after
I'm
that game
happy and
3,
excited to
I
hear some
realized
going
it
off
ain't
for this draft.
complicated.
All right, I'll go ahead and take it from you, Sierra. I like the armchair analysis, and thank you so much for making these two look so big brain, especially Darkwings. I don't know so much about Cubby. But we are getting into our game number 4 now. We have Fear over on the blue side, Disguise on the red side. And I think that the way that we've seen this meta within this best of 5 adapt, this is our first best of 5 of LCS Challengers Summer Split. So I want to see if there's any of those adaptations. We already get that respect ban towards that Seraphine, and that Rumble yet again shows its face, and the Ivern ban too, Cubby.
Also a side swap, Darkwing. So what are you looking out for here from Fear on the side swap?
Well, I mean, DSG chose blue like 3 games in a row or something, and now, or finally, I guess Fear swapped. I think. Well, interestingly, I think this will be the first game Young might get counterpick, so we'll see how good it turns out.
I think they were setting up for first pick Maokai, and with that Maokai being taken off the board, maybe they handshake the Sejuani Poppy again. So now with Kaisa showing, personally, I like Poppy into Kaisa a lot. It's really tough to pick your points. I don't know if you can speak any more on that interaction there, Darkling.
I mean, yeah, you can't ult
Wait,
out,
we banned Maokai?
You don't really have
No! They got confused. We're supposed to pick Maokai.
and Poppy's just kind of tanky. Like, Kaisa, at least with the way, like, with both Kaisa works, is it's not very strong versus tanks either.
I wonder if they do change that up this time around, because we did get Fake God as the one to not lock in the Renekton. So Philip won't get it for a 4th game in a row. We did get the Sejuani, a comfort pick for Tomio, something we talked so much about, something they were first picking over on blue side. We did get that response. The Poppy makes it back through. It was
God, not the Poppy again.
Out, and I think that's another enabler for Perry as a whole.
I think it's really important to note, too, that while that Renekton for Philip was on a 9-game win streak, Fake God is 17-3 on Renekton this year as a champion. So he is a beast. He was undefeated on this champ in spring. I know that there was a clip early in the season from Toast Co-Stream where he's like, Fake God has to play Renekton for the rest of the split, man. Like, you don't want to play this, right? It was actually too good. So pairing that with Sejuani, of all champions, really good start in the draft for this, guys. It's a lot of topside power.
Yeah. I think Darkwings, especially when we've seen kind of the mid lane meta adapt here, I still find a lot of flexibility in that Kaisa, especially for Manui. But do you think that we're going to get an actual like brawl in the mid lane? I feel like we've had some quietness there this time around.
I mean, it's just been like a lot of like LeBlanc from Young, and I think it didn't seem like they were playing heavily around him. A lot of the times, like he was kind of just like he was just playing lane, like nothing was happening. LeBlanc as a champion, you like really want to get ahead and snowball. So I personally wouldn't want Young to play LeBlanc again, based on the comp as well. I would want him to play something like if nothing's gonna happen in mid lane, then just play something scaling.
I think it does say a lot that they actually let Rakan go through this draft, even when Zai is showing to take
Rakan, Renekton, Sedge. Okay, we're last picking mid lane. Somebody help my boy Young out.
Zaya, and it's Chochi's best champion, I think. So even though we expect that Kaisa mid, I think throwing the Triss ban out was well worth it from Disguise as well.
I do actually really like the Lovers duo though for me.
And with the Silas?
I think Zazel has already shown that when he has a heavy hand.
And then with the
he can
Irelia?
find a lot of the engages and be that shot caller. We did
Zeri?
get that Zeri locked in for Manui.
2016?
We'll see how that one works out here. Darkwings, you got a secret tech, anything cooking?
Wow, that joke is so old. I used to say, "Oh my god," in 2016, and I used to make that joke when I played Hearthstone. Like, oh my god, Yoxaron in 2016, and now I'm realizing it's not 2016 anymore. 2023.
But I think they want to make like some kind of like strong front to back team.
Jerry.
Zero's probably the best.
All
Sears is
right.
taken away. Is there a chance
Oh,
we maybe
Zeus
see
banned.
Cyrus
Young,
here?
whatever
We have
you
Leona
do,
Vault. It's kind of tough to play
don't
the Poppy
pick
Jax because
LeBlanc.
of the Young special.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't think it would be that great here, but maybe Young wants to pull it out. We'll see.
Again, it's still DSG.
Not
backs against the wall. They have to
Sasuke?
win every single game from here on out. And I'm gonna look over to you, Darkwings, and say, you know, we were talking about the young LeBlanc. Well, hey, maybe another chance is the one that's gonna make the
Yo,
difference.
we're cooking. We won the last game with
maybe.
LeBlanc.
We'll
We can
see.
win with this one.
LeBlanc. I mean, he's playing versus Poppy, so it's gonna be not ideal.
Wait
for
a
him again,
second. LeBlanc dashes
he might
and
call
Poppy
Camille
stops
over a bit more
dash.
this game.
I will say to Skies
Oh,
very
speed
early
dive.
on, they have 3 winning lanes. So, like, when you're parry, like, what do you expect from him here, Darkwings? Is he's going to be under a lot of pressure early?
Actually, yeah, Perry actually I think
Hold
Perry
up.
is the one that has 3
Let
winning
him
lanes, at least
cook.
for the first bases.
Really? Even
yeah.
Zyra Khan? Okay.
Yeah, I think Zeri. I mean, maybe Zyra can win, but I think if you pass.
Alright, chat. Is there anyone who's good who can tell me? Is there a reason why we do keep picking LeBlanc? There's gotta be a reason, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
we still have a little bit of time since we had some internet issues go down for one of the teams. I do want to get your kind of brass tacks here. All the thoughts of a player going into a game 4 where Disguise have now fought back, the experience coming into play for them. Do you feel like this is kind of a reverse sweep moment where they're bringing a lot of motivation because of that win from game number 3?
It's definitely like a huge mental edge to like start winning, and it was kind of like kind of decisive after like the Baron sequence and all that happened. So I think they're in a better mental now, and they'll definitely what's the word, like put their all.
Hello, Mr. Toast.
Yeah, I like it.
We did it.
I
We
do
won a
have
game.
word. We're going to be
did
filling
win a
for
game.
a long time here. So we're going to
Alright. So I noticed a lot of LeBlancs. Walk me through the LeBlanc. Unless it's giving away strats, in which case don't.
Your mic's muted, by the way.
Oh. Hello, Mr.
Don't know.
Grayson. Alright.
Hello.
Talk to me about LeBlanc unless it would give away information, in which case do not talk to me about LeBlanc.
Okay, I will not talk to you about LeBlanc.
Okay, we are not talking about LeBlanc. Okay. What can we talk about?
We can talk about that. Well, as you can see from our draft, we gave up. We have given up on playing against Zig Seraphine. That stuff is so annoying, and we tried to cook against it. The games were close, to be honest. We kind of were winning the games, and then we love to engage as a team. We love to fight, and we kind of keep getting funneled into Seraphine Zigs. So we banned that. I think I was also surprised to see like they didn't ban Rakan. They're pretty scared of Azir and Akali, which were good picks this game. But yeah, pretty happy. You know, they chose blue side. I thought usually red is like a bit more disadvantage in drop, but I'm pretty happy with this game. I think it's like the only scary thing was just to make sure. I feel like the last time we played LeBlanc into Poppy, there was too many times where Poppy was just getting the slam in on LeBlanc. So if we play team fight front to back and LeBlanc is just like doesn't really have to go in but can pressure the back line by just like looking at them, I think that's how we're gonna win this game. And this time we also got the Renekton. Feels good, man. Both teams have big Renekton players, and pretty much red side, like Renekton's for the most part pretty hard to first pick. On blue, you would trade a lot for it, and you wouldn't even get like the Sejuani to go with it. So that is the dopamine hit for red side for sure.
Mm-hmm. So banning all their favorite picks is good for us.
Yeah, I mean, banning their little like they're champs that are kind of specific for this team that they're really good at. I think it should make the games more like standard, and we don't have to worry about just getting blown up in team fights by those mages that he plays.
Mm-hmm. You like our draft for this round?
I think this one is better than like our game 1 draft. I think this is like pretty equal to our last draft. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, versus this team, it's just always going to be about who wins team fights. Both teams are just team fighting teams. So whoever has better setup on the objective fights is going to be the deciding factor for this game.
And final question: is the internet issues on our side or the other side?
Unfortunately, it's on our side. They're like all landing together and have like 12 ping, and Young is having some internet issues. His ping like randomly spiked. So I think it did recover, but he had to like relog a lot.
Okay, that's good. That's good. We should pause for time like this. That's fair. Like people have internet issues all the time.
Yeah. Okay, sounds good. I'm gonna head back to the team.
Good luck, Mr. Goose.
Stressful games.
Stressful
all right.
games. You got
Peace.
this. It's because he has a lot of ping. That's why we're losing. That's why he's getting slammed. Now imagine if he had
DSG
full
has fought back
ping or
in
no
game number 3.
ping.
Now they've adapted. They've changed their composition a little bit, but it still relies on the experience, that level of connectivity from our 3 previous champions in spring for Fake God, Tomio, and Zazel to help pull them across the line.
Yeah, and you know, we started the last game by saying that Meech's Aphelios was 9-2. Let's start this one by saying that the Xayah from him, 9-3. So again, this is a really strong champion for Disguise and Meech this split. I really like Disguise draft just because, yeah, I think, you know, Darkwing's correcting me, saying that the first couple waves will be pressured 1 through 3, which is big.
Minui needs to play Zeri when he's only been playing AP
Speaking of
carries.
Disguise, we got to hear a little bit from their owner, Disguised Toast. Let's go ahead and check it.
I don't want to listen to me, man.
Favorite moments is just there's quite a few of them, but it's just the consistency of how the team plays. Like Meech's play style is very aggressive. Is the one thing that always stands out to me when I watch these games.
You hear the things that stand out, some of the favorite
what did I
moments,
say?
but particularly it is focused on Meech. And we know how important that focus is. We saw it literally play out in front of us in game number 3. He was the carry. He stepped up to the plate and hit a home run.
Man, he just likes good marksman play, Marcel. He's a man of the LPL's heart, you know? Man of your heart.
Yeah, he is.
Come on,
He's
Young.
right
Beat-
for my heart. Sadly.
beat this
I
kid.
don't know what to tell my wife. Anyways, we're going to be getting into something where Fear have changed their composition as well. We've talked a lot about DSG coming to this one, the strength we saw from game number 3. But I also want to go back to the fact that Philip and Perry have nice combo now, but Perry, particularly on the Poppy, can be a big difference maker, and the change that we've seen in the composition for them.
It was so good in game 1, too. And we saw it specifically how they were able to use it to shut down that LeBlanc. Now, it was with the Ziggs pairing. That was big, but you can find similar interactions with Zeri, has that over-the-top damage with W. And Perry, someone that I feel like does have to break the pace of the game. Now, he did go a reverse clear this time around, so he's actually going to end towards the bot lane, where at the moment, Fear, they do get shoved for the first couple waves before first base. Then after that, once Disguise get a couple levels, I think this guy should really start to take over in pretty much every lane here. And again, I really need to see what Tomio can get done with this. Tomio is a player that we really talked about, Mazel, is, hey, he's really coming to his own this split. Feels like he's someone that is taking more onus on the own decisions that he is making, doing it by himself instead of just being led
Oh my
around by his
god,
team.
Young has no health.
And Tomio,
Someone help my
he
boy
has the
out.
kitchen sink available to him. Everything is an option here when it comes to pressuring lanes. So Tomio going to elect to go top first, and guess what? He is warded out, slightly waiting for a crab to spawn. Is actually
We have the
lost
Renekton
camp,
this time.
or I should say skipped over one.
We're in
Lost
charge.
early on, from the looks of things. He was at... Oh no, he 5 camps. All right.
Just like
I'm just lost.
Patches the
He's
Pirate.
looking at
okay.
me, pressure filled.
That's a Hearthstone
Get
reference.
lost in the sauce.
Anyone
a little
gonna play
bit,
the new
some
Hearthstone
craziness.
expansion?
You could dive. This is
Anyone
good
got
setup.
$400
Yeah, absolutely could, and this
hanging
would be
around?
a big moment. We've seen this on the other side, right? Fear have tried to set this up every time, but it is Tomio and Fake God who are decisive this time around.
And the
First blood
Triumph
for
proc.
DSG.
Look at this
That
big
is
wave.
way
Look at everyone.
too
Look at this
damn
wave.
clean from Fake God and Disguise.
Look at this
They get the
wave.
in. Philip's
That's
gonna
a
lose
double
lot
wave
for that
gone.
one as Flash committed from Tomio, the insta follow up, the insta permafrost, and the insta first blood going into the pockets of Fake God and Disguise.
The combo is huge when you can get up there early, and we've seen Philip on the other side run away with some early leads on
big.
the Renekton. Now Fake God, one of the best in the league, going to be on that duty, I guess, this time around. Love to see Tomio getting involved early. I'm going to go back to where you were talking about earlier because, yes, I think when we talked about him earlier in the series itself, it was talking about his growth as a player himself, a little bit of the confidence that's been built. But it is the confidence that's built for a reason, right? Like, he went over to Evil Geniuses. He was in their academy system. He was going over to Cloud9. Now, after a championship in spring, he is right back at it with this likely crew here. But it has been the growth individually from him, I think, is so important.
What happens when you win
again,
the
we're seeing him
NACL
make
tournament?
better decisions,
We
and it really
get
feels like Tomio is evolving
nothing,
into a
but
more intelligent
we
player,
get
which is
public
great to see.
support
That was really the growth arc.
for the
Really just
removal
getting
of
that demand.
Immortals from LCS and the
You know, as he is
installation of
controlling
DSG in
maps
their
better,
place.
That setup, of course, so important at the professional level of play. Seeing Tomio really push and evolve towards that is great, as at the moment,
Which would
Mike
be
is
very
setting
good
up
for
an early
DSG's
Dragon,
legacy.
as he is skipping over his top side camps to get on this one on time. Meech and Zazel have shove. No base yet for either of our bot lanes. Favor goes to the Zyrakan, and that will be first Dragon being picked up uncontested by Disguise. Oh, hold on. Perry wants to contest. They want to contest.
Little contest.
Yeah, he just blast coned over. Perry's going to get here in time. JJ's trying to get his nose in there, see if he can spot anything out, but not going to be the case. So Perry's going to sneak into the lane.
They're going to try to go for a punish on the back end of this play. Dragon does go down. It is a
Why
Hex
can
Dragon
Immortals
#1 to DSG.
field
Actually, a recall going to come from
a zero
Fina
budget
JJ, as
team
that
and
play wasn't
collect
there. They
money
weren't very aggressive after the Dragon take
from
DSG.
sponsors and Riot
Perry actually sacked quite a bit for that.
year after year?
So he could have been on his top camps right now, and then actually would have had a look onto Fake God. Yeah,
Why is this legal?
Likely to not go up there, but might have been able to maybe take away a Raptor from Tomio, and instead goes to hover his bot lane, make sure they get a good reset. We'll just take the Krugs, and now Tomio rinse and repeat gank top maybe. JJ has to take over the job of Perry because Perry was thinking about contesting the Dragon, so JJ is going to be the one hovering. This is a smart
When was the
move
last
from
time
JJ,
Immortals
but will
did
be enough.
anything? Do Immortals
Been
even have a team in
integral at
any
reining in the chaos for Fear
game?
in
What
this
is
split.
Immortals?
Great addition to the Fear roster in place of Trevor, but also just being there to make sure he can hold the line. He might have needed to turn back around now as well. Will end up showing here as Perry's actually on his way as well. This could be turning into a 3v3.
It still is really well done, though, from JJ. Again, that Dragon hover from Fear, I think, being a little bit of a mistake from Perry.
Oh,
but JJ able
Immortals
to keep his top
own
laner safe by walking
MIBR.
towards that side on the reset. And that
And
will open up
MIBR
a
used
small
to
window
own
mid where
Terrace.
Zazel could have looked. I like how
It all
Zazel
comes
responded
back.
to that. JJ was spotted top, so they would have had a man advantage here in mid, using the pressure through the block. We posturing where that could be a possibility. Not could be the case, though. As instead, top lane. Oh, look. Zazel's back.
And Phillips about to go down. That Counter-Strike might not save you here. Zazel gets the knockup. He gets
wait,
the kill
Zazel gets
too.
the knockup and the kill?
Disguise have put full focus into top lane.
That's a bloodthirsty support, and guess what? Top lane, that is doomed. That is over. Fake God can freeze that wave, hold it
Fake God
for his own. As
is
JJ will
back.
stop the base of Zazel, who's going to just kind of force him to stall some time. And honestly, I think why they're doing this, there is no ult on the Fake God. Rift Herald is about to spawn here in 15 seconds. There is a possibility that if they could delay a recall, if they do force Fake God
Franchising
to
is the
base,
only
then
reason
there
LCS
could
was ever
be an open
profitable.
play onto the Rift Herald, which
I
is
mean,
really
yeah,
tough to
when you
take away.
convince 10 teams to each give you $20 million
Young to be able to displace, but does lose his
for
clone.
$200 million.
Really
Yeah,
good
yeah,
chunk
no,
here.
I would say
Young
that's
doesn't
pretty
have access to
profitable.
TP. Again, I think that's why JJ was hanging up towards the top side, looking for any potential to take this Dragon as, Meech, that's really well played.
Manui got a little bit of trouble. Does have the hop over the wall. Meech looking to
you
potentially follow him there, but
Chatticus.
did not do it. Does have priority in bot lane. Fear have already started up and almost taken the Rift Herald. Tomio's here to combine, though. The rest of DSG, there's the
good
Glacial
cancel.
Prison. See who gets it, though. It is taken by Tomio. There's that charm. Is it going to be enough? Fake God is in the fight, too, and he's big old
I'm
crocodile.
thinking something,
As Sochi-
chat.
There's Zazel going right back in. Young's there, too.
I'm thinking
the diamond and
something.
dodging has come up clutch, and DSG
I'm
are
thinking-
4-0.
Oh, that contest from Fear. I said it. It's so hard to take Rift Herald against Sejuani and Renekton. Fake God, the ult came back. The Croc got in the middle of everyone and destroys the Herald fight in Disguise favors. They have a huge lead early in this game 4.
It ain't Jover
That is
till
so
it's Jover.
big, and Fake God is stepping up now as well as Beach in that last game. You've got kills across this top trio, and it enables Disguise so much moving forward. And look at that total gold as well, going all the way Fake God.
Honestly, really excited to see a replay of this one, as I don't know how Zeyzal got out of there, man. He did really the cross-country walk from like the top side of Fear, was able to flash out E to 2 T-base, then made it to his side of the jungle. That was some hell of surfing there from Rakan.
And none other than Zeyzal, right? I told you, you gotta fear the beard, and it's not just fear that need to. You get the replay.
So that's a great ult by Tomio, because it cancels the Poppy ult.
Boom,
so Poppy
double
gets it
knockup.
back, but not in time to contest this
Bada
Herald. Tomio wins out on the flip, and then look at Zeyzal. He dings 6 off that. Buys the time of Philip. Philip, right when he's about to go in, whoop, he go back over to Young. Young able to find Parry 2 in the back half, while Fake God was just in the middle of everything, wrecking house as the early game Renekton. Good fight for Disguise. You can see the theory that Fear had to try and take that away from Disguise before Renekton got the ult back, but I think the Keeper's Verdict getting canceled by Tomio was the key play in that Herald to make sure that they at least got the fight. So even if they don't get the Herald for Disguise, they just get a fight afterwards, which is so winning when Fake God gets his ult back.
We were talking about
my God.
DSG are using that quite well here.
Young
that
flash
Verdict actually
pass.
buys a lot of time, and
The
will be
knockup.
able to defend Shochi in the mid lane.
Young flashed over. I thought that could have been enough. Not quite. Young was able to escape that. Use at least as the empowered TP to get back. Dragon is up. So mid laners could reset. I think Young resetting first is key, because now if Young TP's back and keeps his health bar up, you have to get Shochi back to even think about contesting this Dragon. And DSG want to continue to press their power in the early game while their comp is very, very
if
strong.
we get a team in
So this Dragon,
LCS,
I
does
think,
Riot
falls
give us
in favor of
money,
DSG
or
quickly.
do we actually still
and
give
that's what
them
I want
money?
to lean into a little bit more, because we've seen DSG use their compositional early strength to their advantage so far. They're even getting a couple more plates on bottom side too, but that's where I want to shift the focus to Fear. They have the double marksman comp. They have the Zeri, who yes isn't the same Zeri we saw last year or even last split, but it's just the fact that you have these double static
share from what?
scaling here. Philip will be strong in the Jax later
From
on
what?
as well.
About manicuring the waves, the sides,
Like
to
a
make
Lux
sure that
skin
you
or
get
something?
farm and get to those points.
I'll do
But
rev share on a
for
Lux
Disguise,
skin.
Of course, about pushing to break that Mazel, and so far Disguise has done a wonderful job of doing so. Fear gave them the opportunity to do so at that Herald, as that Herald will lead the first brick
They
in the
pay
bot lane.
you rev
They're
share
gonna
from
push for an
viewership.
inner crash as well.
Viewership?
They get first turret, they get all the
The
plates to
LCS
Meech
can't
as
even
well.
beat
I don't know if
XQC
they'll be
in
able to get
viewership.
this
What do you
next
mean
charge in
viewership?
there. The back does start getting completed here. Extra gold for the ward, but that push is enough to mean that DSG can redeploy and refocus the way they want to on the map.
Lovers Duel does get the quick face off, and
Sounds
we'll
like
see
it's...
if Meech
Wait,
Zazel
and
actually
then
has
if we
to
have a
take this top side.
team,
We do have
that
some
means
sort
we
of
have
swap
to
coming
buy
down, so they can
housing for
keep
all
on
the
taking
players?
down, these towers.
And there's a
So
minimum
90 seconds
salary?
left where points are on the map, and yeah, you will have the swap.
Wait.
Won't be top lane from each and
If we get to the LCS, that means we're just paying them more money.
To try and get some pressure down there.
Tomio's
Wait a
right back to
damn
where he knows
minute.
he can get some more money. You got to focus
So the
on Philip
LCS
with
gets
Fear on the
people
Jax,
to
but luckily
join the
Philip
league
has
so
a
that
lot
they
of
get
friends
to
in
give
tow.
them more
The new
money?
Shochi, JJ coming up here to help. There's the solar flare utilized with the blast cone, and the improved one will get him out of there.
Sneaky there
This
from
is-
Tomio.
this
as he
is
was
that pyramid
just able to get on the
scheme
right side of that
that they
empowered
warned
blast
us
cone
about.
to make sure that he gets out. Fake God will get a plate because of that.
There's
Philip
no
doesn't
TP.
have TP. He's got a base. Another plate for the Renekton is huge.
Tomio just continuing to play aggressive.
Could be a tower even. And
Might
Meech and
even.
Zazel up here. Instead, Fear, they show everyone. Yeah, I like this for Meech and Zazel. Just like bluffing up there. Once they see Fear respond in kind, they can shift back mid. They didn't fully commit, so they're going to have numbers advantage here again. So, yes, you're doing a really good job
Esports
playing with their tempo, Michelle.
is designed to scam
Really
ego-ridden
interesting the way they
owners.
pulled apart the map. They have a
Yeah.
5K lead at 13 and a half
Sports
minutes
owners
in.
don't
It
have
is
giant ego.
Absolutely massive. And it
Like,
was
what about, like,
lended off
someone
of
like
an early
Ocelot?
advantage through top side, finding those skirmishes, but
Sorry, that's not a
also
good
the
example. What
timing
about,
of
like,
these
Reginald?
objectives. I think that is playing a lot of that experience into key for DSG.
Yeah, those first two dragons being taken
about, like,
are big,
Ludwig?
'cause now, like, with a lead this big and the champions of DSG being really strong at this point of the game as well, like 1-2 item spikes, it really puts Fear on a clock. Like, do they even contest this upcoming dragon, or do you wait until it is soul available? And the best news that Fear's gotten so far this game is that it is a Chemtech soul.
But not me, though. I don't have a big ego.
less impactful souls, especially this game, given the comp that Fear has. So Disguised, I mean, they just get to keep on pushing, have this full court press. They have shove everywhere on the map. It's just, you know, how much more can DSG get out of it than just neutrals at this point? So far, they've done a wonderful job at pushing the pace.
I hope that that pace continues, right? We were talking a little bit about momentum. We were talking a little bit, especially with Dark Wings, about how DSG can take that last game win and really propel it forward.
Also, when did we get a 5.5k gold lead?
That if you can
I feel like
be
there's only been 4 kills. Where's this
you'll have a lot of
5.5k
strength in the
coming
team
from?
fights. I'm already looking, though, at proactive plays, and Perry is front and center in the Rift Herald. Not a lot of help here for him
God
just yet. The rest
damn.
of DSG are headed up there.
We're rich?
Yeah, it has just been tickled, so Fear, they get the reset on it. It buys time, honestly, for DSG to get here and get position where I think this is going to be DSG favored. You can see Perry, he can't break the team fight, so he's going to try and break Young at the top side.
Get out of there, Young.
TP coming in as well. All right, Young's already gone.
Young's dead.
Thank God.
Thank God, you're good, but are you 1v3 good? Actually, no, you got
immediately flashes, but there ain't no real exit strategy for Perry.
Man, I feel like Young this entire series is just dying so that someone else can get a kill. Meanwhile, Tomio is fighting and resetting
way
Herald.
too big, does TP into the fight. This does mean that Kaisa and Zeri each get free goal, but DSG, they still find the win, find the tower, and find the second Herald, so they're trading up.
They are indeed, and they can use that to continue being pretty proactive. They have a Dragon sub-minute. Shochi's taking the side lane turret here. Will be responded to by a TP, so Young will be able to respond that quickly and not let that one go down. No big trade back and an increased gold lead for DSG with yet another objective and a sole point coming up.
I think there's no contest. You can already see the reset from Philip and Shochi a little bit late. If anything, try and get that top objective bounty. As a fight
objective
right
bounty is so stupid. If a team is losing, they don't deserve to be given a free way to come back. You lose, then you just lose. What's this objective bounty comeback mechanic?
Try and set up on the top side, maybe get a pick in transition from DSG, but
like if you lose, you just lost.
To even think about contesting this.
What is this American
Look at that team synergy. They all
participation
have one kill.
award
Everybody's
bullshit?
Included. Everybody's got their say in this moment.
That's nice. That's real nice. I like that.
It's the little things, Cubby.
That's why Zazel took that one to the top side, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Everybody let that one go to him. They knew what it was coming. Anyways, DSG know what's coming next, and that is a sole point for them. Unless Perry can make some magic happen, but it doesn't look like there's going to be any contest, and that gives so much more decision-making power to Disguised.
Fear will now be forced to respond to these dragons, as I still don't want to give up a soul. They could get in some alternative league.
It helps late game scaling champions not feel bad for the entire game. Well, maybe people shouldn't be picking late game scaling champions.
Indeed. Oh, no.
I feel like this tweet's late.
I feel like it's a little late.
Right now, I think I've got the best chance of being prediction god, personally. Hey, Mazel, we're united in 5 games, man.
Hey, I'm here for it, man. I want Silver Stripes every time I can. I would love to see these two teams go head-to-head for it because, again, the way that we've seen these two teams come alive in summer playoffs, but also Disguised when the moment is right, striking. Speaking of, it is the Rift Herald in mid lane that should get yet another outer tower. This will be the final one. Fear haven't gotten a single tower.
No.
Come on, when you put this game away while we're up, don't get complacent. Don't get suspicious and don't get complacent.
You got the Nashor's Tooth for Shoshi. Got a little bit of something.
Wonder, this might be a Rage Boy game. That might make some people frustrated in the chat, but you are going up against Renekton Sejuani. It's pretty easy to stack.
Oh, that's it. Boy. Killer Instinct has been used in Meech. He tries to get the Black Blade Collar. One more. Oh my God.
Thank you, Jesus.
Nothing left,
Thank you, Jesus.
Sub 20 health there, and now it is the siege in mid lane.
I love religion.
Towers for JJ. He just died.
Oh, Tomio.
The bounty goes down, so you get a little bit of something back. But Perry is here to try to deny
Oh
Zazel.
my
Nice
God,
steadfast
stupid
presence.
poppers.
So we got the flash out of Shoshi, though. That's big. DSG can look to punish that as JJ embracing alternative league theory, throwing his life away for an objective bounty. I mean, that's some dopamine for sure, man. Going
Yeah, it
down to
is.
the gray screen
The
for that sound
gold
effect.
part, you know,
Big
all
time.
that, the money.
No, sound effect. That's what it's all
Yeah.
about. You
Nerf
gotta have that play,
Poppy.
man. That's the team mental buff.
I love it. Hey, speaking of teamwork, Fear have been a team that have relied on a lot of the synergy coming through. Yes, they put together a boot camp for the playoffs, but it feels like this team had grown together throughout a lot of the split, especially in the solo lanes and the way they come about it.
Yeah,
In
and
League
I
of
think
Legends
that,
lore,
like Shochi is someone that we've really seen step up.
there
throughout the second
are
round of
like
and if
like
anyone's gonna step up, it's gotta be Shochi.
beastmen
I'm so
like
curious to see what
Ari
he
and
ends up doing in
Zaya
this
and
game, but
Rakan, right?
You are on the Kaisa champ, which is
Bastions,
considered
I believe.
widely considered OP, if
And
not one of the
Set
strongest
is like a
champions on this
child
patch
between a
himself. It's a
Noxian
champion that
and
Shochi
a
himself has been
Vastaya.
very good at this split, as it is now his
That's
most
why he's like
played.
half human,
Was
half
5-0
beast.
on it until the last game, and now trying to preserve that record a little bit
Can
more.
you do the same with Yordles and
as-
humans?
I gotta say, it's still a really tough ask. Disguise has just done a wonderful job of playing this one. They couldn't really advance the game state until Baron spawns, but they have it on the map now.
And it's just showing a lot of that flexible strength. A reason why Disguised had 3 members in a
Why
championship run last
can
split is because they are
humans
just so good together.
procreate
now
with,
we actually see those 3
like,
members all together on the bottom
animal
side of the
people,
map
but
and
not
taking a tier
Yordles?
2 tower.
What's the what
Baron
I
might be on
need?
the
I
table.
need
This guy's not looking at it yet. Instead, just wanna get that
scientific
inner. More
explanation.
gold over to their pockets. It will be traded for an objective bounty on the top side. So actually, even
Dopamine.
trade at this point. Okay, not an even trade. You're correct. Dopamine. That's the difference maker there, right?
Exactly. That's the difference.
Yeah.
If we're building anything up in this series, it's just, you know, dopamine can hit a little bit different. Anyways,
Hey,
a minute
timer
and
dinger,
15
for
seconds
example.
now for a
What?
dragon, but Fear are
Hang on,
forcing
let me
the
finish this
Baron.
after this
Zane's
Baron.
gonna walk over. You're like, guys.
Hey, bro, that's a 10K, man. Why'd you hit that? So Fear, because of that time being invested, they will now have a delay to reset for the Dragon Zell. You can see Disguise are going to take some recalls right now. Meat should recall after this wave. Cumbio Zazel going to go back, get all nice shopped up, hit the shopping spree, hit the mall right before this.
No,
soul
they
comes
got
onto the
objective
map.
gold. What? That
Objective
shit
Bounty
was
Flags
worth
going over to
1K.
the Jacks, but won't be enough for Fear. That's the big question. I
How?
know
Riot
it's
remove
so
objective
incredibly strong.
gold. No
Really
one
shopped
likes
up
objective
for
gold.
those.
It's a broke. It
You
doesn't
ever
make
remember
sense.
those like shopping network things? I don't remember where they give a person a basket and you have like 30 minutes to run through an entire
Actually,
giant warehouse store and pick up anything you can fit.
Last time I saw that was Pokemon did it, because Sierra retweeted it. It hit my feed.
It brings it back. Well, maybe some of those shopping sprees will end up going to one of these players here. I don't know if we're going to have time for shopping, though, because it looks like Fear want to put some pressure on this Dragon. Again, this would be a soul for DSG.
You're forced to fight.
Yo, 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 yo.
Okay.
TPs everywhere. The beams have
Oh,
light, and
double
Zazel
knockup!
gets the double
Zazel, you're so
hit.
good.
Fear don't even have a
Zazel,
fight
you are
left in
so
this one.
good.
The Reaper has
You're the
turned into
best.
a ghost, and Fear have nothing left.
Zazel's engage
Once
are
I said-
nutty
Manui,
and
Manui.
makes
Big
me
Gun,
go
he goes
nutting.
down. That's a killing spree for the Crocodilian himself, and Shochi's all by himself now too. That blast cone will get him to safety. They're trying
This
to catch
guy
him
is
out,
just
but that Baron
get this man on
goes
an
straight to
LCS
Disguise.
team right now.
Yeah, you can start singing Silver
Actually,
Scrapes
right
Carolina
after
now,
our
'cause
NACL
this one-
finals, but right after.
Yeah, it's going to game 5. Watch this. Game 1, talked about how they were waiting out the steadfast presence of the Poppy to then go in. Look at this steadfast presence burns.
Boom, dash in, knock up, go touches the Leona. Hello, Leona. Taunts her.
Starts it off the route. Zazel follows up. Everyone falls. Disguise way too damn big. And not much to talk about here, Mazel.
Does he
This
talk
has been
about Yordles,
domination
but
from
what
start
about
to finish from
Lilia?
Disguise.
And we've talked so much about
Excellent
Disguised
question.
carries, the mechanical players that Young and Meech are coming into this one. But man, every time you don't talk about them, every time you think, maybe a support doesn't make the difference, Zazel makes the difference. We've heard this guy's drive, his want to make a legacy in the LCS, and he is not
It's like my
stopping
Winston
until
question.
he's back
Anyone
there
who watches
yet
my
again, and
stream
he has
knows about my Winston question from Overwatch.
You could argue step 1
So
is
Winston from Overwatch is a sentient gorilla. So we always ask, does Winston procreate with non-intelligent gorillas? Because isn't it weird for intelligent, complex being to Oh god, hang on.
through. Now, speaking of leadership, Perry, the leading force.
Yeah.
Fear
Yeah,
comes
that
from
happens
them.
a
Not
lot.
much the Fear can do on the map right now. So Young too far up They took the dragon and have resources on the top side. He gets punished, but now recall.
I feel like Poppy's one of the ultimate counters to
Disguise
LeBlanc.
decides to hit this inhibitor turret instead. Going to shift
If you
their power
slam
into the
her
mid
against
inner.
the
I like
wall,
this
but
from
not in
Disguise,
like the
respecting
sensual
that they were
way.
down a man on the rift. We'll take that one for free and get out.
You get a little bit in terms of
Because
the
she can't
siege
dash
down. They
away,
still have about
right?
a minute and 20 on that Baron buff as well. And Turo's feel pretty good right now with the amount of gold that DSG has gotten while they had their Baron buff. I think a 7.5k lead, while we've seen some of the fight backs from Fear, is just something that is so hard to fight from. Yes, you have the timer on an Elder Dragon, but the fact of the matter is, Zeyzal and Tomio have the trigger pull to end your life every time you try to step up to a fight.
Yeah, and again, once the steadfast presence goes to the wayside, that's their really signal to go in.
Triggers me a
This
little
is
that.
a deep flank from Tomio.
It
Wait,
is.
is our Rakan
Four
and
legs go
Zaya
fast. Oh,
matching skins?
That's nice.
That's a pretty nice schmoo.
One's
from
yellow
Philip
and one's
there.
blue.
Little
He's
big
out of
brain
there.
play.
He's out of there. Does he get this, though? He's trying to deny this from Disguised. We're going to see it still up. Yeah.
Okay, you got all the extra stuff to jump to.
Isn't
right?
it illegal
He
to
denied
have
the last
non-matching
Denied
Zaya
that one, too.
Rakan
Aw.
skins?
They just walked around that.
Oh. Zeyzal wins that one because of the thumbs down. Love it. Zeyzal, all right, you're a menace. He's a menace. He's playing with confidence right now, but also DSG playing with a. But he stopped the back, you know.
Or is it too intimate for two bros to have matching
Two tower on the
skins?
top
Like,
side
yo,
going down now.
we're already playing
DSG
Zaya
looking to
Rakan, but
siege with the rest
if
of
we
the
match
player for another
skins,
5
then
seconds out of the inhib turret.
going
But
too
it won't
far.
be long enough, and the reset should come through.
That's a high value Baron. This guy's doing everything they need to make sure we get to a game 5. Honestly, in a timely manner. Feels like they're making up for that game 1 result.
True, and game 3.
Yeah, it's been quite the series.
That's some
here.
long ones, man.
It's
We've
been
had some
quite a
long
series.
ones.
Honestly, though, you think about it, by the end of this game, it could very easily be, you know, one team wins a long one team wins a short one, right? Huh?
Hey, I'm here
Even.
for that. I'm just here for a game 5 between two teams that have stopped at nothing to make it here, right? Their previous wins were upsets. They knocked 2 of our LCS affiliate challenger teams into the lower bracket. They have made the difference, and especially when you look at Fear, their growth from last spring, a little bit of that disappointment at the last, even if they did make it so far, to grow this far and have such a strong start to a best of 5 feels good, man.
Yeah, this has been a really different split for Fear, because it felt like this time around, like we had expectations for this roster, and now they're kind of reaching them. I think a 2-0
They should
over
make
CLC is
an
over
in-game
exceeding the
champion
expectations we had, but
that's
where,
controlled
spring it
by
was like we
2
had none.
players
It's like,
in the
holy
bot
crap,
lane.
this team's fourth
Like
in
it's
the league.
one
All of a sudden,
champion,
they're like really good.
but
Like,
one
wow, this is
person
great,
controls
right?
like
And
the
then this one is
movement
like, hey, we have
and half the
expectations for Fear. Like,
abilities,
can they be
and the
better
other
than
player
just
controls
Horsey,
the
middle
other
of the pack,
half the
right?
abilities.
They proved that against TLC.
So if you're describing
so
Yumi,
close to proving that
you
now
know what,
they're
you're
taking
right.
the high road to the grand finals to book that ticket to LA, but Disguised.
But you can
They
only
have
stay
3 former
with your
champs,
partner
man.
the
They want to get
entire
back there
time.
the easy way this time around. They're taking advantage of this opportunity. Started out 0-2, looking for the reverse sweep. As I think Disguised and Toast will be pretty happy about that one, along with all these players.
Yeah,
it's just moments away from taking this game.
I think that's the biggest thing is like the playoff season, the story for Fear is there, but Disguised have so much behind them, right? They are our first.
We should have a League
org
of Legends
affiliate
champion
for a streamer, right?
that if you
Disguised
pick,
Toast being
turn
a
your
huge
perspective
piece to making
into a
this season happen
first-person
for them, but
shooter.
it's also some of the best.
And you play it
Challengers
as if
League
it's
that
an
we have.
FPS,
And I've
like
seen
an
them
ADC.
really come alive in some of these moments, especially against that FlyQuest Challengers roster. They took that 2-1 victory over. But as we get back into this game particularly, Tomio is looking active. We have another Baron coming up in about 40 seconds, but the biggest timer is 1 minute and 25 till Fear have to find a dragon fight. They might not even be alive for it at this point. You got the lockdown from Zeyzal. This is an 8k gold deficit that you're getting.
Oh,
engaged
Zeyzal!
onto with.
That young damage is actually real high.
Here comes Philip.
If he
They
wasn't
get
dead.
one back at least, but it's not going to be enough. Minkon's still full health. Shochi is trying to put in some work, but look how much damage Meech does too.
Don't let them
As the
leave
feathers
politely,
sting,
guys.
and Disguised find everything.
Everything, bro. We got one person.
Honestly, and the health bars can be replenished now from Fear. They have 2 TPs available, so yeah, Disguise, they win out hard in the fight, but this is honestly an okay moment for Fear. Philip's gonna TP
no.
mid. He's
Huh?
okay. Oh, that was Shochi actually.
That
Where
was
did Philip
Shochi.
TP? He TP top.
I love that Disguise immediately
They
turned
can't
on
start
that.
it. They can't start it. They can't start the Baron. Tomio,
Tomio's
okay,
too
he's just
low.
gonna queue into the wall.
Let me
for
eat some
fun. They
fruits.
have to think about taking this Elder Dragon, honestly.
Nom, nom, nom,
And
nom,
Tomio
nom.
might need a reset if they want to stay
I
on the
mean,
map.
he just
Okay.
got almost all his health
A
back
League
right
of
there.
Legends champion that allows you to
That's
control
tricky, though.
minions,
They
and
peer-
then
they-
it's like you're
credit
playing
to
an
Fear, they peered
RTS,
really well
like
with Parry and the
Command
Poppy
and
there.
Conquer.
So
Problem is, though,
Disguised- Yeah.
ultis are coming back up. Tomio's already got his
Yeah.
Glacial Prison back up. Grand Entrance with the
Flashes are
quickness
down.
is there.
Yeah. A lot of flashes burned here.
All
from-
the
from
minions.
Fear. The top side, all 3 flashes missing. So Zazel, if he goes in again,
Okay.
that could be deadly.
A League of Legends
Tomio
champion
baiting it
that
out, gonna
allows
go with
you.
that
Oh,
Glacial
hang
Prison.
on, we're
There's
about to
Zazel
win.
with the lock-in. He's got
Poppy's
the
trying to get the
quickness. He
knockup.
actually hits on
Renekton's
the
out of the
back
game,
line,
though.
but they can't find the damage
vlog.
because you had that Keeper's Verdict.
It's
used
alright,
on
it's
Faith
alright.
God. Now
Oh,
it's
he
Fear with a
used
bit of a
steadfast
reset
present.
fight.
She has no
Dylan maybe
steadfast
playing with a little
present.
bit of
She is not
confidence. JJ getting
presenting
locked down here as
steadfastly.
well. Zazel goes back in.
There it
The
is.
lightning crashes there.
She's
but the AoE
not
is
steadfast.
not.
Dead
The
slow.
lockdown is
She's
too
dead
much
slow
as a
present.
thunderstorm
She's dead
with a
slow
blade collar
present.
combo and a pentakill for the best mechanical ADC in LCS Challengers. Bow to your king, Meech.
Well, that's Meech's 3rd penta of the split, and that's going to send this one to a game 5 as Disguised and that in style. Fake God was massive on his Renekton all game as well. The power from the top side was shifted into the bot lane. Meech gets a big fight at the end.
We're
Plays this
going
one
to
out
a
in
game
style.
5.
Silver
The
Scrapes
reverse
going to
sweep.
game 5.
Couldn't have expected anything less from 2 of our top teams. 2 teams who know what is on the line. A ticket to the Riot Games Arena. And baby, you better get those speakers pumping. We got Silver Scrapes coming right your way.
That was the LCS Challengers League.
I'm gonna go get my coffee. Alright, back on the topic. I had this discussion with Michael once before. Would you guys prefer to be in a threesome with 2 dudes and 1 girl, or 2 girl and 1 dude? And I know, chat, I know the obvious answer is like, oh, 2 girls at the same time, I'm the only guy. But I thought about this, and it was like Michael brought up a good point where it's like, it's a lot of pressure to satisfy 2 girls at the same time. Because for me, I can barely satisfy 1 girl. So how am I supposed to do it with 2? Like, that's just 2 disappointed girls. But if I was doing 2 dudes and 1 girl, it would be less pressure on me and probably easier. Because there's a higher chance of the girl walking away satisfied. Toast, you have to satisfy the dude. No, do I? Is that what happens in threesomes? I never had one before. Like I have to do it? I can't. See, this is why I can never have threesomes. It's just too much of logistical issues. Like, how do you even bring that up? It's like, all right, no eye contact and no physical contact. It just doesn't work, you know? Anyway, in the meantime, if you guys enjoy conversation like this, why not head over to patreon.com/disguised, where you can support the team, including our NACL players that you're watching right now, Fake God, Tomio, Young, Meech, and Zazel. For the low price of only $5 a month, you can get exclusive backstage access to all kinds of crazy good content, as well as access to our DSG Discord watch party, where people are watching and talking right now. Let me show you.
I am pretty old.
What childhood? Russian CS is not childhood. That's just freaking. That's brutal. Okay. Wait. Toast is
Oh
here.
shit, he's here again.
Hello.
Hello everyone.
We're behaving. We're being great
Come
people.
to the Patreon, buy the Patreon. It's
Reverse
great.
sweep. Let's go. Come to the
Hello,
Patreon.
Mr.
$5 a month.
Bossman.
And you can become an investor at DSG. $15
Yes.
to choose.
I agree.
Oh, keep
Yo,
up the
is he
good work,
still-
everyone.
Guys, your $15 every month is so worth
Yeah.
it.
I give $15 a
I
month
love
to be a
throwing
fun
away my
DSG
money.
member. It's not throwing away. It's investing in a great gaming opportunity.
So if you want the chance to be ignored by me in the watch party Discord, you can do so at patreon.com/disguised. We're gonna do watch parties every game. My goal is to get so much esports teams that my entire streaming schedule is just watching different games. On Monday, I watch League. On Tuesday, I watch Valorant. On Wednesday, I watch Apex. On Thursday, I watch Valorant again. I got inspired by a friend of mine that got 200,000 viewers watching video games. And I'm like, you are fucking genius, man. That's why I straight up respect you so much. What about Rainbow Six? Look, when they create Rainbow 7, I'll get in on it. I'm surprised they made a 6-1 already. Like, I never even heard of Rainbow 1 or Rainbow 2 or Rainbow 3 or Rainbow 4 or Rainbow 5. I've like, is the 6-1 the first one to pop off in mainstream or something? I'm just gonna wait for Rainbow 7. Project L, yes, I do plan to sign players for Project L. I know they're gonna have a demo at Evo Vegas, and whoever plays the demo the best, I'm just gonna give them a contract right away. Get them while their stock is low. I'm gonna be there at the booth with a contract ready. Bam. Papers out. Signed right here. $2,000 a month for 4 years. Isn't that low? So, who else is spending money in esports winter, huh? I'm their best option. They can't say no. They won't ever say no because of the implication. And that implication is that they have no money. Watch. Fighting game player salary. No, these are all winnings. Well, it's not a lot, okay? $2,000 a month is already being generous. So this is Project L, and what we need to do is find a game that's most similar to Project L.
Tag-based fighting game. Teams of 2 players can face off together in the same match with each player piloting a single champion. So we're building a game where you can play with your friends as well as against
So it's a duo game.
Let me toss it over to Sean to explain how it works.
Which means the 2 players are splitting that 2K, so it's 1K each.
Damn, that hurts. Maybe I just handshake and you jump up after?
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay. Hit the spin. Alright, it's gonna be cheaper.
It's yours.
Time to throw down.
Whatever your setup, our systems are designed to feel fluid and rewarding for players on stage and off screen. And that starts before you even get into a match. Before the game starts, each team can choose to customize how their champs play together.
I like Project L because it it doesn't force you to have 2 players, but if there's 2 players, there's a reason to have teams because there's teamwork. You can't have a teamwork without a team. You can't have a team without multiple players. That's why I don't love getting into like 1v1 games too much because it's just like there's not a lot of teamwork. It's an esports team, you know, not an esports person or not an esports individual. Anyone excited for Baldur's Gate? This is the first game I've been looking forward to for a while. I'm not even sponsored by them. I'm just looking forward to playing it. I'm someone who loves like super in-depth RPG games, and there has been no good one for the last decade. Like I'm talking about full-on customization. And like freedom of control. Like Star Wars, the Old Republic. Well, Star Wars, what's the game I'm thinking of? Is it the Old Republic? Knights of the Old Republic. There we go. Yeah, Knights of the Old Republic style. I'm talking Skyrim, like really deep RPG. The world's your oyster kind of deal. And Baldur's Gate 3 scratches that itch of mine. And it's also D&D related, which I'm very excited for because I like D&D. Look at all these people optimizing Baldur's Gate Party Bro, Vextra Life, I'm gonna come out and say, is the biggest scam guide website in the entire internet. Their website is so bad, it's meant to just funnel viewers into their streams. If there's one thing I ask of you, chat, besides voting for me in the esports awards, is to not use Vextra Life for anything. It's just dog shit guide, and then it's a whole scam system. It's a view botting scam system with bad guides that rely on people to contribute. Anyways, you can have sex with a bear in Baldur's Gate 3. So that's pretty exciting. But it's a druid. It's a human transformed into a bear, so it's not weird.
Before we go to commercial, we have a special rendition of Silver Scrapes on the stage. I believe it'll be Mark taking it away.
All right, Vancouver! You know
Vancouver?
this song. It is tradition. I want everyone to get hyped, get involved, and sing along with me. Bee-woo-woo, boo-dee-doo, boo-doo-doo, boo-wee-woo, boo-wee-woo, boo-doo-doo, bee-woo-woo, boo-wee-woo.
For those who don't know, Mark Z used to be the producer
Moms
for
and
Offline TV. And he no longer was after that performance.
That was it.
That is the trashiest reality TV show premise I think I've ever heard of. I'm in.
I'm in.
All right. On that note, we have Game 5 on the run. Good luck, guys. Take.
Oh, what's Scar doing? Scar's watching? He didn't ask for permission. DMCA him. This is my team. I get to watch it. Hey, someone asked Scar if he wants to watch party. Tell him I'm in the Cord.
DSG will be back on the.
I call Discord the Cord now. Yeah, I'm in the Cord. I'm in the Cord right now.
That fear, they do of course elect to take the red side, having the loss. So returning to the side they have spent the majority of the series on. I'm still expecting no Malachi. I think that's gonna be the adaptation because we have to think about the game 3 draft as actually
Best
changing
of
up
5,
already for
reverse
me. All right, they're gonna take
sweep,
that one off the board.
or fake comeback.
I'm just saying, after the reliance they had on that
Or
one. in game
real
number 3.
comeback.
I think they're 2 answers
Yo!
they had of that champion are banned, and now
Hello.
more adaptations coming out.
Heard you guys brought it back.
They saw
Or
Philip
bringing
off
it
in that
back,
last game
but it
first
had
round, they're
not
like,
been
we like that
brought
setup a lot
back
better
just
for us.
yet.
So gonna ban that one.
Oh, I was just
Themselves.
checking
Sejuani
the
and
VOD.
Malachi are both
Seeing
awesome.
how you guys are
Just
doing.
fear
You guys are
things
doing
right now.
hot.
Put them into that
Once we
Sejuani
started
trap where they
banning their
actually get
best
a poly matchup
champion,
that has been good
it started being
for
easier.
Fear, and
Wait, you guys banned
carry throughout
Ziggs?
the series.
Oh, you guys
And
banned
you do
Ziggs.
have that
And
option
it
to
only
take the
took
Kindred.
us
It would've
2
had
losses to
Seraphine
figure that
behind
out.
it, but it still is something that is an option for
Honestly,
Fear.
some teams never
Back to
figure
it.
that
First
out.
pick of the Sejuani for DSG on
Yeah,
the
I
blue
think
side.
we tried
Something that
egoing
Toby
them and
has
said,
used
nah,
also
we can
well,
beat their
but also
Ziggs.
just been that kind of forward force.
Oh no, but they banned our Maokai and our Philios and our Rumble.
The meta they've been developing for themselves in this series.
No, they
We've seen a
figured
lot of
this
their
out.
comforts kind of taken away.
Are you guys using the lock-in
Poppy
jacks
is something that we'd love
again?
to see, and it's locked in for Perry.
No, Jack has not
Feel
been working.
really nice into
They're on to us. The only thing that will make this salvageable if we go Zaya Rakan.
Drop, but for Disguise, Zaya Rakan's up, Zell. And Rel is available too, but that Zaya Rakan was so strong for them in game 4. And what kind of answers would Fear have? They could take the Nautilus or the Rel here and
They're gonna
play
do
that
it?
handshake, but
Are you in their
for
comms?
Disguise, if they want to get that
Nah.
pairing, you got to believe that they have to do it now because Fear are going to deny that later in draft.
I just really like
know the
Zazul on
inside
Rakan.
beats.
I think you find so many ins.
They
and you
actually
have
picked
so much
Jack.
mobility on a guy that thinks so
Jack.
far ahead of himself.
Alright,
in the
fine.
game
Pick the
itself. Now, we do
LeBlanc.
see Fake
Get it
God
over
going
with.
right back to the tried and true in the
Fuck
Jack.
it,
Young
LeBlanc.
plays a lot of
I feel like
LeBlanc.
this is what, even if I tease
Fuck
this,
it,
I think
LeBlanc.
you need to secure one bot laner that they want here, I think. Oh, wow, they're just picking the Zir.
So not surprised to see
Hey.
the guys just lock down those solo laners. Will be
Escar, you're 1
Jax
second
and
ahead. You gotta
Azir.
delay your
Now,
reaction
Fear
by
have
1
an
second.
opportunity to take something.
1
They
second?
want something like Vigar. I feel like they have to take it here.
Wow, I can't
Yeah,
believe
they
he
got
picked
banned out last
that.
round. Well, maybe Fear just trying to rely on some of those
Wait.
Vigar's good here.
sneaky
A
picks they've
Zir?
been holding or
We
working
didn't
on
win
behind the
with a
scenes, especially. I
Zir.
think this is the team that you would have to focus on.
Ruh-roh.
And Wildcard, them two are just insane when it comes to draft.
Oh,
and
okay. He
attacking
took
in
a
different
skill
ways. It is the
matchup.
Cassante locked in for Philip, though.
All right, so no Renekton.
Not the
Philip
champion
switching
with
over to
4,700
most
health.
played. We had the first most played, the second most
Champion
played,
is
the third
so
most played for Philip in the
busted,
series.
man.
When it comes to what we've seen from him for the split. Cassante does have some ways to play defense against Sejuani.
Double ban
Jax
bot
will
laners
be
here,
on
right?
the back foot of this matchup. I expect to see Zyrakan tonight.
Here,
Some way, shape,
save
or
their
form.
fucking whole
From,
bot lane.
ban
You guys
tells
got
us
something
they're gonna
spicy
probably ban
prepared
Zaya
here for your bot
Rakan
lane?
Here, on the upcoming
Each
ban here for
Zazel
Fear
gonna
versus
pull out
Skies.
something
I wanna see
crazy.
the ban Vigar.
Ash Zyra,
Get rid of
something
that champion.
just
Cassante
stupid.
and Poppy is a lot of displacement.
Ruh-roh.
Get rid of Vigar. It's really good in a Wazir, and it's also been shown by Manui. Speaking of what is shown by Manui, we haven't seen it on
Oh.
stage, but we have seen it in his solo queue
Ban
accounts.
Zara?
They're denied as well.
I love that.
He's
Just
because
some
like
respect
Ziggs, the
shown
only
to a
counter
guy
to
who
Azir is
has
poke.
Just become
I
a
guess
force
the
as
other
well as,
mid
you know, the
laner
Shochi
plays a
you
lot
have
of
to deal with
poke
Manui as
mids.
well. The Zaya
He plays
ban
Ziggs, he
ban
probably plays
Rakan is let through.
Oh,
and
they banned part of the
I
Zyra
think they're going to give Rakan
Rakan.
because they want Nautilus or Rel. So
Ruh-roh.
they just favor that matchup without the Zaya. That's fine too. Zaya brings a lot of safety. Something that I would actually love to see from Meech, something that he's been really good at.
What
in his
what
career that we haven't
champions
really
do we
seen
have
from him at
left?
This split. I haven't seen it once.
Vigar.
Ezreal.
What are
I feel
these,
like
what
Ezreal
are we
could actually
cooking in
be
the
a
kitchen
decent
right
setup
now?
with what's showing right now. It would be able
Guys
to
banned
DPS
out
at all
3
times.
mid
With how
laners.
Fear's been playing, they're trying
But
to
Fear
dive
has
like
this
that.
in their
Like gameplay
back
action.
pocket.
Also important to note,
I don't know what
Tristana
this is,
actually
but-
made it through this pick
It
ban.
did.
So
That's
we
what I
could
was
see the
gonna
Trist
say.
taken for Shochi. That's a really big pick for him and really good in the
Oh.
second.
It provides just so
The last
much
pick mid
flexibility.
laner?
Oh,
Okay.
Naughty
Comes
list.
how
Oh,
you pick this map. You have your
Alistar.
counter pick here.
Why would you
It
last
is the
pick mid? You
Alistar
already
that
know
makes
the
it through
comp.
For JJ, I know
You-
it's something
you're
we talked about in
through their
earlier
bot lane
games
to-
of
or
the
the
series. But now you got to set up your
bot
bot
lane
lane
to
for
the wolves
DSG.
here.
Meech is your carry. Yes, Young can get ahead. Yes, Fake God can get ahead. But if you're going to late game, you've heard it from Zazel himself. It's
Tristana?
gotta be on Meech.
I mean, if we
Ow.
want to get crazy here, the Tristana deny isn't bad for Meech. You could have something like Tarek. If you want to really dig deep.
I've
into
never
camp,
seen
it
Meech
actually
on.
look pretty good into
Oh,
both
jinx.
Poppy and Alistar.
Let's
But,
go.
okay, gonna be
Fuck
the
it.
jinx for Meech. This is a champion
39%
very
win
strong at. I think
rate?
that Meech is a good displacer, and that's a really tough lane no matter what you pair it with.
What are the
against
stats,
Kai'Sa
dude?
plus
The players
Alistar.
are so
I think
good, they
especially
beat the
if Kai'Sa
stats.
towards the mid lane most likely.
Yeah. You were talking earlier that Zazel was saying, you get Meech into a team fight, he'll outplay you every single time. Well, Jinx.
It's just
is
Kai'Sa
a
mid,
crazy
oh.
team
What?
fight
No, we don't have
multi-base
Zaya.
player once you
You're-
get excited.
he's
You will
cheating on
also
her.
have that Rakan yet again, a powerful tool for Zazel. You got to fear the beard.
I was trying to cook up something crazy, with like just willing a Tarek into existence, or maybe even
You're cooking a little
not,
too hard.
Yeah, not gonna be the case. Janna would have been pretty good here too, actually. But nope, not the option. Will be that Rakan, which has been so damn good for Zazel. Well, that's an okay matchup in the Alistar.
This is what they
now.
call an
Will be Tristana
NTR.
for Shochi, or is Shochi gonna take that Kai'Sa and play it?
Yeah.
Bot. I mean, they could take Trist and play that bot.
Who
for
knows?
Zoe
Maybe
too. It does pair up well
maybe
with
Zaya's
Alistar, but I
into
expect
it.
this
Wait,
to be a
Trist has
chance
70% win rate.
of Shochi,
And Jinx
so that
has
Tristana
40%
mid
win
and
rate.
Kai'Sa bot.
And we
But
could have
yeah,
had the
those would be
70% win
options
rate
for the game.
champion, but we
Expect
picked the
this to be
40% one?
I really appreciate this adaptation, but also
Team likes.
just
Don't worry
continuing
about it.
to kind of rely
All
on
they need to
this
do
double
is get
Marksman
out of
style
lane
composition
correctly
and
here.
go
Or
into
no
your
one's on
fights.
any of
I
the
feel
comfort
like, yes, we've seen a lot
champion.
of that decision-making power
Zazel's
come
a
through from
Smurf
Fury.
on
He is the
Rakan.
one
He's
That's
been playing
true.
Rakan for
Zazel
years.
is just
It
good
is
on
Shochi
everyone. one.
Manui, who
Yeah,
have to be
Zazel's a
firing
smurf
away
on
if they're
Rakan.
going to find any promise, much like
Got
Mitch
him.
on the other
Tomio's
side.
been playing. Tomio fake on comfort.
Very traditional front to back for Disguised, whereas Fear getting those
This
items
is
are going to be
kinda
really
like
good for them.
Aphelios.
So a lot of defense from
Sexier, I don't know.
Asante and Alistar.
Yeah, let me consult ChatGPT.
Dual threat for both. I think that Disguise is a
Oh,
little more push and
been doing that
power
every
in the earlier
game?
stages of the game. So we'll see if Tomio can again cash in on some of the priority that he had in the last one.
And yeah, as
we
his
still
chat,
got a little while till the game actually
GPT
kicks
thinks
off.
this
Got
is
yet
a good
another
comp.
delay, as we've had consistently in this series so far. We're just delaying the stress, the anxiety. Got to get ready for the game itself. But I think when we've seen the growth from both these teams in this series in particular, it was Fear who came out absolutely swinging. Yes, game number 1 was a 50-minute banger, but it was Fear who had taken a 2-0 up over Disguised, and now we've seen that veterancy, some of that experience really come into play here, Cubby, for Disguised.
When I type here,
I think that the adaptations that they
is
made,
Zaya.
pretty
Wait,
much
no. Is
was
Furkan,
removing the double majors, the
Sejuani,
Seraphine and the Ziggs they're both double
Azir,
flexes for Fear. So taking those out of the equation,
Jinx,
that's opened up for some of these Sejuani comps where Ziggs gave
and
Sejuani
Jax,
real
a
headache in the first 2
good
games of the series. And I think that's the
composition
difference. Like I tweeted out after game 2.
in League of Legends.
It has been the case now for game 4. Could be the case for game 5 as Disguise looks to complete that reverse sweep. But I feel like that was a really nice adaptation, saying,
While
hey,
the goodness of a
we're gonna take
composition can
away
be
some of the
subjective
junglers that we like,
and highly
we'll
depend on
give us that
specific
Sejuani,
situation, let's
because
break
they
it down
wanna
to
play
see
the
how
Poppy
these
into it,
champions
so
can work
let's make sure
together.
that any Sejuani comp we build is
Both
set up for
Rakan
better
and
success.
Sejuani offer
Playing
strong
Seraphine and Seraphine
initiation.
plus Ziggs,
Rakan's grand
really
entrance,
tough, but
followed
I
by
think
the
that in game
quickness,
5,
can quickly
it's actually
charm
the
multiple
best opener
opponents.
setup that they have
Sejuani,
for
with her
Sejuani in the
glacial prison
draft,
and her
one of the
ability to
reasons
lock
why
down
I favor
targets,
Disguise draft
complements
coming
this
into this.
engage.
Well, you've already
Rakan
heard
can
the
heal
Silver
for Jinx
Scrapes.
using
You've
his shield and
already turned
knockup.
up your
Sejuani can also
speakers,
heal with her
and
abilities,
now is the
especially
most
her
important
permafrost stun.
time for Disguise
Jinx is a
and
hyper
Fear.
carry
We
ADC
are
who can
heading
do massive
off
damage in
into
the
our
late game.
game
Azir also
number
scales well in
5,
the
and
late
we're
game with
heading
his
off
soldiers,
into an
dealing
absolute
consistent
banger.
DPS from a
There's
distance.
one ticket up for grabs today, and it's a final spot at the Riot Games Arena.
Overall,
for
the
LCS
composition seems
Challengers
well-rounded with a
Grand
mix of
Final.
engage, field
We've had a
DPS, and
heck
split
of a
pushing.
fight back for both of our top teams in the upper bracket, and
Okay,
now
All
we'll
right.
see what
well-rounded.
ends up coming out. Make sure you're spamming in chat. Fear for Cincinnati
AI
Fear,
thinks
and DSG for
we got it.
Disguised. Make sure you're
This is
getting
good. This is
all
good.
those benefits
The
of
other team
having
is
such a
so
long-winded
nervous.
game come
They
through.
picked the red side. That's how frazzled they are. They're like,
dive into
okay,
this
we
last
lost on
game.
blue side, so
And
we're
here's
gonna
some
go
more
red
thoughts
side.
from Zazel.
These guys are, they're so confused.
Any of the teams, so
I think your team has the 2-0 momentum, right? Momentum means a lot. Really scary to lose
win another, and,
multiple games in a row.
at this point,
After your
it really
head.
is realistic, and we're all kind of expecting to win, I'd say, at this point.
Expecting to win.
They're
I mean, it's a team
nervous.
that is so strong, but
These
even
are
for
kids. They're
Disguise in
children.
4-3, this would be getting to grand finals through that high road, something they did not even accomplish.
And you
in
know, they're
spring,
from
where they were
Cincinnati,
one of the
Ohio.
two top teams for the entire
This
split
is the
run.
first time they've seen technology. There's
been
no way they have the mental
incredible
capacity for
to
this.
watch them come together, right? You've heard such vocal moments from Zazel, from the rest of the team.
Oh.
How it's different being under a kind of streamer team style, a lot of the looseness to the structure, but they've also found strength in that. A lot of the relationships built within the strength of the team, and also Zazel with Meech has been an incredible duo. I thought Zazel was so damn good with Lost last split, but it's the fact that you still see this strength represented every split. We see this guy, and that's why I said you've got to fear the beard, because he'll make the difference.
And whenever we see Zazel compete, he's been good. It really is what it feels like with this guy. Shoshi.
I just love that he wants to make it back for a legacy in LCS, right? Like, he wants to find a team that he can build up from the bottom and be that core piece to them. And I always think that's so important to think of, but also you think about the kind of path and story of trying to make it known and try to make their names known for Fear, and the way that Shochi has shown up.
Shochi is
We don't
someone
wanna
again,
know
I was
him.
talking with him before Pav said, hey, I feel like I'm the best mid laner in Challengers, and my team sets me up to 1v9. Well, guess what? Shochi is on his most played champion in his career, a champion that I had one of his peers call his best champ that he can play in the Tristana. Finally gets access to it in this last game as well. So opportunity for him to step up. We want to take a bit of a pit stop as our junglers.
So we
they are
have
clearing.
Jinx. That means
Samir
we want to
clear.
play
He's
for
starting
late
on the
game,
side
right? We
of the red
scale.
buff. We have top to bot for
Yes.
Poppy, whereas
Does
Sejuani is
Kaisa
working up
scale?
towards that top side, and a dive
Yes.
into the Kasante early on.
Who
is something that is not
scales
out-
more?
And I think,
I think
another key factor
what happens
we've seen
is
in this
you just need
series
to make
has
sure
been the early
the way
lead
you
paths and
DXG
especially
loses
Perry on
is
the
like
Poppy.
they get
I
poked
am
out
looking
of the
now,
team
seeing
fight
those
or
opposite
initiated
side
on really
paths coming through
badly.
from both Tomio and
The
Perry.
so like as long as
seeing where
the
they're gonna put
Kaisa
those early
isn't going
focus.
crazy,
I
the
still
other
think
team
even
has
with a lot of
no
the
way to
late
get
game
in.
that we've opted into for a
Do you
game 5, a
agree,
lot of
Mr.
the
Hell yeah, you tell
reservations
him,
we could see
Scara.
early game. These
I didn't really
junglers
hear what he
are
said besides the
active.
very end.
I said nothing.
What'd
dude.
you say?
Tell me how it's gonna go.
I mean,
usually
this game,
active at the moment, you know,
we
active
have
for
really
full
strong
groups here,
team
Misael.
fight front to
Tell me,
back.
he's
They
played
pick
so
Kai'Sa
fast as
Tristana.
a
Usually when you pick
He's
Kai'Sa,
been that active.
you want to outrange and just poke with
It's 'cause
W.
he
That's
has
like why
4
she's so
legs.
OP.
He's got a
Tristana
he got a
is
little
like
dorsal legs legs on the other side.
generally
It's
wants to like
unfair.
snowball, go side, and take turrets. So I think that Tristana generally also wants his team to go in and engage. So I think their Kaiser Tristana, like with Poppy, like the Tristana Poppy Alistar is not that strong. Like I think they'll lose 3v3 to Azir. So yeah, I think this game is basically gonna go like pretty slow, and then it's just gonna come down to team fights. But we outrange them and have more damage in team fights. We have 3 carries. We have Jax as well. So yeah, this game is gonna be interesting. I feel like the one advantage is that like they don't really have good engage. They don't have great engage, and they also don't have that much more damage than us. So I think their big advantage is like trying to make like pretty spicy flanks with like Cassante looking to like insect one of our carries. That would probably be their like best win con, but it's gonna be nerve-wracking.
Taking that first one for
Yeah.
the quick clears we were talking about. But
Sorry, I
think
don't know
another thing
enough
here
about
is
League
how
to believe what he
quickly
says. Do
Zazel
you
can get
agree
back
with
on
him?
the map, JJ as well. They have been big influences.
Yeah,
once they
no,
hit,
no,
like,
for
that
sure.
6-7 minute mark.
I don't know enough about. You know what? Grayson's got it.
Yeah, you gotta just trust in the process.
I have to trust the process, right?
Trust the process.
Alright,
We learned to ban the 2 OP mages, and we can win now.
Alright, we win this, and you're invited to the next offline TV party. But if we lose, don't
Oh,
show up.
that's
Oh,
okay.
God.
Got it.
That
You'll
shows
never
me
see
a
me
banger.
again if we lose
Thought
this.
about the
Don't worry.
concept yesterday.
Games today,
Yeah.
Cubby, and we are not
Okay, I'm gonna go back to
finished
watching the
just yet,
games.
and
Peace,
it's
guys.
something to
Good luck.
account into for all these
Good luck.
players with a lot of the kind of stress that can come and the wear that can come with such a long series, but also a stressful one, right? Like we talked a lot about it earlier on in the series, but this would be a first for half of the members in this 10-player lineup, right?
They're gonna kick him from the
Being
party,
able to go to a
dude?
live final and a final
Yeah.
itself.
And you know how much he loves the offline TV party.
That is true. He is at almost every one. This guy is just party animal.
That's the first place I met him.
This is my last split playing on
An
the
OTV party.
insane offer. I'm totally expecting this to be my last split. It would mean
I
so
put something
much
on the
to
line
me,
for him.
Dragon?
be able to compete with these
Why
guys
did we
on
do
stage.
that? I thought
Just
dragons were
remember
good
someone
for
that
us.
always was able to improve his
Oh
team.
no, we took a third shot.
Fake God, honestly, really close to going down there. That Counter-Strike connected as well.
Uh-oh.
If he wasn't able to connect that, Philip could have chained that.
Ruh-roh.
Jax could have been in trouble. That's not the case though. Fake God gets that wave in. Now Tomio can actually make his way.
You
towards
guys
the
don't have
outside.
mid control
Game
till
plan over
later
DSG
because
most
Trist is
likely
so
gonna be
good
to play
early,
around this first
unfortunately, that like I then just get
That
owned
vision
for a
toggle
bit.
here,
But
love to see it,
just get
but
shoved
also
in. Not much you can
Philip
do.
will find it out in
How
the
does he know
end.
we're doing Krugs?
Exactly where Tomio is. See if that level 6 is going to be anywhere close.
God, I
Philip
can't.
pulling him off of the
Can't.
Krug.
That's nice. If he kills that wave in full, Tomio would have hit 6 off the Krugs. So the fact that Philip got him out of there might have saved himself from a dive. Tomio does reset, and we'll have to get back onto the map for the Herald. He's going to want that red buff before he works his way up there, just to have the power of red buff and then also have access
I
to
can't
that
even use
double
the
six.
billion-dollar org arguments
Level 6
against
is gonna be so
Cincinnati
crucial as
here.
well. I think that's when we see
There's
a lot
an
of
How much are
amateur
they
team.
worth?
stepping up.
I don't know.
when we're
Wait.
talking about that
Who owns
proactivity
Cincinnati
from
here?
the
Is it like the
jungle role, it
city
definitely
of
increases with
Cincinnati?
that. I actually see Perry
Oh,
looking at the lane,
wait.
trying to punish Young as best he can, but also try to enable
We're up
Shochi,
against the United
and that has
States
been one of the
government?
biggest duos of this split for Fear. The
What?
cohesion, connection between Perry and Shochi themselves.
Yeah, he was just making sure that Shochi was able to get a base off before this Herald spawns.
We're
so
up
maybe
against the
Fear
government, Skara.
about contesting.
Oh shit! Wait, no, they're we hate the government.
The Raptors now the red.
We do hate the government.
So that glacial
They
prison
take our
is
taxes
around
and use it to
this
fund
fight. So
wars.
let's get the wave in.
Yeah.
Let's stay a little bit early, so he can get a plate here.
Oh,
for
wait.
himself and does have
Wait,
TP
they
to
got-
get back, but
Wait,
Oh,
for sure.
the solo Q? What?
Gets
Wait.
it all out with the all-in. We'll
You
see if
okay?
Philip actually
Okay,
goes
sit down. All right,
Split
Casante's
for
broken,
Fake God. What a way
but
to make
Fake
a
God
stamp on a game 5.
as a player is
Can TP
broken.
back, but there are no ults for either of our top laners.
He is,
and
like,
if Fake
such a
God is
good
able
top
to get a
laner.
base in and
Put
TP
down
again,
the
that's where Herald
spatula.
advantage
You're
should be in
overcooking.
the hands of Disguised.
You see a little bit of that frustration or
I think
over
it's
Philip's
so bad
there.
if
Love
Jax
to
gets
see the
ahead.
player cadence,
Because
but also those
one of the
moments
big
can
things
come
about
back to bite
Trist
you.
is
We
like
saw
sometimes you
what
can
this guys
you
do
can like
with the top
side
lane lead
lane
last time around, but that
against
Rift
weaker
Herald
top
already started
lanes
up
that
by
Trist
Perry
just
and
beats
Shochi.
some
This
top
is the
laners
one
by
window that
herself.
they can maybe take it. Tomiya's
Especially if she's
gonna
ahead.
to delay
Like
this,
against
they need
Jax,
Fake
she
God to
does
be back
not
with his
does
items,
not
doesn't
win
yet
Oh
that.
have
my god.
access
Oh,
to
wait,
the
wait,
box under
guys,
Fake God.
guys.
Oh, actually, no, he
We
doesn't.
don't,
No,
this is scary,
get
this
out,
is scary,
get
this is
out.
scary, this is scary, this is way too scary.
Yeah, that's gonna be
There's a whole society, the Justice League is here, get out of there.
He goes down, but Fake God can't get
Alright,
back
open the
involved,
Cincinnati
so
website,
Reese
and
Fear able to pick up a hero off the
apparently
back of that.
they participate in the Big Brothers
Now
Big
getting
Sister
back into it,
charity.
that is actually something where Perry
Ooh,
can.
So they
we,
give
but we
back
hate
to the
mid
kids.
lane if he wants to get a couple more plates down
Wait,
for
we
Shochi, but I think he has a
do
lot
we?
of options, and that is something
We
that
don't.
was a little bit less of the case, I guess, in the previous game, but something that I expect Perry to take full advantage of.
We do.
I don't know. It seems like a nice thing they're doing for the children.
First two neutral objectives are taking
We
down Mazel.
don't. Right. Oh
Perry
yeah.
can take advantage of some of the pressure that he has.
Who
in
are
the
they
first
owned by?
spot
That's
to
what I need to know.
At least get that second dragon stacked up for Fear.
Oh
I need,
no.
I need to decide whether or not to shit talk them.
I think Jinx gonna have more DPS as a marksman, but again, Disguise.
I think Philip saw him sneak in. That's unlucky.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Before things get too late for the
Right, he
Tristana
did
and
it.
Kaisa,
Guy's
they can
blind.
push
He needs
their
LASIK.
advantage on the map. So I think this is a game where Disguise has hit a pretty small window of timing to make sure that they find an advantage for themselves.
See what the timing windows do lie to, though.
Cincinnati
that,
Fear is
first
one of the
dragon
few
did go the way of Fear. We
female-founded
got another minute and
esports
10
company in
seconds
America,
for
and
the
they
next one.
support
It is an
women
Ocean Dragon,
too.
So we're setting up for an interesting soul potentially in this case, but I do think that we've talked a little bit about it earlier. But
And
the Ocean Dragon in itself is a little bit more of a priority giving
love
dragon than,
women.
I would say other single dragons.
We love
yes.
women, and we love little
Being able
kids.
to sustain back up in the laning phase is really nice. So
Yes.
continuing. Pickup would be good for either of our teams here.
Oh, we can't
Fake
shit
God will
talk
have
them,
access to
man.
the
It feels so
power TP.
mean.
I think that could be a big difference in trying to play for this dragon. As Perry at least gets the smite out of Tomio as he uses that to secure the crab. We'll hit the base button. And Perry actually maybe looking to sneak around. Young does have access to flash.
Wait, I'm the
and
bad guy.
ults.
I'm the millionaire org owner. Oh no.
Out right here now as well. Gonna
What
try to
is
pick
this
up Fake God with that
champion?
Solo Bolo. Fake God going away.
Get out of there, Fake
Q4
God.
available
You
for
can't
both.
win against
Fake God's trying to heal as much as he can
4,700
after popping that
HP.
refillable. Perry's over here as well, though. The timing is nigh. As Fake God's going to have to make a decision here. He decides to try to
Wow, I
execute.
can't believe
He
this-
does
oh,
it. The smite is
because
enough.
Fake God
Perry
didn't
gets the kill.
die
That was a big
after-
window for Philip. You can see he TP'd.
So unlucky.
Went back to lane with the
I feel like
Iceborne
Asante can
Gauntlet.
win that,
Fake God
though.
didn't have access to that Divine Sunder yet. That's the timer where things can win for the Jacks in the top side. So he drops
At least
the
it's on the
1v1 and Philip
poppers
is
and
able
not
to
the...
answer back.
Ooh, but we
Disguise, they
get
see
Dragon.
The Poppy top. They're going to use that to start the Dragon, trying to even the score there, but Fear won the fight after.
Let's see the nice flash from JJ.
Tomio!
Button. That's huge.
Tomio, where's that ult going, buddy?
That's all your damage.
And Poppy just comes in to smite it, and Azir get knocked away.
God, the Reaper is alive and well.
Why we started drag without smite?
Play for Fear. They deny the neutral. They even get the TP out of Fake God, so he's going to be late to the top side. There's no tempo anywhere. For
Where was that
Disguise
ult
on the
going?
map. As
Where was
Perry
that smite?
side steal, and man, JJ,
All good
his
though, it
power
happens.
star was so big.
We
God,
missed the
this happened.
cannon!
TLC himself.
Oh,
First time to get
God.
hands on it, and
Somebody
then left
say
alive.
something positive.
That was great. Headbutt Q flash to find the knockup. Take down Meech early.
Tomio
and make
is
sure that
actually
fight was
kind
winning
of
for Fear.
far ahead.
Meech was confident when he grabbed this
Watch
Jinx,
JJ,
but
watch
if you don't
JJ.
get off to a roll, JJ with the
No,
beautiful
Tomio
stutter.
used his ulti.
Wait, did we try to go? Did our ADC try to flash on this? Oh no, we didn't flash. We just attacked them.
Just one of those things where, like, again, it's hard to contest Dragon against. Because, like, you're like not a character to at least his first item to have. Chris just got there first. It's like you can't do
Let's
anything.
focus on scaling.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Now the map's a little bit in an awkward state as we actually have.
There's
Meech
no way we
laning
let this
into
Poppy
Phil
walk
on the
up
top
and
side.
press
He's
the
alone.
D
Zazel's going
button.
up to help him. And Tristana now is landing into the Jacks on
Oh,
the
we
bot
should have
side.
gone with the LeBlanc. Oh
So weird,
no.
the ebb and flow that we have going on so
Lane
far as well.
Blanc.
About 13 minutes in, this
Lane
is a
Blanc.
heavily contested early advantage for Fear,
Yeah.
but it is now going back to compositional strength.
Okay,
I
you
think
just
that
need to
this
get Meech to
adaptation of
his
this lane is
first
interesting. Meech trying to get a
item.
little bit more gold towards Philip, or I guess against Philip in the top side of the map, but the double marksman combo
We're
is always
gonna
something
need
to
a
be
little
worried
more
about.
than that.
It's funny, they started the series playing double mages, now they're playing double marks
Yep.
in the end. As the mages were denied. It is better to deny resources from the Jacks versus the Cassante. Cassante, he can bring a lot of tools to a team fight, even if he doesn't have resources. So I think starting out Fake God is a little bit of an advantage over to Fear. And I like the hover onto Perry in the bot side, because if Sejuani and Jax were to find a 2v2 down here, it would be
This is
very hard
recoverable.
winning
We just
for
have to
Disguise.
stay
Perry
active.
Needs to be here. This is
Active
going to be the
play,
lane
stay
side for
active.
Fear. You can see DSG, they actually switched it back up, so they're behind on the play yet again as their laners had to respond. So Fear continuing to move around the map and find advantages for themselves with their map movements.
They're doing really well, and that just speaks to so much of
I am
kind of
surprised
that
Poppy's
experience and that
back. Poppy's kind
head
of
straight
Poppy,
on and ready to go type
really cool
mindset for
character.
both these teams, honestly. The way that we're
I mean,
seeing
we got
this
4
game live play out,
dashes
the
on
fact
our
that we
team.
have such
No
a
way he
heavy
went in
fight
there
around
after
bot
see-
lane now.
What?
It could just be the way at DSG, 'cause it's a
Oh,
2v3.
looks
They
like
got
it's
TP
steak
coming
for
in,
dinner.
Barry's
Wait,
here.
there's a Poppy
Now
here.
it's a full
Run!
lane going the way.
He's
it
got a
was
mad cow disease. It's a mad cow. Just stay alive. Moo. Wait, that's good. They sent 5 there.
I don't know how Tomio actually
That's so
got
good.
out of
They
that.
got you a tower here, right?
Yeah.
So-
We're getting
Did it go
everything.
through? Sejuani able to sneak on out, and now that's big because the same
Oh,
scenario.
no.
Shochi. That's killed, that's killed.
Zazel.
Why?
Oh my goodness,
What?
he did not
What
want to go
happened?
Meech, and that was a big pick off, and that should just be the
Didn't think
turret now
Triss was in
too.
the bush.
Yeah, will be first brick going
No,
over to
they
Fear.
never expected
Thank God gonna be
Triss in the bush.
beneficiary of that TP from Philip as each top lane around is TP'd for Nada in the bot side. Here we'll make sure that this wave gets in, but Fake God will respond in time as behind as Jax alone with the turret. You got the thump.
Okay,
thump going,
Zazel's
that
dead.
was
That
good
means
call.
you have time to IGL.
Easy pickups in the side
See your
lane
team's
as
IGL?
well, and I
Yeah.
do want to check in now with
Ooh.
more pressure on bottom side from Shochi and Manui. They almost take a tier 2 off the back of it while that Rift Herald's
Yeah.
going to DSG.
I think that
Good-
I
good
think
things.
Shochi actually
We need to
overstayed one
stop
wave, so he
losing.
dropped
We
a
need to
couple
start
waves, but he
winning.
was able to pick one up, but Shochi now has to reset.
Good news. Young is
Enable Young to
CSing like a
create
monster.
space between him and
Oh,
Tristana,
is
which
this
is
Young's
on
game?
here in the matchup,
He's
but
been
then
having a
getting
rough
inside, it
series.
actually gets harder for
Is
these
this the
guys.
moment?
Triss really thrives, and that's
Think
gonna be the
he's,
lane
like,
that we
primed
see Manui running mid. We're gonna get a
in the
replay of this
next
one.
buy to do some
As
really
Zazel, he tries to get
disgusting
some
stuff
more
on the
info,
next team
and
fight.
he gets the bad news. Face checks to Tristana, and that Yordle jumps on in, takes him down.
Oof. Yep, nice little buster shot combo there as well. Just able to get that last tick of
Alright,
the
Young.
explosive charge.
My
And it is
entire
now back
org
onto
is
the map
riding on
for
you. No
both
pressure,
sides,
though.
But about 40 seconds for a sole point.
God.
Fear want to
No
go ahead and take
pressure.
that upper
But
hand.
the entirety, the future of DSG, whether or not we stay in org or we disband, rides on you.
So critical that Fear was able to
You're gonna
secure that
kick
one.
these kids out into the
Steal that
cold,
one
the
away from DSG. I
streets?
think that really changed the script
Because if we
of
don't win this, that
game.
means we got nothing else to
They
play
got
for
their
the
way,
rest
took
of the year.
objective, won the fight themselves.
Again?
Yeah, we're
have to
just
fight back
AFK for
as,
6
I
months.
think their time is getting a little bit
Oh.
harder, man.
So no
We've seen how
pressure
big
though.
these Kai'Sas can be
But you
once
have to
they're
carry this
forward
game.
and
You're
fight.
the furthest,
Jinx
like
is
you have the
behind
biggest
because
CS
it's really
lead.
important when Jinx isn't ahead and getting resets. It's so much harder to play out these comps. So DSG, I think they got to get me to reset.
We need
And
this.
If they don't do that, I think these fights actually at the moment
You
are
deserve
pretty
this.
hard, which is
No
surprising.
pressure though.
So DSG,
Yeah.
you can see they're actually going to try and drop this and play this for the top inner turret. So they want to get some more gold before they choose to fight.
But if he can't carry, I have to fire all my
So
League
Philip
players
inside
and
lane,
my
taking a
Valorant
bit of
players.
a bait of a fight onto Fake God. Still has the all out. Will
Nice
use it
bump.
going to turret. That's pretty big.
Is that-
As now a flash is coming through, at least from Tomio now.
JJ?
Big glacial prison. Philip trying to get away.
Chill. Get out. Get out. You're about to get sandwiched.
Meanwhile, they also were able to
Don't get
secure
Eiffel
that
Towered.
sole point.
All props in the world go to
Get
JJ
out of there!
this game, man, as that hover onto Philip saved his life and took away so many tools from this guy. Look at that. 2 flashes were burned by Fake Out and Tommy to try and connect on that play and try and get that inner turret. JJ neutralizes all of it by showing up there as his team wins out on the Dragon, and now
We did not do the.
well, again, they have to reset. Meech, he's going to ult bot wave, but he doesn't have the bad news top as well.
Hey, Scar, can you pause for like 2 seconds?
Meech
I'll
gets
pause it.
himself
1,
on the board. That's a big
2.
pick out and a little bit of gold to the mainstay carry of DSG.
Shochi pushing up too far, tries to take a trade and Young to get that wave in, but
You
he gets
watch on
punished
YouTube?
as from downtown.
I don't think this is on
Meech
YouTube.
lands a kill.
Okay, let me tell you
There was a
my
play that
number,
could be
alright?
attempted on him mid.
Okay.
This year
52,
they were to cover. Now DSG, they're
53,
gonna be the ones that
54,
have a little bit of room
55.
on
I'm on
breathe.
18.
Young gets that wave
I'm on
in bot.
18.
Fake God can
4,
answer top, and that's important
5.
for DSG. They have
I
to
need to
stack as
wait.
much gold as they
Yeah,
can before the second
just wait a
Dragon
bit.
spawns.
Like just
Either way,
tap,
Terrell
pause,
has
and
to go
play.
down, should be
Tap,
able to
pause,
take
and
this
play.
outer tower as well. This is some standing
9,
gold still available
10,
for DSG,
11,
and that's
12,
exactly what you want to see for a
13,
team that is
14,
feeling like they're starting to
Can't
ramp
wait
up
on
in
Twitch.
some
I will
momentum
just
in this
delay
one.
my reactions.
Bro, I'm in
TSG.
Taiwan,
Let's see what
man.
Jinx ends up basing with and what items they're playing as. I don't
We'll
know
just
how much
delay my
Philip actually
reaction.
helps him in this game.
Oh,
If he
actually,
pulling up
turn
those
off
top
low
base on
latency.
frankly expecting an Infinity Edge for this Jinx. And Jinx, a lot of eyes will be on this champion.
Where is that?
Someone that I feel like
the
when Meech really
cogwheel
first emerged
advanced.
onto the scene, Mazel, the skill that I heard scouts like Kelsey Moser really praised him for was his ability to
42,
space. He's very
3,
good.
4,
Oh, yeah, more
5.
single.
Jinx and the Ezreal playing
Perfect.
with range. And Jinx is a champion where you have to be very good at doing that to get that first reset.
No, okay, just we don't need that. We don't need a Gromp. We don't need a Gromp.
Yeah, not important.
It's not a typical Jinx pairing that we have. Like, there's no Tahm Kench, there's no Braum, there's no Thresh, so it's going to be very important that Meech is able to solo position himself against a rather
They have
threatening
Trist and Kaisa. I feel like that's pretty good scaling as well.
You gotta expect a lot of that.
Yeah, the
threat
scaling's
does
good.
come through
It's got
the main
they know what they
stage
wanted.
of
And they have
the show.
Alistair
We
Poppy,
talked
so I
about
feel like their
long,
peel is pretty good as
as
well.
a lot of the step ups.
Yeah, but
Perry does have
you
to
don't
come in
really
clutch.
want to
A
be in a
big
position
keeper
to have to
verdict
peel.
literally
Ideally, like
changes
you have to
the
go
fight
in
from
on you
here
guys
out.
because
But
Yun
it
and
is
Meech are
DSG
doing so much
relying on
damage.
those
You know.
expectations, on
Oh,
that stress,
free
on
flash, free flash.
that
We take that
experience
any
to
day
be
of the
ones
week.
to come out clutch.
Clever little trap
Just
there
the
from
plan.
DSG. They did that one.
You
but
guys, in
Zazel
2 minutes,
able to
Meech has
get a
2
flash
items,
with the
Young
granite
has
and
2
all the
items,
Void Seek
and you guys
was
team
coming
fight.
from Manui. So that's a
I think
small
that's
little
when
win
you
there
guys
for
can
DSG,
turn it
so they get
around.
punished in the next fight.
There's no flash on Kaisa.
See though now with a Baron coming up on the other side of the map, if that trend of pressure does
Fear
change
is
a little
on the
bit,
back
I think
foot. They're
some
so
vision
nervous.
gain could be
They're nervous. Look at
absolutely
them.
played towards
Look
the
at them,
top side of the
Scar.
map for DSG just have a little bit of center of control.
Yeah,
The fact of the
yeah,
matter
they're
is,
That's an
shaky,
ex-pro
literally.
player. You can
pressure
recognize
takes you down even if you
weakness.
let him go.
Blood in the water.
Yes.
Get this wave
Yes.
so deep and so safe.
And
that
they
it
are
is on that Tristana. You
literally
have the
quivering
shot,
right
flash,
now.
the rocket jump. She's so
In their
dead, so
gamer
in these side
chairs.
lanes. And DSG, they feel like they can't even really make a play on her. So that does make it really tough to contest this upcoming Dragon because we are 90 seconds away from this one, Mazel. And at the moment, Fear, they put so many resources still into this bot side to try and secure this soul for themselves. And this is the first deploy where we really see them
God,
actually
it's
hugging
soul
top side,
point?
potentially
Uh-oh.
trying to pull DSG their way if they decide to hit a Baron, which could be deadly. They do still have that double marksman comp. And the Kaisa passive really does shred Baron.
I really like that quick call that's potentially available to them there as well, just because you can absolutely burn it. JJ is going to be spotted out here in the end, but not going to be engaged on just yet. It's some vision game that we were talking about towards the Baron Pit is the play. We do have that minute timer just about for the Dragon. This would be Soul for Fear. Is this just something you want to see given away?
Guys have the pieces right now. Meech and Young both hit 2 items.
Now, so Fear has the chance to reach
The enemy AD mid are not at 3 items yet.
Movements, whichever way they're
So you guys have good item spikes. Dragons coming up.
They'll be able to catch this wave.
So this is good for DSG's legacy.
To the top wave, Young had the response.
I would say
wave, and now
absolutely.
Fear, they have a chance
You're
to
gonna
get one on
remember
the
you
map
for
at the
this
moment.
moment.
They are sneaking up towards that top side. Again,
Wait,
double
Tristan's
marksman
backing.
comp
This is the
to
perfect
Baron
time.
very quickly.
Throw an R. Throw an R on her. Kill her.
Always
Throw an
the
R.
scary part. But now we just have all the tension that you could cut a butter knife with, because there is really that moment of glory here waiting for Fear, who have an advantage and who want to try to take the fight preemptively onto DSG.
Uh-oh.
There are some big items that just came in. Infinity Edge.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, they want to fight midwave here.
Nash's Tooth was not completed by
Oh,
Young
they're gonna go
until
for
now, so he
Baron?
gets that and TP's back in. So we are at the 2 items.
Guys, we don't have vision.
They're gonna
Okay,
threaten
now we
this
have
Baron.
vision.
So there's a ward that was stuck
You
in
got
by
who
DSG,
placed that?
but
Wait,
Fear
that's a
wants to
really
hold
nice
DSG into that.
ward.
They have a nice trap blade between
For us?
JJ and Perry. Zazel
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
find
You guys
one.
have vision. You
Poke coming
can't be
down as
swept.
well.
They don't
Will
know
be
that it's
forcing
there.
DSG's hand.
Stop
They
eating
just
Kaisa
forced
W's,
this
Tomio.
Baron, though. DSG
Stop
can't just
it!
let
You're
that
at
one go.
50% health already.
Walk past Perry, so we can't get a ward down.
Thank you.
DSG, they have an answer to this. It's down to 5K.
Tomio's just gonna force it. He goes way over him, and here comes Perry on the
This is
back
Perry.
line. He's
Help
got
Beach.
Beach,
Help
but he
Beach.
doesn't push
Peel,
him
peel,
into
peel,
the
peel,
wall.
peel,
Now
peel.
Perry
Banana
finds
peel.
it.
Banana phone.
DSG have split
Oh,
the fight with
yes.
Young
She's
stepping
excited.
in.
And so am I. I'm real excited.
He snipes one down.
Hey, don't
Every time
overcook.
this
Don't
man is in a
overcook.
team fight, you have to watch for him.
Careful, 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 careful.
And now DSG,
Oh.
they can take both monster objectives.
Good.
and
So this is
spike
good.
off
It's really
the
hard
Don't
to
get
do.
too excited.
Some heroics here.
You need to go for
Sometimes, you know, I get too
Flash, he's
excited
not gonna
and
go
then
in.
someone's
Here,
upset.
give this away. Turtle Baron buff secured by
Oh.
Disguise himself.
Oh,
Frankly,
okay.
I have to
Alright.
take another look at that fight because I saw Perry go so far up. So here comes the engage.
He tried to get the wall.
He did try to get the
Look at that.
wall.
Look at that
Amount of
Zazel
space that,
engage.
Faked on his Zazel
And look at this
release,
Peel.
trying to buy
This
Buster
Perry
Shot.
was so
Perry's
good.
just
This Perry
way
was
too far
not
ahead of his team.
platypussing.
No one could DPS. Young turns around. They know that Perry's dead, so he zones out Manui. The rocket finishes him off. Perry
buried way too deep in that fight for Fear to follow up, and they're going to get punished tenfold for this.
We
You
get the
cannot
dragon
make that
too?
kind of
Yeah.
mistake
Why not?
Against 3 out of the 5 of our defending champions in disguise. They get the Baron, they get the dragon, deny the soul, and now Fear are going to be on the back foot.
That Turo Baron buff's looking mighty fine.
He's just slowly crawled into top gold. Okay.
Are
you familiar with Obama?
Young, able to separate
Yeah.
the
Are you
fight
a fan
with
of
3 Sand
Obama?
Soldiers, and the
I
difference
am.
the Sazir
'Cause
is
I'm
making
thinking
for
with
DSG so
Barack.
far. Fate God will also take down a
Okay.
side lane turret. So everything
And
coming up the
what's
sky.
There's
Fear?
a lot of standing gold for Disguise. They are going to play that 4-1 formation, which I think is very smart against Fear. They can force, and look at all the items that Meech was able to pick up on the back half of that fight, Mazel.
I don't know enough
Picking up
about
those kills for
American
himself.
politics.
A carry who had to topple Masu to get here, someone that we continuously sing
Oh,
the praises
Jover.
of.
It's Joe.
Now,
Okay, yeah.
Jover, yeah,
Face it
that makes
again,
sense.
looking to do so in the grand finals as Meech able to maybe book his ticket to play on that LCS stage for the first time. With the win here with his teammates, if him and Young can just continue to play strong, Azir can continue to peel for the Jinx as Meech is set up for success now.
We talked about earlier, it's the 3 defending champions, but it's the fact they've been reinforced with some of our best mechanically minded laners as well as just in general, right? Young and Meech have
just turn it
been
around.
an absolute force on this team. And when you hear the influence they've had as well behind the scenes, it's really cool to hear how the meshing has come alive for DSG.
Team that seems to be firing on all cylinders at the right time again. This game, you get to play in LA.
Oh, DSG is a genius. They know we need to stretch this out so we can run more ads and plug more Patreon, farm more subs. So they made it a game 5. Oh my god. Content geniuses.
They knew it'd be tense, have more time on stream. Teach them well.
Yeah, like ever since we went down 2, we've been steamrolling these kids.
This first best of 5 certainly has been competitive and delivering.
You guys definitely meant to do
it's
that.
delivered every step of the way. It's our first best of 5 of the playoffs, and
That's
we
why
are
we
going
made
all
game
5
1, 2, and
games in
3
a
like
knockout,
15 minutes
drag
long
out,
as well.
Nail-biting
God,
fight
that's so
here.
smart.
Both teams have found a lot, but it is a reverse sweep on the potential for DSG, and something that Fear need to find a little bit of traction
It is still
in this
losable.
one. That's
Play
gonna
smart.
come from getting this double marksman comp online.
Don't get too
Carry in that
excited.
pocket was actually spotted by a word from DSG, so DSG going to shift up to the top side and just try and utilize this Baron to make sure that they take all the inners. So Baron has expired, but they have one more inner to go. You can see it's a 2.5k gold lead for DSG. Phantom Dancer completed for Meech. That isn't the most utility. It's not Hurricane or a Rapid Fire Cannon, but that is the highest DPS item you can take.
You guys want to fight us? You guys want to fight us?
I like that all from Tommy.
You guys try and fuck up with us? We fuck with you.
Nothing else besides that inner. They take away any opportunity for Fear to actually get the fight. They're going to get a reset in and make sure that they get back on the map safely.
That's what helps, having all of that leadership in-game with you as well from Zeyzal, but also just that clean decision-making that DSG has been able to represent. I think when you've gotten to hear from Zeyzal particularly, but also the influencing game, it's not just him, it's an influence from him, but it's the fact that you have all this built-up synergy, and they're trying to lean that into Young and Meech.
Rookies continue
Man, imagine the atmosphere in that room right now.
One where it feels like
Sorry, I keep forgetting that these guys do work with charity and support.
Yeah, I was gonna say like
that made it really
the
tough for
atmosphere
the
must be
Sejuani
very
comps to interact. And now that the front line can
conducive
kind of
for growth for their players.
Yes, they will learn from this and become better players. So if anything, we're doing them a favor.
Yes.
Team fight where he's now
We're the one doing charity work.
All we've seen
exactly.
Even is far ahead enough to
We're
get some
good people.
luxury
We're good
items. I love that phrase that Azael's been using on the LCS. Look at all the stopwatches now that have been secured by DSG. They got 3 of them to boot, and an important one there on Meech. So with Flash and stopwatch for this next fight, DSG have a lot of tools to deny
We
that
allow
soul
them to
once
play
again.
more games by sending them to the lower bracket.
DSG, they're getting these items
Oh,
online,
yeah.
but it's also
Extended
just the
it to
fact that
5
they
games so you get
know
more
there is
practice
one fell swoop
to develop
potential
better.
game-winning fight
To
for them. They
uplift
need these
the NA
stopwatches.
region
They
as a
want to
whole.
Put the Reaper down, Cubby.
Oh my
I
god.
will
We're
say on the
good
flip
people.
side,
team
Fear,
is
they
so
have a
good.
Leandries
We deserve
on that
to
Kai'Sa,
be
so
in
that will be
LCS.
burn damage and a little more
Yeah.
health stacking, which given
Could
that
just
Zeyzal
put
went
you in
Radiant
there.
Virtue, I actually like this better.
Remove
cares about
Immortals.
painting
Did
it
you know
very smart
Immortals
from the movie?
violated
He
the
always
competitive
trusts to do
integrity
research
rules?
in the builds whenever he does pull out
What
tech
did they
from
do?
the kitchen.
So
Usually
if
has
you
that cooked
come
up pretty
bot
good
2,
with how,
5
he's
splits
able
out
to
of
very
8,
craft that one. I
Riot
think
can
that's the right
remove
decision
you
this time around. And once Shochi gets that
for being
LDR,
so
we
bad.
talked
It's
earlier
part
in
of
game,
like
Zel,
the
that scaling
contract.
can kinda swing
I
back
know
in
that.
favor,
I didn't know
and I think a lot of that is 'cause
They
Azir
violated it.
where Fear have to be very careful when they
Which
go
means
in
that
range of
potentially
Fear,
there's a
they have to make sure that it is
piece
clean.
up for
Because Zero's about
grabs
to
with
free
a
fire,
little
can see all the
toast,
damage
right?
that
And
Young
they
can
fired
put
their
out,
entire
but
coaching
he can't get
staff
outranged by
yesterday,
Trist and
including
Tyson,
our
so
boy
be very
Jake.
careful when they pick their spots here.
Not
Cincinnati Fear.
Jake.
Not Jake,
An
my
elixir of
favorite
iron
player
there
on
for Tomio,
XDG
too.
from
They're
back
gonna
in the
get another
day.
dragon. This will be
I'll never
second in a
forgive
row
them.
for DSG. Something Fear don't necessarily need to fight over, but they want to find some trade backs in time. There's not much trade available on the map, and that dragon's already gone.
Oh, wait, Casante's trying to go in. No. You can't do that, Casante. You can't do that, Casante. Wait, Poppy set his ult into a different zip code. Where are you going? Where are you going with that Poppy ult? Sick, Tristana. I don't care how cute you are. Oh, they're trying to go on Yo, but we got Zanya. Kill the cow. We're eating hamburgers tonight.
They find an absolute victory.
That was a great pick on the Philip, but also I want to credit Tomio. Great target selection as a tank. He knew that Philip was dead. He
Where you going, Kaisa? Alright, yeah, it's fine. We'll just take that mid.
Yeah, if Manui doesn't get out, this game's over. The double TP's coming.
Can we? 20 seconds. Stay smart. Stay smart. Stay smart. Be smart. Be tight. Rakan is stopping the Kaisa. It's just poopers. It's just poopers.
The dragon, it didn't matter.
Fight the Kazande. 4,700 health. 4,700 health. Make the Nexus. We're going to land.
Let's go.
Mechanical talent that reinforced them.
We are going to the summer playoff land at the Riot Studios.
Reverse sweep fashion as Toast.
Reverse sweep. Best of 5.
Go down 0-2.
We did it, Skara. We did it.
Really good game coming out from Disguised, and I want to give a lot of credit over to Tomio in this game. It felt like a big part of the strat and how it evolved.
Skara, what are you doing on August 9th, 2023?
When they were on blue side.
What do you mean? I'll be at the Riot Studios.
He'll be there.
In this game 5.
I'll be there.
Able to drive it home
We'll
for
be
victory
there.
as the decision-making, the decisiveness from Tomio and Zazel, that's going to be really tough to deal with going into finals. Whoever will be taking them on.
What a way to do it. I said they unmasked the Reaper. They broke his sight too, and they stared death in the face. They were literally one game from getting dropped down in the lower bracket. But it's our first influencer team, and it's our first summer 2023 grand finalist. Tomio, the player of the game, had a lot of influence, but what a way to do it. My God, I couldn't have asked for anything more for our first best of 5, and that means we just have so much more to deliver on for the rest of this one. Cubby, final words.
Yeah, also, you know, if you're a fan of Disguised or Toast of this roster, you know, you could pick up tickets around August 9th, Wednesday.
Oh, you know NACL is celebrating.
Only $10. Grab one for you. Your
They're gonna have
someone in your life. Who knows?
For the first time in LCS history, people are gonna be there in person.
They finished the regular season in 3rd. This was a roster we had high expectations.
I'm sure that everyone's there all the time.
In the back half of the split has been great to see. I feel like everyone in some way, shape, or form has stepped up on this roster.
You think anyone's showing up for those Immortal versus Evil Geniuses matchups? Come on.
Their staff.
We will.
You gotta pay them. Oh yeah, staff.
Right after
People paid to show
We'll have
up.
a Verizon post-game interview with Sierra.
This is good for DSG's legacy. This
Very
means
good. Very good.
I'm coming back to Los Angeles.
You weren't going to before?
It's just like there was no reason to, and now I kind of have to.
What?
Boo-doo boop. Boo-doo boop. Boo-doo doo. Chat, remember, if you want to support, you know, amateur teams like ours, you can do so over at
we have to invite Grayson to this party.
esportsawards.com.
No, he earned it. He earned it.
Vote. And give a vote for Disguised Toast for Best Esports Content Owner of the Year. You can vote every day. A vote for Disguised Toast is a vote for the downtrodden, the people. And if you want to financially support us, you can do so over at patreon.com/disguise, where you get access to all kinds of behind-the-scenes content. And if we hit $10,000 a month, I will show my toes.
all of them.
Alright, I'll see you later.
Oh, yeah, I'll see you in a couple hours.
Yeah, a couple hours.
Couple of hours.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Wait, so if we ban... Nice. We learned something big this series. If we ban their best champions, we can win. It turns out giving them their best champion 2 games in a row was bad, and banning it 3 times in a row was good. This is why we pay the coaches the big bucks. Most fun I've had watching professional league in a couple of years, and it's NA challenges. Thanks, Toast. You're welcome. Tell that to Riot so they put us in the LCS though, real quick. Damn, we won so fast. Like, game 5 was looking a little shaky because we were down 2k, but a couple of good team fights and then it just spiraled into a win. It's like my solo queue game where people keep running in 1 by 1. Or like my Overwatch game, instead of grouping up as 5 and then pushing, everyone just gets staggered on respawns and it's just 1 person at a time. Yeah, Young really clutched up, Meech clutched. Everyone clutched up that last game. I feel like that last game, everyone was playing like themselves. Nice. We have a chance to win NA Ascension now and get promoted to the LCS.
And the reverse sweep happens. Disguise taking the victory 3-2 over Fear. Welcome to our Verizon post-game interview. Fake God, thank you so much for joining me. First thing, and the most important of all things, just the shirts. Disguise merch?
Yeah, the shirt. One of a kind. I'll show all of it.
One of a kind?
We only have 1, so that's why it's a one of a kind. I mean, we have 5 for each player, but...
Okay.
Or, no, 5 total, so only 1 for each player, so it's a one of a kind for us. And we can't get any more for some reason. And it's not a jersey, but it's fine.
It's
yes,
fine.
it's fine. Fake
I
God.
thought for a second when you said one of a kind, it's actually like, oh, shoot, who's doing the interview? All right, give him the shirt, guys. Give him the shirt.
That'll be funny, but nah, we all got one.
All right, perfect. So, thank you. Very cool. Sad they don't make any more, but we almost didn't get to see anyone sitting here for the interview because it almost really seemed like things were gonna go Fear's way in this series. They got the first 2 games. You definitely dragged this series out. So, I mean, talk to us a little bit about this. This has been a long day.
Yeah, we were actually planning to lose the first 2 games on purpose for a reverse sweep, so it's kind of like just part of the process. But in actuality, the the Ziggs pick they had was actually just completely stopping us from like doing anything, and we felt like that was a huge part of their success. So we started banning Ziggs on games like 3, 4, 5, and then we were just kind of just won those because they didn't have a Ziggs like just throwing everything at us and one-shotting us from fog. I'm really happy we had that draft adaptation. Just one Ziggs ban.
Crazy how that one ban can change so much. Also, I see y'all joining a content team, and then all of a sudden a little cost for the content, get the full 5-game series. I see you guys. I see you guys. But was there anything else in this game 3, 4, 5 that was changed up? Because honestly, it even seemed from just the fights and stuff, this guys was just on a different level at some points.
We were just looking at the Renekton pile again, and like the scenarios which we can actually like pick it or not, and we actually decided to like ban Renekton on game 5 instead because we didn't want him to keep picking it, because it was like a strong pick that was actually warping a lot of like the early to mid games in a bad way for us. So that was like another draft adaptation we did. Those were like the main ones, honestly. Just like it was Ziggs and then Renekton. Like that's how I'd remember the series. Like what it's defined by in my head.
You're just like, okay, make sure the bad picks are out of the way. We're you know, we're good here. But now that you're on to the grand finals, super exciting stuff. So of course you come from the core of Cloud9 that one spring. Now you get a chance to run it back with the core as well as these fantastic players.
I'm excited.
You get the live finals too. How are you feeling about that?
I'm pretty excited. I haven't like played in live for quite a while, and I thought last split I would actually play on stage, but they had to change it for some reason. So I'm pretty excited to have the chance to play live for this time around and meet everyone instead, because we are all remote, so I just like see them as pictures.
Oh man, we're not gonna have any merch available to sell though. We can't even capitalize off this
stuff. Oh, and we'll also have lower ping, especially Meech. You'll get like a 490 ping reduction. That'll be kind of insane for him. I'm sure he'll perform like 490 times better once he comes here and plays live.
What's that even gonna look like? He already got a penta in game 4.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
he's just gonna get like 5 pentas this time around because he's just gonna be unleashed. So I'm really excited to see that too.
Just a Meech unleashed. Oh my goodness, that should be the next shirt for you guys, right? But
yeah, maybe.
Now, of course, this live finals, it'll be super exciting. There's a couple of teams that could be joining you there. Which team do you think is going to be able to finish that run to meet you in this live finals? If it'll be the Fear rematch, we're going to see Fly C, or if it's going to be EGC making that run?
Honestly, I could see all of them like have like a very good chance. Though I do think Fear is a different team if you ban Ziggs and maybe Seraphine. So the other teams that are watching the series should have these draft adaptations. I mean, we had to struggle for these draft adaptations, but the other teams will just have all the benefit now. But there's nothing we can do about it. I think it's pretty even for all of them. And maybe like a slight nod to Fly and EG because of the thing I was talking about, Fear of the Ziggs and Seraphine.
As long as they give that respect and ban and the Ziggs away, then it should be maybe Fly C or EGC. If they don't respect, maybe we'll get to see that rematch.
Yeah,
but
maybe we'll see.
It was definitely a really fun series to watch, so thank you so much for that. Before I let you go, you know, it's the team, chat about everything. Do you have any final words or any shoutouts?
Let's shout out to my team and my coach and the analyst and our second coach and our manager and our boss, disguisedtoast, and my parents and Zazel's parents too.
He thanked me. That's good enough.
And all the people supporting DSG. Shout out to Toast Patreon, which wait, how much times have we done this? Like the 3rd time? Okay, Toast has a Patreon which you can help support, and maybe you can get a cool shirt. Actually, wait, this is not legally binding. I don't know if you can get a shirt, but
you can
help support Toast for only like $5 a month. Maybe you can get a shirt. Not legally binding. I don't know. Yeah.
You're allowed to sell
thank you for everyone supporting us. It's been a really cool feeling. It just feels different this time around. And I'm glad we managed to win it in the end after our planned 2 losses in the beginning. So, thank you everyone.
After the planned content, bro.
It was not planned, but I'll just keep saying it was planned, you know, just because.
You don't have to let people know that, but okay, God, thank you so much. Congrats yet again. Have a good night, okay?
All right, thank you.
Yeah. As for us, time to head back over to our
We'll see you in
desk.
Los Angeles.
Yeah,
Woo!
exciting stuff. So the planned 5-game series, you know, for the content, we definitely got. I mean, I feel like everything that we could in this series, Dark Wings. Honestly, we got to see the comebacks. We got to see each team at their best. Like this was a great series.
Yeah, no, it was great. A lot of players definitely showed off their strengths. I feel like especially Meech played really well for this whole series.
490 ping.
Yeah, that's insane. Like, I mean, for the first 2 games, I mean, he just can't play the game because of other factors. But I think, yeah, I think he.
I want to ask just really quick to add on to that. You were talking about Meech, but you know, Young pulled out the Azir in a game 5, and to bring that one out, I know it's a classic for you as well. Do you feel like that was a difference for Young in just a moment where he was like, "I need to be this separation for the team"?
Young did very
Yeah, I
good.
think,
Everyone played
Azir
so
fit their
good
comp really well, and I think
in that game 5.
Young is. Yeah, I mean, he's good at Azir, so yeah, I mean, it worked out really well.
Definitely did, especially to now looking at our bracket. The guys have made that upper bracket run and will be securing a spot in our grand finals to, of course, try and take that title down at the Riot Games Arena live. So, of course, make sure to get those tickets. But there is still a couple of teams that can be joining them there. This is where eyes have to be looking to that lower bottom end of the bracket. FlyC and EGC Cubby are going to be fighting next. The chance to try and take on Fear to yet again try and go over that spot.
Yeah, that's quite a heater of a best of 5. So don't miss that one tomorrow as the rematch. I think that 2-0 was a lot closer than it looked. I thought EG.
We want EG to win, right?
Excited.
So that we can beat them in the finals. But what if EG beats us in the finals? Uh-oh.
And also, Fear, they have a day to figure out what to do with Ziggs' banned. As Ziggs seems like a really big part of at least answering that Sejuani first pick that they were giving to Disguise. This Disguise, too many champions to take away. Ended up finding some really good angles for that Sejuani later on. And
wait, EG beat TL, and
think
TL is
those
the
two
number
challengers
1
teams
seed.
are really strong.
So
and for
technically,
me,
EG is the number 1
potentially
team
favored
right now.
to make it to LA as well. So I think Fear is going to have their hands full. As I think whoever comes out of that best of 5 is a team that I trust a lot. And the only advantage Fear has is the fact they have one more day to prep.
I will just say also the fact that our first best of 5 goes all the way 5 games. I have expectations now for the rest of the teams, okay? I'm just saying. I want more silver scrapes. I want more bangers like we just had.
Play for content. That's what we want.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, I don't know.
What did Fake Out say? Non-legally bindings? Teams don't listen to.
I don't know. We do have to hurry this up before Darkwings gets caught by the sun here.
I see the lean. But no, you continue leaning there, as of course we do have to, of course, talk about the tickets that you can get to our summer finals. So you got to
now
see the
everyone's
gameplay here.
gonna buy
when we have a team in the
tickets.
grand finals that's willing.
Because they get a chance to meet me. Chat, don't make eye contact. If you're going to summer finals, don't make eye contact with me. I will lose it. I will get upset.
Make sure to take your friends, take that special someone, take your mom or dad for that belated birthday gift that you definitely forgot to get them, and go check out the Challengers League Summer Finals. It is going to be an absolute ride. And if we're here and we're going to be talking about a little bit of chilling and a little bit of sellouts, well, of course, we do have to be thanking our sponsors. One, of course, being Toro. So LCS Challengers League, brought to you by Toro, the world's largest car sharing marketplace, where you can get any car you want for just about any occasion, including rolling up to those live finals in absolute style. You do not want to be the one that's rolling up in your 2005 Kia Soul or something and breaks down. It's just not it. So you can forget about your car and bar rentals at toro.com.
Meet and greet? No, it's not a
Exciting
meet
stuff,
and
guys.
greet. I'm just gonna be there to support my team. I ain't meeting nor greeting any of you.
Fortunately, that is it for today. I cannot wait to see how this lower bracket is shaking up. And of course, Darkwings, thank you so much for joining us
We'll
today.
be raiding twitch.tv
How'd you enjoy your time?
I mean, you guys made.
Wait, that's me. I'm twitch.tv/disguisedtoast. Oh, wait, but I ain't gonna be streaming. I'm gonna go take a dump. I need to go take a dump, man. All right, when is NACL Summer 2023? Finals. Okay, Grand Finals happens August 9th at 1 o'clock. I need to pee real quick. Hang on. Does Riot cover flights and hotels for our players? Because that's at least $10,000. Wait, you're telling me by making finals now I have to pay more money? Huh? No! You get punished for winning! Doesn't make sense in this esports world. And we have, what, 2 Canadians that don't have visas? Oh, God. We lose money. Why not just use the prize money? The prize money is written in the contract that 95% of it goes to the players and the coach. I get 5% of 20,000, which is $1,000. No, that's like 1 flight ticket, and there's 5 of them. All right. Wow, man, I really hope this esports thing take off. Mega bus it. Oh, right. I just tell him to take public transportation. I'll pay for their gas. If I want tickets to the game, do I have to buy it? I own the team. There's no way I have to buy tickets, right? Yo, I'm part of the team. I own it. You also need PCs to help them practice. That's all right. Our homies at the guard can hook us up, right? Right. Blood thinks he's part of the team. I literally own the team. What are you talking about? Look, the guard. If you guys let us use your facilities, we will rename the League of Legends DSG team to this guard. Not disguised, discard. We can do like a combination team. Wow. We made finals. That's exciting. Well, is there something I should prepare? Like what do I do? Like should I show up with orange slices and apple juice boxes?
Oh, I need to look into flights. Oh man. Okay, no business class. Everyone's flying Spirit Airlines economy. Well done to the players. Well done to the coach. Well done to the analysts. Everyone did very good today. Well done. I'm very happy. This is our first LAN event, and it's gonna be in League of Legends, which is crazy because I started my first two teams were in Valorant, and my third team was League of Legends, and League of Legends was the team that went further. That's crazy. So if we lost today, we would have had to play. Um, 2 days from now. So we have like 9 days to practice. Oh boy. Land finals is at the right games arenas. So what would I be co-streaming it? Or would I just be there? I'll probably be like maybe I co-stream from their setup. Maybe bring some DSG shirts. I still have a lot of DSG shirts from the first Valorant team. It's super outdated now, but maybe I can give away some for free. I mean, it's like it's outdated. You can't use them. Just throw them out into the crowd. Now I gotta hop on a 15-hour flight from Taiwan to Los Angeles too. Oh god. But anything is worth it for my team. I gotta take him out to at least one dinner. And then if we win, we get the whole studio to chant DSG in LCS. DSG in LCS. And then Riot has to let us into the LCS. DSG and LCS. And then we start a petition. And we ask Barack Obama and Joe Biden because they've been such an integral part of our journey. Wait, we know AOC, and AOC knows Obama and Joe Biden. Do you think if we asked AOC, she can get them to show up? Or maybe, honestly, if AOC shows up, I'd be pretty happy. We invite Congresswoman AOC to attend DSG final because she plays League of Legends. She actually just plays the game. And she is our sub. actually Barack. This is very exciting. I'm extremely happy. Ignore the stepsis ad on the right. I don't know why it's recommending that. Yeah. I mean, I'm super happy. The team did really good. Grayson assembled a good team here. Meech is insane. The whole team is insane. And yeah, now we just wait till August 9th. I'll probably fly back and prepare for their arrival. I need to hire at least one cameraman to document their journey. It's all very exciting. Broden, I think will be busy. I need to hire a DSG camera intern. If there's anyone in the California area, the Los Angeles area that wants to be underpaid as a cameraman, hit me up. Hit me up. All right, I think that's gonna do it for me. Just a reminder, sub to this DSG Patreon. Thank you very much. Big thank you to the DSG Discord watch party. I appreciate you all. Vote for me for the Esports Awards, Esports Org of the Year, Personality Org Person of the Year, Jeremy disguised Wang. If we win this award, it will be big for DSG's legacy. And I mean we, because you guys are a part of the team. You guys are like owners of DSG in some way, in all sense except the legal sense. You guys are in this with us. You guys are part of the team. We share the cost together. I believe my boy Scara is streaming. My boy. What's he playing? TFT. Oh God. Well, we are looking for TFT players later this year, so we gotta keep the TFT scene alive. I'm gonna raid my boy Scara. Tell him I said hello. Chat, shut the fuck up about telling me who to raid. What's wrong with you? I'm gonna raid who I choose to raid. You guys are not in control. You guys aren't part of the team. Like, what gave you guys the impression that you can tell me what to do? You guys actually think you're part of the team? That was a joke. I was farming parasocial viewers to get them to give me money, idiots. I'm raiding Scara. All right, tell him hello, tell him I love him and I miss him. And I'll see him August 9th. That's gonna do it for me. Next time I stream, I don't have any more games until August 9th, so I might stream Baldur's Gate when it comes out. I don't know. Seems fun. All right. Thanks for watching. Big thank you to all the subscribers today. Really appreciate it. All the subscribers, all the donators, all the followers. Thank you for supporting DSG. I really appreciate it. And I don't mean that in a sarcastic, rude way. I genuinely mean your support means a lot to me and my endeavors into esports. So thank you. Well, I'll see you guys later. Bye. Farewell.